Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Hello, sound check. Sound check.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Hello? Sound check.
Check. Sound check.
Hello?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's settle down as we begin the program in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
No Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers.
I am Armand Ventura P. Vergara.
And I am Shara Maxine Barber, and we will be your masters of ceremony.
Today marks the third leg of the 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, hosted by the IIEE Palawan chapter. We are very pleased to welcome the guests from various regions in the country who seized the opportunity to visit our wonderful island and join this much-awaited event.
The program will run from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., jam-packed with 10 topics to be presented by our very conversant speakers. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we give you the 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference.
We now begin the processional march.
Let us welcome the conference committee members. Engineer Brian L. Palustre, Regional Secretary. Engineer Edward E. Barairo, Deputy Governor, Batangas. Engineer Alejo M. Raquel Jr., Deputy Governor, Cavite. Engineer Alfredo D. Tacanay, Deputy Governor, Laguna. Engineer John Ray G. Garcia, Deputy Governor, Mimaropa. Engineer J.R. Tadeos L. Arche.
Ladies and gentlemen, the host chapter officers, the IIEE Palawan chapter, Engineer Cesar Joseph Orbalolo, VP External Affairs, Engineer Joseph J. Abdon, VP External Affairs, Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs, Engineer Crisidel Rhea M. Tupapo, Secretary, Engineer Aladdin P. Cruz, Treasurer, Engineer Ferdinand A. Poncillas, Auditor, Engineer Teofes C. Cadiz, EOD Chairman, Engineer Rogelio G. Pailon Jr., EOD Member, Engineer Michael Ernie F. Rodriguez, BOD Member, Engineer Ian D. Valdez Samon, BOD Member,
Ladies and gentlemen, the chapter presidents of IIE Southern Luzon Region. Engineer Alele D. Biscocho, IIE Batangas Chapter. Engineer Eduardo S. Taytayon, IIE Central Laguna Chapter. Engineer Reynel Luis W. Manjola, IIE East Laguna Chapter. Engineer Brian B. Haranilla, IIE Marinduque Chapter. Engineer Ralph A. Alday, IIE Northern Batangas Chapter. Engineer Menandro R. Lim, IIE Northern Cavite Chapter. Engineer Alison A. Alpeche, IIE Northern Laguna Chapter. Engineer Melier P. Gonzalez, IIE Northern Quezon Chapter. Engineer Abigail N. Gonzalez, IIE Occidental Mindoro Chapter. Engineer Raul P. Santoalia, IIE Quezon Chapter. Engineer J. T. Oliveira, IIE Romblon Chapter. Professor Edmundo Chestillas, IIE Southern Cavite Chapter. Mr. Nikon E. Suglar, IIE Southern Laguna Chapter. Engineer Jason Vestabal, IIE Southern Palawan Chapter. Engineer Gerald P. Bautista, IIE Southern Quezon Chapter. Engineer George L. Lagos Jr., IIE Western Batangas Chapter. Engineer Ernest R. Roman, IIE Western Cavite Chapter.
let us welcome former regional governors of IIE Southern Luzon Region, Engineer Florencio T. Berenguer, 2010 Governor. Engineer Rosalind Hirocho, 2011 Governor. Engineer Jane F. Albuena, 2012 Governor. Engineer Elmer O. Packer, 2014 Governor. Engineer Maria Josenia R. Bautro, 2018 Governor. Engineer Jedper N. Castro, 2016 and 2020 Governor. Engineer Jeffrey T. Canhuto, 2021 Governor.
Please welcome the Council of Former National President, Engineer Larry C. Cruz, 2016 National President. Engineer Rodrigo T. Pecolera, 2020 National President.
My pleasure to welcome you to the Board of Electrical Engineering. Honorable Francis P. Mapile, PE Chairman. Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, PE Member.
Presenting to you, Regional Governors. Engineer Francisco P. Fontanilla III, IIE Northern Luzon Region. Engineer Woody G. Erama, IIE Central Luzon Region. Engineer Orville John D. Borrega, IIE Metro Manila Region. Engineer Alexis O. Olila, IIE Bicol Region. Engineer Neil P. De Guzman, IIE Western Visayas Region. Engineer Brian A. Pasilan, IIE Eastern and Central Visayas Region. Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, IIE Northern Mindanao Region. Engineer Edgar L. Buen, IIE Southern Mindanao Region. Engineer Alexander D. Ko, IIE Western Mindanao Region. Engineer Jeren D. Talam, IIE Foreign Region.
Please welcome the National Officer. Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, immediate former President. Engineer Florigo C. Varona, National Auditor. Engineer Catalino R. Rania, National Treasurer. Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, National Secretary. Engineer Ramon Z. Gatchalian, National VP Technical Affairs. Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., National VP External Affairs. Engineer Lyndon R. Bagay, National VP Internal Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Host Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde of IIE Palawan Chapter, accompanied by the Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the National President, and our guest speaker, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III.
Please rise for our ecumenical prayer.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay tagal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gaya lugay kimitan yang barog nun. Dalam bago si Balya niya tawag si Danginan, na pagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan, yung mga dato binukaw, mga biya kaubayan na mababay maging kudya matapid mga tang, sansirid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yang kay kaungangat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, ng pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ay ikaw yung matigam ka namin, walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sang mga ipatpid mo sang balantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Ayan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong sa hamatkan mo, ng kaliko ng bibitang mong babawin ng dunya, kaya ka namin paggiginawa. Tagal lang ang latso ka namin. Inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagatang ang hawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
اللهم إنك ترى أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك واتفت على هذه المكان إيمانك وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagin naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang maiadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo. Hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay Sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya nyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanan payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
Please remain standing for the entrance of color headed by the ROTC of Palawan State University, to be followed by the Philippine National Anthem, IIE Hymn, and the Palawan March.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, helas ang sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magtitindig, lumalang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling ko. Ang ligaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. broken. Bind us together, bind us together, bind us forever, synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, bind us forever, with power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, bind us together, bind us forever, synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
tayo ay umawit at magbigay galang. Lahat aming panauhin, magiging malugod at pasalubungan. Ikot, awit na matingas, hindi nang pupupas, magpapailan pa man. Nandito sa akin ay mawiling tunay at pinamalibot ang Palawan. Mga pusong naririto ang pinanggalingan, iba't ibang napon. Wika ay magkakaiba, maging sa ugali ay sa pagsinta. Ngunit isa ang layon, isa ang buhay, ang diway isa. Tulungan mo muna mga dayot bayan ng kalintang kita. Ang Palawan, ang lahat ng hirap ay hindi alintana. Makapiling ka lang kahit sandaling sinta, lalo na kung kaya ka kita. Diliwalin at kuminda, bahay niyambang, kamay ay ikumpas. Ibig ang tugtog ay sundan, ating ipangdiwang, panauhin lahat. Ganyan ang nais ko sinta, sila'y walang mawa, magpapailan pa man. Nandito sa akin ay mawiling tunay at di na malimot. Ang Palawan, ang Palawan, ang Palawan.
May we call on the Secretary of the IIEE Palawan Chapter, Engineer Cristal Rhea M. Sopapo, for the reading of the IIEE mission and vision. Please take your seats.
The IIEA vision. to be the best and most prestigious professional technical organization in the Philippines. The IIEE mission to deliver high-quality services and product for the purpose of instilling excellence in the electrical practitioner, enhancing the electrical profession, and making a positive contribution to national development.
And now, to formally open our event, please welcome the Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Rey.
Good morning. By the power vested in me, by the Constitution and by laws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I hereby declare this 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference officially open.
Thank you, Governor Adrian L. Rey. Now, to give us his welcome address, we would like to call the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde.
Good morning, everyone. To our respective guests and participants, welcome. To our national officers and staff, headed by National President Engineer Feliciano Padua, welcome. Sa ating pong napakasipag na Regional Governor, kay Engineer Adrian Rey, I'm not saying welcome, but I'm saying thank you very much for good preparation and organizer. Sa mga kasamahan ko pong chapter president, came from the parent chapter, welcome po. At sa mga former chapter president, welcome. At sa mga former regional governor, coming from different region, welcome po. So ngayon, maraming salamat din po sa mga kasamahan kong officers sa Palawan, sa assistant po nila na para buo po yung event na to. At sa mga estudyante rin po nang tumulong sa amin. So sa ating sponsor, thank you very much. Kayo po yung tumulong sa amin para magawa rin namin yung activity na to. So thank you very much and welcome. Sabi nga, IIEE, bind us together and the cord cannot be broken. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Joel L. Conde. At this juncture, we would like to call on the former IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Cesar Joseph R. Baloloy, to acknowledge our delegates, guests, and dignitaries.
Good morning. Masyado kayong seryoso, ha? Tawa muna tayo dyan. Tawa muna. Good morning. Of course, with our team of leadership rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. Before we proceed to our next program, I would like to acknowledgement of ours, the presence of these following big names in our professions. First on the list, of course, is I would like to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Brian R. Palustri, the Regional Secretary, sir. Palakpakan po natin. Our Deputy Governor Batangas, Engineer Edward B. Barayro. Good morning. Please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Our Deputy Governor Cavite, Engineer Aleo M. Raquel Jr. Are you present, sir? No, thank you very much. Engineer Alfredo B. Dacanay, Deputy Governor Laguna. Sir, thank you. Palakpakan po natin. Once na nag-raise ng hand, palakpakan po natin. Let's give a hand sa ating mga magagaling na electrical engineers. Engineer John Ray D. Garcia, Deputy Governor Mimarupa. Are you here? Thank you. Engineer J.R. Tadeos L. Archie, Deputy Governor Quezon. Is not around. Okay, of course, the host chapters, you are all welcome. Yung ating mga kasama na halos puyat-puyat. But thank you for your presence and thank you for your support. The following chapter presidents of under ng Southern Luzon, Engineer Alili D. Biscocho, President Aya Batangas Chapter. And of course, the Batangas delegates, can you stand and present yourself? All Batangas delegates. Wow. O si Gobroso lang yata. Ayun, yung welcome, you are welcome. Engineer Eduardo is Taytayon, President Aya Central Laguna Chapter. Are you here? Wala. And the Laguna Chapter, all Laguna Chapter delegates. Okay, anyway, welcome. Engineer Raniel Louis V. Binyula, President, IIEE East Laguna Chapter. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. Engineer Brian B. Ranilla, President, Marinduque Chapter. Are you here? No? Marinduque delegates, meron po ba? Nasa Surigao, nag-travel. Wow, nauna na yung travel nila. Anyway, bukas yung gustong mag-enjoy. Okay? The President IIA Northern Batangas Chapter, Engineer Ralph A. Alday. Are you here? Good morning, sir. You're welcome. Yung mga taga, Northern Batangas delegates. Ini? Taas yung mga kamay ninyo. Mahiyain. Okay. Engineer Minandro R. Lim, President IIA Northern Cavite Chapter. Welcome, sir. Taga Northern Cavite. You're welcome. Palakpakan natin sila. Ang dami nila. You're welcome. The President IIE Northern Laguna Chapter, Engineer Alison A. Alfeche. Okay. Good morning, sir. And his delegates, Northern Laguna. Tayo. Palakpakan po natin sila. You're welcome. The President IIE Northern Quezon Chapter, Engineer Miller P. Gonzalez. Sir, welcome. Any delegates from Northern Quezon? Meron po ba? Yun! Let's palakpakan po natin sila. You're all welcome. The President, IIA Occidental Mindoro Chapter, Engineer Abigail In Gonzalez. Are you here, ma'am? Good morning. Any delegates from Mindoro? Wala. Solo si ma'am. Wala kang escort, ma'am. Of course, the President IIEE Quezon Chapter, Engineer Raul P. Santuala. Good morning, sir. Delegates from the Quezon Chapter. Sir, pakitayo. Oh, good morning. Welcome po natin sila. Okay. President of IIEE Romblon Chapter, Engineer J. T. Oliveros. Are you here? Oh, it's not around. The President, IIEE Southern Cavite Chapter, Professor Edmundo G. Prias. Oh, good morning, sir. Any delegates from Southern Cavite? Oh, siguro. Oh, yeah. Palakpakan po natin. Yun pa, baka may hahabol pa doon. Okay, good morning. You're welcome. The President, IIEE Southern Laguna Chapter, Engineer Nathan E. Sitiar. Are you here, sir? It's not around. Engineer Jason Bersabal, President IIEE Southern Palawan Chapter. Yun, yung ating mga kasama. Good morning, sir. See you sa September 30. Sinong gusto sa September 30, meron po tayong annual sa Southern Palawan. Thank you, sir. Any Southern Palawan members? Yun. Wow, ang dami. Okay, good morning and welcome. The President IIEE Southern Quezon Chapter, Engineer Gerald P. Bautista. Oh, nandito. Sir, bakit tayo? Any delegates from Southern Quezon? Yun. Good morning, sir. Welcome. The President IIEE Western Batangas Chapter, Engineer George L. Lagos Jr. Oh, he's not around. But extend po natin ang ating welcome sa kanya. The President IIEE Western Cavite Chapter, Engineer Ernick R. Romen. Good morning, sir. Any delegates from Western Cavite? Okay. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Now, we would like also to acknowledge, of course, our former regional governors. First on the list is, of course, our friend, Engineer Florencio D. Beringel, 2010 Governor, sir. Good morning. You are welcome. And the beautiful, my friend, Engineer Roslyn C. Rocio, 2011 Governor. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome. And one of also my friend, Engineer Josephine F. Halvin, 2012 Governor. Good morning. You are welcome. Probably it's not around because I don't see him. Engineer Elmer O. Casal, 2014 Governor. Engineer Maria Josenia R. Bautro, I think he's not also around. 2018 Governor. And Engineer Jedper De Castro. Engineer Jeffrey T. Tantoko, 2021 Governor. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. Welcome to Palawan. And the Board of Electrical Engineering, but I don't see anyone, but we would like to welcome them. The Honorable Francis Mapili, the chairman, and Honorable Jaime Mendoza, the member. I think virtual lang po yata siguro sila. Welcome, sir. The Council of former National Presidents, first on the list is Engineer Larry C. Cruz, 2016 National President. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Welcome to Palawan. 2020 National President, Engineer Rodrigo T. Picolera. I think he's not around also. Good morning. Engineer Alan P. T. Alvarez, 2021 National President. Good morning, sir. You're welcome to Palawan. Our regional governors, Engineer Francisco P. Pontanilla III, Governor IIEE Northern Luzon Region. He's not around. Engineer Wody G. Irama, Governor IIEE Central Luzon Region. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Palawan. Engineer Orville John M. Borrega, Governor IIEE Metro Manila Region. Good morning, sir. You are welcome to Palawan. Engineer Alexis O. Olila, Governor IIEE Bicol Region. Good morning. Welcome po, sir. Engineer Neil P. De Guzman, Governor IIEE Western Visayas Region. Well, lakas-lakasan po natin ng palakpak. Gutom na ba kayo? Lakas-lakas po natin ng palakpak. Ha? Ito po yung mga galing nating mga governors. Engineer Brian E. A. Pasilan, Governor IIEE Eastern and Central Visayas Region. Good morning, sir. Welcome po. Engineer Sandro R. Villarosa, Governor, IIA Northern Mindanao Region. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Engineer Edgar E. Ebuen, Governor, IIA Southern Mindanao Region. Good morning and welcome. Engineer Alexander D. Co, Governor, IIA Western Mindanao Region. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your presence. Engineer Jerin B. Talam, Governor IIEE Foreign Region. Virtual daw, mamaya siguro makikita natin. Now, the national officers, we would like, of course, to acknowledge the presence of our national auditor, Engineer Florego C. Barona. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Palawan. More palakpak. Engineer Catalino Arana, National Treasurer. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Palawan. We would also like to acknowledge Engineer Esperanza A. Collado. I think she's the National Secretary. Engineer Ramon Is Gatchalla, National VP Technical Affairs. Good morning, sir. You're welcome. I would like also to present Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, National VP External Affairs. Nakita ko sa nakaraan. Okay. Engineer Lyndon R. Bagay, National VP Internal Affairs. Good morning, sir. Welcome. Auditor. Wala. Okay. And of course, again, the host chapters, I would like to thank you and you are welcome. To those who are not mentioned, but you are here, you are welcome to this regional conference, Southern Luzon. And I would like to enjoy everyone. I hope you will learn from this, bihira na po yung makabalik tayo, but we would like to thank God that we are here again. Of course, our president, first, of course, our governors, IE Southern Luzon Region, my friend also, Engineer Adrian L. Rey. And last but not the least, of course, our national president, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III. Good morning, sir, and welcome. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Thank you, Engineer Cesar Joseph R. Baloloy, and once again, welcome to Palawan. Now, let us welcome again the Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Rey, for his message.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Palawan. Alam nyo, magtatagalog na lang ako kasi gusto ko talaga iparating sa inyo yung taos-pusong pasasalamat ko na kayo ay pumunta dito. Alam namin na napakalayo ng Palawan and we are very honored na sinamahan ninyo kami and talagang tatanawin namin malaking utang na loob to sa inyo. This is one of the highlights, sabihin na natin, highlights ng Palawan chapter for this year, maybe even for the past years namin to have this regional conference at kasama po namin kayong lahat. We appreciate all the chapters participating, yung mga nandito po sa venue natin, also in Zoom. Talaga naman pong full support po yung ating Southern Luzon region. So maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. And I would like to acknowledge our national officers, my fellow board of regional governors, our former regional governors from Southern Luzon region, the chapter presidents, the officers of Palawan chapter, ating pong mga sponsors, guests, yung ating pong mga chapter officers na nandito, na talaga naman pong bumiyahe pa para lang pumunta sa Palawan. And of course, yung atin pong host chapter president, Engineer Joel Conde. Alam niyo po yung Tara na sa Palawan na aming ginagamit tuwing kami po ay nagka-campaign para sa event na to. Hindi po to nabuo ngayong taon lang, no? Last year pa lang po talagang pinaghahandaan na namin. And it was December when we conducted our first meeting to prepare for this regional conference. December pa lang po nagbi-meeting na kami because we are all excited na mag-host at makasama po namin kayong lahat. So, nagpapasalamat po kami, lalong-lalo na po itong lahat ng aming mga officers na sinamahan ninyo kami. So, yung atin pong Tara na sa Palawan, actually, January 2 pa lang po nagka-campaign na tayo. Kasi gusto po namin na nandito kayo. And during our planning, this is actually the image that we are thinking of. Yung nandito kayo, kasama namin kayong lahat. Yung ating pong mga chapters from Southern Luzon region. Also, yung ating pong mga participants coming from chapters outside SLR, meron din po tayo dito. I know we also have participants coming all the way from Visayas, Northern Luzon, and Central Luzon joining us today. So talaga naman pong maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ito po yung SLR family na sinasabi natin, no? Kahit gaano kalayo, mararating natin, no, yung ating pong mga kasama. And I am very proud to announce to everyone na yung SLR family po ay mas lalaki pa. Sa tulong na rin po ng ating mga Board of Governors, yesterday po, na-approve na po yung ating pong pinakahihintay, no? Yung SLR po is composed of 18 chapters. And yesterday, na-approve na po yung ating interim Oriental Mindoro chapter. So SLR now is composed of 19 chapters. Nasa Zoom po yung ating mga members from Oriental Mindoro. I know that they are very happy. Kanina ko lang po na ibalita kasi talagang ang dami pong ginagawa kahapon after the board meeting. Minessage ko po muna yung Occidental Mindoro last night para ibalita na meron na tayong Oriental Mindoro. And just this morning, nasasabi ko po sa Oriental Mindoro na interim chapter na po sila officially. So we are happy and I would like to welcome them. No? Palakpakan po natin yung mga kasama natin sa Oriental Mindoro. And of course, salamat po sa mga kasama natin sa Board of Governors sa suportang ipinakita. Marami pong mga activities na inihanda yung Palawan chapter for this regional conference. And talaga naman pong gusto namin na mag-enjoy kayo. So bukas po, after our closing ceremony, we will be having our Grand Fellowship Night. So we are inviting everyone to be part of this once in a lifetime siguro sa ngayon. Since we are also celebrating our 25th anniversary ng Palawan chapter. So nandito po yung ating mga former presidents po ng Palawan chapter. Nandito po sila. I would like to acknowledge po si Engineer Res Contribida. Yan. Engineer Edgardo Antonio. Engineer Louis Ragas. And of course, yung atin pong mga current chapter president, officers. Hindi ko makita. Hindi ko makita. Sino po? Yung first president po. Si Engineer Silito Cruz po, our first president. Sorry po, hindi ko po makita. And it's my first time po to meet our first president. So, sir, thank you po for joining us, no, this regional conference. And I would like to acknowledge po former President Cesar Baloloy, former President Aladin Cruz, former President Joseph J. Acon. Acknowledge ko na. So, mula po sa Palawan chapter, we are very happy to have you to be part of this 22nd Regional Conference and to be part of the 25th celebration ng IIEE Palawan chapter. So muli po, magandang umaga and maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Yes, indeed. We are all delighted po that you're here in our beautiful island. Thank you once again, Gov. And now to give his message, our pleasure to call on the national president and our guest speaker, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III.
Thank you, Ma'am MC. To our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering, our B Chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mapili, and Member Honorable Jaime B. Mendoza. To our Council of former National Presidents, chaired by Sir Jules Alcantara, who are joining us virtually. And of course, hindi ko palalampasin ito, nandito face-to-face ang ating 2016 National President, Engineer Larry Cruz. Ano po? Palakpakan naman natin si Sir Larry sa support niya. And virtually also, nandun si Sir Dinky Dumok and my 2017 President, Joby Panhilason. Thank you very much, sirs. Our former regional governors, di ko rin palalampasin kasi nandito sila face-to-face. Si Gov Jeff and Gov Broslyn, Gov Bong, and Gov Josed. So maraming salamat sa support ninyo. Lahat ng chapter officers, napakarami. Na-miss ko itong mga officers na ito. So napakarami ninyo. So 18 plus 1, 19 na tayo. Lumampas na Sir Josen sa Golf Hall 19. Mahirap na yon. Okay. To my fellow Board of Governors, to our immediate past President, Engineer Alan Anthony P. Alvarez, to the Palawan chapter officers, nandun sila, napakagwapo. Of course, headed by your President, Engineer Joel L. Conde, and your Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Adrian L. Rey, napakabata pero very energetic itong regional governor nyo. Napakaswerte nyo kasi actually December pa, pinaplano na itong conference nyo. Tara na sa Palawan and one IIEE in Palawan. Palakpakan naman natin si Governor. To my beloved IIEE members who are present virtually and physically, partners, mga CSC, ladies and gentlemen, electrifying morning to everyone. I'm really pleased to be standing right before you in this beautiful day as we witness this much awaited 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference in the country's last frontier, Palawan. Truly grateful to be back in this fascinating, beautiful province where I am inspired by the resilience of the people recovering fully from the devastation of the last year's Typhoon Odette. Actually, pagkatapos po ng typhoon, kami po yung unang eroplano na lumapag dito sa Palawan last December. And siyempre, hindi alam ng LGU kaya medyo matagal po kami sa airport noon. Kasi mayroon po tayong project na gagawin dito. So, kinausap ko yung crew, pwede ba ibalik nyo na kami sa Manila? Kasi walang communication, walang tubig, walang kuryente nung nandito po kami. So almost 2 days, naghanap yung misis ko, hindi ako mahanap. So tinawagan yung staff sa IIE, hindi raw kami mahanap. So nagkaroon po kami ng mga solar lightings projects na nag-distribute dun sa devastated area. So napakahirap talaga ng Palawan during that time kasi maraming mga poste, maraming mga bahay na natumba. But nagkaroon pa rin kami ng mga activities, yung oath-taking ng mga BODs ng Palawan and then yung solar lightings. Truly, by God's grace, we are here today united and gathered once again on this momentous event. IIEE have experienced one of the greatest challenges over the past 2 years. By the grit and perseverance, the Southern Luzon region yielded its leadership and membership services to greater heights, empowering our members in the most profound way, really in the new normal. I am certain that this will spur a meaningful regional conference with all the programs aligned as it serves as a platform to gather, share professional experiences and knowledge of the recent technological advancement, innovations, and best practices that will ensure stimulating and rewarding experience to our electrical practitioners. As the host chapter, IIE Palawan continues to strive for professional excellence and efficient services to our members. My warmest and sincerest gratitude to the men and women behind for the dedication and unwavering support to our beloved organization and for simply making this event possible. Let us all enjoy the beauty of Palawan and the warmth of its people and the memories we will make as one. One SLR, one IIE in Palawan. So I just would like to really campaign for our chapter E voting ano po sa lahat ng chapter. So hopefully lahat po tayo ay makakaboto this year at mas marami po yung buboto sa national level. So last year we are only 20% on the 60 strong members of the IIE. That's equivalent to almost 11,000. Hopefully this year 50% sa ating mga members ay boboto. So this chapter E voting on the chapter level, sana po suportahan and magkaroon ng mas maraming voters at mas mapili kung sino po talaga yung gusto mag-serve sa ating organization. This is now the 9th conference for the year. And of course, I just would like to invite you all on our 47th annual national convention that will be on November 7 to 12. I'm really very happy to announce that yung hall 2, 3, and 4, nakuha na po lahat yung slot ng ating mga exhibitors. So, kailangan na lang po natin na mayroong audience face-to-face. So, really, I would like to invite you all to attend face-to-face po tayo sa SMX Mall of Asia on November 7 to 12. So, with that, congratulations, Southern Luzon Region. Bind us together, bind us forever, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, for the electrifying and warm message. Before anything else, the IIEE Palawan chapter would like to award a plaque of appreciation to our guest speaker, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, to be handed by our chapter president, Engineer Joel L. Conde, together with the Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Rey.
This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to President Feliciano F. Padua III for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Signed by Engineer Adrian L. Ray, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. At this juncture, let us hear a message from the 3rd District Congressman of Palawan. Let us welcome Honorable Edward S. Hagidorn.
Isang mapagpala at makalikasang araw po sa inyo lahat, to all the officers, men and women of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Southern Luzon and Palawan Chapter. Mabuhay po kayo. At the outset, allow me to congratulate Engineer Adrian Ray, Governor of Southern Luzon Region, for conducting this 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference here in Puerto Princesa City, my district. And likewise, I would like to congratulate Engineer Joel Conde, President of Palawan Chapter, for hosting this event after 8 long years of waiting. Seeing people and events like this stir up the hope in us that as we join together as partners through passion and commitment, we will be able to rise above adversity with the continued support of our industrious electrical engineers who play a major role in creating synergy between industries. We can foresee a positive outcome that will eventually elevate the lives of our countrymen on the road to recovery. Noong nakaraang bagyong Odette, higit nating naramdaman ang kahalagahan ng mga manggagawa tulad ng mga electrical engineers sa sektor ng enerhiya. Isang linggong nawala ng supply ng kuryente at doon po natin nasubukan at nakita ang commitment at passion ng mga electrical engineers sa po ng mga manggagawa, mga linemen, engineers, electrician at mga staff upang maglingkod sa ating bayan at tumulong sa panahon ng kagipitan. Kaya sana sa pamamagitan ng Southern Luzon Regional Conference na ito ay lalo po natin mapagtibay ang ating partnership, ang ating pagtutulungan na magkaisa para sa muling pagbangon ng ating bayan. I sincerely look forward sa patuloy na pagiging magkabalikat natin in serving our people. Cheers to a new kind of leadership. Mabuhay po kayo, maraming salamat, and welcome to Puerto Princesa.
Thank you once again to the 3rd District Congressman of Palawan, Honorable Edward S. Hagidorn. Now, before we start with our jam-packed topics for today, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the following sponsors of this event.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Jason at kasama ko po ngayon si Omni.fm and we would like to welcome you all sa best island in the world, Palawan. ito yung isa po ulit original song. Sana po ay magustuhan nyo. Para sa kanina Palawan. So ngayon, para naman sa Pilipinas. This song is called Pili. Nais kong maranasan pansamantalang kapayapaan. Kailan ko ba masisilayan ang lupang aking pinagmulan? Sana ay mapapagyan ang hiling ng isang tulad kong balikbayan. Di ba man ang aking kinagasan, nasa iyo pa rin ang tunay na kalayaan. Sinisigaw ng aking puso, dumadaloy sa aking ugat ang dugo ng isang tunay at makabayan na Pilipino. Kailan ko ba matitikmang muli ang alat ng dagat at simoy ng sariwang hangin? O kailan ba matitikmang muli ang saya, kulay ng kulturang sariling atin? Sana ay mapagbigyan ang hiling ng isang nangungulilang balikbayan. Iba man ang aking kinagisnan, nasa iyo pa rin ang tunay na kalayaan. Sinisigaw ng aking puso, dumadaloy sa aking ugat ang dugo ng isang tunay at makabayan na Pilipino. Pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko. Iba man ang aking kinagisnan, nasa iyo pa rin ang tunay na kalayaan. Sinisigaw ng aking puso, dumadaloy sa aking ugat ang dugo ng isang tunay at makabayan na Pilipino. Pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Ako'y Pilipino, pipiliin ko, Pilipinas ko, di ka isusuko. Salamat po.
Mike. Wow, that was truly enticing. Thank you so much for that wonderful intermission, Miss Jason Cruz. And now a reminder to our speaker that you only have 1 hour to discuss your presentation. And if you hear this sound, it is a reminder that you only have 10 minutes left. Now for the highlight of our program. Our first topic will be the IIE membership update, to be presented by the IIE membership department head, Ms. Alma Larce. Let's give her a round of applause.
Kindly hand it to Argo. Hand na lang kay Argo. Kay Argo.
Pwede ka naman.
Hindi, dito lang. Oh, ganyan. Yeah, tapos ito lang i-next. Oo, meron ako.
To those who haven't registered yet, our officers will be distributing registration forms to your table. For those who haven't paid yet, the registration fee will be collected at the entrance. Thank you.
Mic test, mic test. Oh. Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for having me, IIE Southern Luzon Region. And to Sir Gov Adrian, thank you very much for having membership department here in your conference. With me is, via Zoom, is my colleague po sa membership department, si Miss Monique, si Miss Thea, and si Miss Carla to back up us, no? Pag meron po kayong question mamaya. So to start with, my presentation is about IIE membership upgrade and benefits. So ito naman po ay munting paalala lamang mula sa amin po, no, sa National Office. Yun. To start with, my presentation overview, this presentation wishes to inform the general membership on the latest update regarding one, yung ating 2020 approved IIECBL Article 3 membership grade classification. Number 2, introduction and navigational presentation of the newly enhanced IIE portal, including IIE UID, ECOGS, CPD, and casting of e-ballots. And also in this presentation is the special features for chapter president. Number 3, presentation of membership benefits. And number 4, presentation of tasks and committee assigned to membership department and other department in IIEE National Office para naman po inyong makilala, no, ang iba pang departamento sa loob ng IIEE National Office. So as mentioned, yung ating 2020 approved IICBL Article 3 membership grade classification, the membership of the institute shall consist of licensed and non-licensed members. As follows, Section 1, they are the licensed members. So 1.1, itong regular members natin, they are composed of professional electrical engineers, registered electrical engineers, and registered master electricians, who have fulfilled the membership requirements. So ang pinaka-requirements po niyan is yung ating license po from PRC. So kung napapansin niyo po, dati yung ating mga RME, ang tawag sa kanila ay associate member. Ngayon po sila na rin po ay tatawaging regular member po ng IIEE. So yan po ay 3 years na membership po. Ano po? So number 2 po sa ating membership classification is yung life members. They are regular members in good standing and reputation who have fulfilled the requirements of a life members. So ano po yung requirements pag nag-apply ng life members, no? So baka po kayo ay naabot niyo na yung 12 years active membership prior to the application ng lifetime, no? Huwag pong kaliputan, pwede na po kayo mag-apply for lifetime membership. Number 2, endorsement po from the chapter president para naman kilala po ng ating mga chapter president kung sino yung nagpapa-lifetime sa kanila. And number 3, mga copies po ng ID kung naitabi pa, sana naitabi pa. And number 4, yung copies po ng PRC ID. So lahat po yan, i-email nyo lang po sa amin sa membership department kung kayo po ay mag-a-apply for life membership. Number 3, 1.3 ng ating membership grade, senior membership. A senior member shall required experience reflecting the professional maturity. Now, to upgrade to senior members, the qualification are as follows. So, tapos na po ngayong taon ang pag-apply for senior membership, pero yearly naman po yan. Huwag kalimutan din doon sa mga pwede nang mag-apply or mag-upgrade for senior member. Number 1, shall be a life member. Number 2, shall exemplify a significant performance as a life member of the Institute for at least 5 years. Number 3, the Board of Governors shall establish the mandatory guidelines of this purpose. Meron na po tayong guidelines actually na sinusunod po. No? Ito po yung mga guidelines natin. By the way, ang senior membership po, ang committee po nila is under po sila ng Selection and Awards Committee. So as mentioned, nagtapos na po ang deadline ng June 30. Ito po ay ina-award during opening ng ating ANC. So sa kabutihang palad, no, tayo po ay magkakaroon ng face-to-face na ANC. So paano po ba mag-apply ng senior membership? The candidate for senior member shall meet the following minimum requirements. Must be a holder of BSEE, no, electrical awarded by the School of Engineering with a recognized electrical engineering program. Must be an IIEE life member for at least 5 years at the time of application, with at least 10 years of active professional practice in the field of professional engineering, and shall show significant performance for at least 7 years and more or the following field. No? Kung kayo ay nasa construction, consultancy, design, education, operation maintenance, research and development, management, and marketing. So again, kung hindi man po naka-apply ngayong taon, pwede po yan next year. So ano po yung mga requirements? So meron po tayong pinapadalang form, no, sa mga chapter president para kanyang maipamigay sa kanyang member. Although yan naman po ay nakapost po sa ating website. And then reference form po, fill upan nyo po yun ng kakilala nyo pong 3 senior member, and then updated CV and with attachment, no? And then yung attachment niyan, yung life members na ID, employment certificate, saka mga seminars attended. So once the complete application form is, so i-email niyo po sa national office, and then the selection and award will evaluate your paper. And then successful candidate will be elected to the grade of senior members as approved by the Board of Governors. So as mentioned, ang senior membership po ay ina-award during sa opening po ng ating ANC. So another 1.4 ng ating membership classification is yung grade of fellow. They are senior members who have qualified and have been conferred the distinction as fellow by the Board of Governors. The distinction of fellow recognizes the exceptional contribution and dedication to the electrical engineering profession. So ito po ay hindi ina-apply. So kayo po ang hahanapin ng College of Fellow Committee, no, para mapabilang sa kanila as member of College of Fellow. And then ito po naman ay ina-award during sa closing po ng ating ANC. Ayan po. And then meron din po tayong non-licensed member, no? Number 1, sila yung mga honorary member. They're a commendable individual withstanding a non-electrical professional whose contribution to the welfare and advancement of the Institute is exemplary, shall be conferred honorary membership in accordance with the guidelines established by the Board of Governors. So sa ating record, ang ating pong IIEE honorary member is yung former chairman po ng PRC, si Honorable Hermogenes P. Pobre. So another non-licensed membership, nandiyan pa rin po yung auxiliary members. They are non-licensed BSEE and BS Electrical Technology graduates who manifested a remarkable interest in the objectives and activities of the Institute and who have complied with membership requirements. So ang pinaka-requirements po, kung kayo ay mag-a-apply ng auxiliary member, ito po ay yung inyong diploma ng BSEE or BS Electrical Technology. So nandyan pa rin po ang ating student membership, no, mga CSC. So thankful tayo, marami dito sa Palawan State University nag-a-assist sa atin mga CSC. So electrical engineering and technology students who are currently enrolled in a recognized engineering institute in the Philippines and duly fulfilled the membership requirements. So pinaka-requirement is enroll sa school po as BSEE or BS Electrical Technology. So ito naman po yung ating IA portal. Sana po inyo nang na-open, no? Sana po inyo nang nabisita ang ating IA portal. Sa baba po niya, nandiyan po yung link. Sana po alam nyo ang inyong username at password para madaling mag-transact sa ating online, IA online transaction. Yan. Ito naman pong isang link is yung para doon sa ating mga bagong member, no, sa mga bagong pasa. Binibigyan natin nila ng link na ito para sila ay mag-register dito sa ating portal account. So, syempre, sample na natin yung ating mahal na Governor, Sir Adrian. So, pag nag-open po ng portal account, huwag pong kalimutan i-update po, no, ang loob ng portal. So, isama niyo po yung field of specialization kasi ito po ay gagamitin naman ng specialization committee para alam po nila kung saan na ba nabibilang ang ating mga members po. Yan. And then, huwag din kalimutan, pag nag-renew po kayo ng license, i-update nyo rin po ang inyong license information or validity date doon sa loob ng inyong portal account. Yan. So, ang maraming questions sa amin, no? Paano ba i-upload yung PRC? Kasi kung napapansin nyo, pag bagong pasa, wala pa silang, hindi namin nag-print ang kanilang ID, gawa ng wala pang. So, pero hinahabilin namin sa kanila na pag kayo ay may PRC card na, i-update nyo ang inyong portal account para kami ay maprintan kayo ng inyong ID. So, kung ang gamit nyo po ay cellphone, so i-click nyo lang po yung navigational side para mag-open po yung field para sa ating PRC information. Kung ang gamit nyo naman po is yung desktop, so i-click nyo lang po yung PRC, no? Mag-o-open po siya. So lahat ng may bilog po dyan, paki-update po. Yan. So balik tayo doon. So paano naman makita yung CPD points ko? So doon po sa inyong portal account, i-click nyo po yung binilugan ko po, no, CPD points. So pag-click nyo po dyan, makikita nyo po yung mga na-attendan nyo po na 2021 activities po ay nasa portal nyo na. Kung wala man po, sabihan nyo lang po kami para magpapa-assist po tayo sa ating IT officer, si Sir SJ, para i-trace niya po at ma-upload niya sa inyong portal account. So nandyan po yung date, yung time, yung program na inyong na-attendan, at saka yung total earn, makikita nyo po lahat yan. And then meron pong icon dyan na printer, i-click nyo lang po yan para inyong, in case magpapaprint na kayo ng inyong PRC card. So sample po natin, yung pag-attend ni Sir ng Davao Mid-Year Conference. So yan po mismo ay nakukuha sa inyong portal account. Inyong ipiprint at i-attach nyo po doon sa inyong PRC undertaking form. So ito naman po yung ating memo circular, no? Actually, last year pa ito. Sinasabihan natin ng PRC, no, na ang ating nila pong gagamitin is yung COGS na may QR code, no. So kung dati nag-i-issue ang chapter, no, ng kulay yellow na COGS, so invalid na po 'yun. Ito na po yung ating gagamiting bagong COGS with QR code. So next po, sample naman natin, yung latest sample. Actually, kare-revise lang po nito, no? Dinagdag lang po natin dito yung validity po ng COGS, tsaka yung pong hanggang kailan ba ang yung membership. Nandyan po sa baba. So just the same, ito po ay, pag kayo po nag-request ng COGS, kayo po ang magpiprint, no? Kasi yung iba po, tinatanong nila, kailan niyo po ba i-email sa amin yung aming COGS? Ang COGS po ay hindi po yun ini-email ng staff. Yan po ay da-download at kayo na rin na mag-print at i-attach nyo po sa inyong PRC undertaking form. Yan. Ito naman po yung ating memo circular, no, na sinasabi dito. Sana ang kukuha ng COGS ay mag-attend, maging active naman sa mga activities po ng IIE. So hindi naman siya masyadong mahigpit pero pinapaalala lang ng ating mahal na presidente, Sir Jojo Padua, na maging active ang member natin bago kumuha naman ng COGS. Kung nakakuha man ng COGS, sana maalala niyang bumalik sa IIE para maging mag-attend ng mga seminars, mga GMM. Ganyan po. So ito naman po, no, yung bago talaga at Certificate of Good Standing. Paano ba kumuha? Lalo na yung nasa PRC na pero nagmamadaling makakuha ng COGS. Ayan po. Ito po yung guide niya. So again, huwag niyo pong kalimutan ang yung username at password na ginagamit sa IIEE para madali pong mag-transact. Yun. Huwag niyo pong lalagyan ng gwapo ako ang username kasi nakikita ko po yun, tapos nakakalimutan nyo naman. So sayang naman kagwapuhan nyo, malilimutin kayo. Ayun. So sana wag kalimutan. And then, wag kalimutan, ma'am, nakalimutan ko ang aking username. Ano po bang apelyido niyo, sir? Peligro daw. So tinignan ko yung username, nilagay niya, dangerous. O, diba? Nakalimutan din niyang ka-English ng kanyang apelyido. So yun po, wag lang pong kalimutan para madaling mag-transact sa IIEE online. So dito po, no, saan naman siya nakikita? So step 2 lang po, online request. Click nyo lang po yung COGS and then i-click nyo po yung add request para makita po siya ng mga staff po na nagpa-process. Yan, so, ang atong COGS po, so kailangan po siya ng approval po ng chapter president, no? So sana po kung kayo po ay magre-renew na ng license next month, sana po ngayon ay makakuha na kayo ng COGS para hindi na po kayo nagmamadaling kumuha ng COGS po, no? Yan naman ay pag na-request nyo na, siguro naman after 1 month natag na yan ng ating national office po. Ano po? So once po na approve ng chapter president, mag-iilaw na po yung payment button para kayo po ay magbayad na. And then once po nag-paid yan, ganyan po ang process niya, no? I-click nyo po yung online Dragon Pay, tsaka yung complete the purchase para po lumabas yung transaction number 3, yung Dragon Pay, kung ano po yung pipiliin yung Dragon Pay partner. And then special note po, dapat po ang gamitin natin ay Google Chrome po na browser para makita nyo po yung buong procedure po sa pag-request ng COGS. So once po bayad na, mag-i-email naman sa inyo ang Dragon Pay, no? Pag success po yung transaction, that's the time po na ang membership department ay itatag naman po ang inyong mga COGS para ito ay inyo nang ma-print po. Yan. Paano naman i-print ang COGS? Balik lang po doon kayo sa inyong online request, hanapin nyo lang po yung icon ng COGS, and then i-download at i-print. As mentioned, pwede na po siyang ma-attach sa inyong PRC undertaking form kung kayo po ay magpapaprint na ng inyong PRC card. So ito naman po yung ating IAEID, no? Sana meron na kayo nito para sa darating na ANC, hindi na tayo mahirapang magpapila para sa attendance, no? Ano bang dahilan kung bakit ang member hindi nakakakuha ng ID? Number 1, meron tayong issue na binabalik ng LBC sa atin dahil hindi makita yung inyong bahay. Number 2, walang picture yung kanilang profile, no? Meron naman tayong tinatawag na seasonal photo. Ang nilalagay diyan is kung ano yung halimbawa summer, so family picture nung nasa Boracay sila nandiyan. So hindi po namin yan ipiprint ha, dapat po ang ilagay niyo diyang ID is yung pang-ID talaga, 1 by 1 na white background para madaling ma-print. Number 3, bakit hindi napiprint, no? Walang license information ang kanyang portal account. No, shout out ko sa mga bagong pasa. Kung kayo po ay naka-register na at may PRC card na, so balikan niyo po ang inyong portal account, no, at lagyan ng PRC information, and then para po ma-print ang inyong mga ID at mapa-LBC po sa inyo. So ito naman po yung ating IIEE e-ballot, no? So darating na September, mag-o-open na ito, no? September hanggang November, para makapagboto po kayo ng ating set of 2023 officers po, no, ng national. So huwag kalimutan, as mentioned, sana po ay magboto po kayo. Yan, nasa portal account naman po yan. So lahat po yan, ang aking mga na-mention ay nasa loob naman po ng ating IIE website. I-click nyo lang po yung FAQ. So lalabas po lahat ng mga tanong nyo po regarding sa pag-process ng online, pag-process din ng PRC, no? Sinama na rin natin dyan. Renewal sa new board passer, sa membership change chapter. So halimbawa, lilipat ng ibang chapter, so nandyan din po ang process, and then application po ng COGS, no, pag-request. And then sa mga chapter officers, no, kung ano yung mga requirements sa pag-apply ng pa-seminar na may CPD. Ayan po. So as mentioned, ito po yung ating special features for chapter president. So nakikita niya po yung kanyang mga active at inactive members. So nakikita rin niya kung sino yung nagre-request po ng COGS. Yon, para kanyang i-approve. No, kasi hindi po yan sila makakabayad ng ating members kung hindi na-approve ng chapter president. So ano naman po yung mga IAE benefits? So as mentioned, ito po ay munting paalala lamang mula sa amin po sa national office. No? So nandyan pa rin po yung pre-subscription ng magazine. So ito ay electronic copy na. Nasa website naman po ito ng IIE. Letter B, discounts on books and merchandise. Letter C, free tsaka discount po ng ating technical seminars, convention registration. And number D, letter D, free use po ng IIA facilities. So, ang facility po natin sa National Office is yung ating library. So kung makabisita po kayo doon, nandun po yung mga libro galing sa PRC, yung mga TER, no, binibigay sa atin ng PRC para maskan ng ating mga members na mga PE aspirant. Letter E, mga job placements. So may mga company pong nagbibigay ng mga opening nila, then pinopost po natin sa IIE National Office. Letter F, Technical Information Assistance. So dito malakas yung PE mentoring, no? Congratulations sa ating SLR family. Malakas sila sa pag-assist ng kanilang members to PE mentoring. Letter G, yung Certification of Asian, APEC, tsaka ACPER. So kung kayo po ay mag-a-apply sa mga registry na yan, so mag-request lang po kayo ng certificate sa amin para additional attachment nyo po sa inyong application. Letter H, yung death benefit. So ingat-ingat po, ito po ay hindi kinukuha ng advance. No? Ingat po tayong lahat. Letter I, yung medical assistance. So membership department, ano naman po yung mga tasks na nasa membership department. So sa amin po yung processing ng ID, ng COGS, and then nagbe-verify po, no, sa membership department. Kasi minsan hindi na niya maalala na lifetime pala siya. Yun, mag-a-apply ng regular. Yun. Pwede po kayo magpa-verify sa amin. Tsaka kami rin po ang nag-i-issue ng username at password. I-email nyo lang po kami. Letter number 3, yung chapter remittances. Although ito ay lahat ng chapter ay ini-encourage na ipagamit sa member yung online. So meron pa naman paunti-unti na lang chapter remittance. So lahat po yan ay napupunta muna sa membership department. Number 4, PRC renewal assistance. So sa mga ano naman ito, yung nagpapa-assist sa atin, yung mga members natin abroad. Number 5, PRC initial registration assistance. So as mentioned, karamihan sa nagpapa-assist sa atin dito yung ating mga members abroad po, no? Pag bagong pasa sila na hindi sila nakakauwi, so pinapa-process po sa membership department. Number 6, baka po may kakilala pa kayong assistant pa, yung mga assistant EE pa, yung kanilang mga cards, so pwede pa pong ipa-convert to REE. Number 7, sa amin po pina-process ang death benefit saka medical assistance. So, committee naman po na-assign sa membership department, na as mentioned, yung Selection and Awards Committee, Chairman Engineer Elmer O. Casaw. So, dito po yung bid for most outstanding EE, bid for most outstanding RME, bid for PRC outstanding EE, most outstanding chapter, tsaka senior membership upgrade. So as mentioned, kung hindi man po makahabol ngayon, pwede po next year. Yan po. Another committee assigned po sa membership department is yung College of Fellow. No? Aming po chairman, si Engineer Fortunato C. Laines. Number 3, yung AAPER. No? Si Engineer Dr. Florgo C. Barona, CSC. Sa mga estudyante naman po ito, Chairman Engineer Herafina C. de Guzman. Number 5, itong Oplan de Gitab, si Engineer Vincent F. Pelago. Ito yung nagsisilbing IIE Corporate Social Responsibility. And number 6, ang ating MCDC, ang ating chairman po, si Engineer Rolito C. Gualvez. So, ito naman po. So, paano ba magpa-assist ang members sa amin para kami ay makaklaim ng inyong PRC cards? So, number 1, ipapadala nyo sa amin yung PRC undertaking form po, no, na bayad na. So, kung hindi pa po kayo naka-online o hindi pa familiar sa pag-online ng PRC renewal, punta lang po kayo sa PRC website po nila. Number 2, kailangan namin ng SPA. At so kung abroad naman. So kung local naman, pwede na SPA dito sa local po. No? Number 3, yung COGS dapat active po. Number 4, yung IA attended seminars and AASC. So lahat po yan, i-attach natin doon sa PRC undertaking nyo po para aming maklaim ang inyong PRC card. So ang venue lang po na pwede kaming mag-claim is yung PICC Pasay City. So ito naman po, nakunod again, no? Ingat-ingat, may COVID pa rin po. Paano naman po mag-claim ang aking family ng death benefit? So number 1, i-inform niyo po ang national office. Then padadalhan po namin yung family niyo ng form, pifill upan niyo nila at ibabalik sa amin kasama ng death certificate, membership ID kung meron pa po. Dapat hindi po expired. So kung dati kasi lifetime lang po ang binibigyan nito, ngayon po kahit regular members po, basta active ang membership, so meron pong death benefit po. And then beneficiary valid ID. Number 6, other permanent documents, no, such as marriage certificate, life certificate, tsaka mga affidavit. So sa awa naman ng Diyos, sa 16 years ko sa IIE, hindi pa naman ako inaway ng isang misis, no? Ba't mo binigay sa kaliwa, ay dapat pang kanan yan. Wala namang ganon. So, ibig sabihin, mababait naman ang ating mga members. Ano po? Yun po. So, for medical assistance naman po, mag-inform lang po kayo sa amin. Again, padadalhan po namin kayo ng medical assistance form. And then, i-email niyo po sa amin, no? Attachment po noon is yung medical certificate, medical prescription, tsaka yung valid po na IIID. So, ipapakilala ko po ang aking membership team, no? Ako, si Miss Carla, si Miss Thea, si Miss Monique, tsaka ang aming bago ngayon, si Miss Mabel. No? Kindly email us, especially dun sa username at password, follow-up ng ID, ganyan. So, you can email us po. So our overseer po, si Engineer Lyndon R. Bagay, our VP Internal Affairs. Siya din po ang mag-i-invite sa atin ngayong darating na ANC. Actually, open na po ang registration po ng ANC. No? Huwag pong kalimutang mag-attend. Ayan. So for other department, so marketing department po, ay publish books, yung mga PEC natin kung bibili po kayo. No? ay merchandise, ay magazine advertisement, magazine subscription, conference sponsorship, virtual event demo. Siya ang punong abala pag may conference. Shout out po kay Ma'am Mary Ann Gillian. Andyan. Siya po yung punong abala nag-a-assist po sa mga regional conferences. Yan. Ang kanila pong overseer, si Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, our VP External Affairs. So for technical department naman po, sa mga training, seminars, no, mga PRCCPD applications, no, kung gusto niyo po, no, sa ating mga mahal na chapter officers, kung gusto niyo po na ang inyong pa-seminar ay may CPD points, no, mag-inform, mag-email lang po kayo sa technical department. Please contact Ms. Yela Miraran. Actually, ang nag-aasikaso po niyan talaga, shout out din po kay Sir Oliver Palad, ang ating CPD boy. Ayan. Hi, sir. Ayun, ang overseer po ng technical department is si Engineer Ramon Zay Gatchalian, or VP Technical Affairs. So for Finance Department naman po, yan kasama ko ngayon dito si Ma'am Jenny Arada. So kung may concern po kayo ng mga resibo, especially nag-attend ng mga ANC, ganyan, company receipts, kailangan ng resibo. So please email po Ms. Jenny Arada po. Ang kanilang overseer, si Engineer Catalino Rania, our National Treasurer. So for admin and HR department naman po, for National Secretariat, please contact Ms. Mylene Yongson. Siya po yung head po ng admin and HR. And then ang overseer naman po namin doon si Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, si Ma'am Chi, National Secretary. And then for BEP application po, and then mga ACPE, ganyan, nandito rin kasama namin dito sa Palawan, si Ms. Rona Pojas, yan. Ang overseer po niya ay si Engineer Feliciano F. Padua, our National President. So ito naman po yung ating website. So sana nabisita nyo na rin po ang ating website. Ano po? So sa susunod na conference, tayo ay pupunta na ng Bicol. Tama ano? So sana makattend din po kayo sa amin sa Bicol. Yan. So kung meron po mga concern, no, pwede po kayong mag-email sa amin. Meron po sa pinakababa po ng ating website, meron po diyang ticketing. So ano po yung follow-up niyo po? Gusto niyo mapapaabot sa national office, mag-email lang po kayo through our website and then sa ticketing po. Sasagutin naman po yan ni Sir Elwood Perez. So kasama rin po natin dito si Sir Elwood. And then, so friendly Friendly reminder lang po, no? Especially sa mga chapter officers, kung may mga activity po ang chapter, huwag pong kalimutang i-share po sa national office para po yung mga photos nyo po na nakukuha o at bibigay sa national office ay ginagamit rin po natin kung tayo ay magbibid for most outstanding apo sa PRC. Thank you very much lang. Yan lang po ang aking presentation. Thank you very much po sa lahat.
Thank you, Ms. Alma Larce, for the inputs on the IIEE membership updates. Since it's already time, let's proceed to the presentation of certificate. May I call on the IIEE Palawan Chapter President Engineer Joel L. Conde to present the certificate to our first speaker. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Ms. Alma Larce for dedicating her time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery. Given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Signed by the Governor of Southern Luzon Region, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde. Once again, thank you, Ms. Alma Larce. Also, reminder po sa mga nagre-register and nagre-register pa lang na pakisulat po ang inyong full name. Maraming salamat po. For our next topic, I am delighted to call on the Chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineering to tackle the PRC Board of Electrical Engineering updates. A round of applause for Honorable Francis V. Mapile.
All right, thank you. The MC is a bit of a hurry, huh? Can you hear me loud and clear, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
All right, because I'm sorry that I really cannot see everyone. First of all, good morning to all. And I'd like to apologize for not coming over to the Palawan, to the region for the Southern Luzon Regional Conference because of some circumstances beyond our control. I have seek the permission from your regional governor, Adrian Ray, already, the Palawan and of course, through, I hopefully that this would be relayed to our Palawan chapter president, Joel Conde, and to all the other officers such as Cesar Baloloy, our internal, our external Joseph Abdon, the VP Tech Alex Pedrosa, our Secretary Chris Del, Cristel, apelido ni Cristel. Supapo, and our treasurer, Alan, Aladdin Cruz. Okay. How are you? Auditor, our Ferdinand Puntillas, and the rest of the BOD, Chope Cades, Suhili Bailon, Michael Rodriguez, Ian Valdez Tamon, and of course the 2021 President Joel L. Conde. I'd like to greet a very good morning also to our very active National President of IIEE. Let me check for a while. Jojo Padua, I'm sure he is here. He's always been part of all the regional conferences. Jojo, good morning to you. To all the regional governors, starting from Adrian Ray to our national officers, Lyndon Bague, John Herrera, Chi Collado, and the rest of the other, I'm sorry, I cannot see everyone. Okay, so allow me to start. Good morning to everyone and to all of those who are listening and tune in to our Zoom for the Southern Luzon Regional Conference. Allow me to start my report, the PRBE updates. Oliver, can you assist me on this? Would you like to share the screen, or I will have to share the screen? All right. Can you now see the screen, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is now our screen, no? All right. I just wanted to say that we had a lot of impact on the crisis during the past 2.5 years because even the economic slows us down because a lot of countries are on lockdown and resulted in a lot of corporations, small businesses, they halted production and etc. due to the concern of the health of the people. Okay, so during those period, we are into the what we call a VUCA world. Okay, next slide, please. Oliver. Okay, so next slide. So we call it a VUCA world, meaning a world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So this is presently what we call it, the pandemic world or the VUCA world. Next, please. All right. I have changed this already, but nonetheless, what we did is part of the things that the PRC has been doing is a computer-based licensure examination. But I'm not so sure if this is the... All right, and next slide, please. All right. Right now, I think this was discussed already by the membership committee. Also in the PRC, we have done online appointment system already. So if you're going to, there's an examination this coming September 3, 4, 5, and therefore there is now an ongoing application for examination. So that when you apply, you will be given a notice of admission so that you can have a face-to-face examination this coming September 2020 for about 11 regions, I think. Okay, so that is online already. Then we now also have a virtual O-taking. But there are a lot of requests that we conduct also a face-to-face outtaking. Initially, right now, there are some, for your information, boards who are now conducting a face-to-face outtaking. Started with the small boards such as the psychology and then the chemistry. And now I was told yesterday when we had a meeting with some of our colleagues in the board that the mechanical engineering will already conduct their own outtaking face-to-face as well as the architecture. We hopefully that we are going to conduct a face-to-face outtaking by the month of October after our examination in this coming September. But we're going to keep our fingers crossed that we can do that. But as I have said, in the past 2.5 years, we have been doing a lot of virtual outtaking. For the registration as well, we are also conducting an initial registration of our newly passed licensed electrical practitioners via online. Same with the renewal of our professional identification card. So these are all online, and if you wanted to get also certificate of the board, your grade, etc., this is also online. Now we have an ongoing ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer. The ACPA is the ASEAN CPA, and the AA is the ASEAN Architects. These are all online also when it comes to application. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Some of you may have experienced already the virtual outtaking. Well, it works for the lawyers. It works for some situation, but as you know, there is it's different when you have a virtual outtaking than a face-to-face outtaking. It's really different. While because we really wanted to follow the law, under the law, you should take your oath in order for you to practice. But then again, the virtual, because we are faced with the pandemic, we have no choice except to conduct a virtual outtaking. But it works as well. But as I have said, for me, or even for the rest of us, maybe it's very different when you now talk about face-to-face. Next, please. This certification and authentication, this is a bit useful to all of us because you'll be able to get your board certificate, and that can be authenticated as well. The same manner that this being done by the IIEE. So you can have your board certificate and your rating of grades and the board via online. So you have to log in as well. Next. But in the certification, if you wanted this a short term or be delivered immediately, you can deliver a request for delivery via courier. And it's quite ironic that if it's a email, it's a bit of a long-term process. Next, please. We now also have a resolution to conduct inspection under Section 33 of RA 7920. Personnel required that his schools, industries, factories, among others, shall be inspected by the Board of Electrical Engineering together with the Professional Regulation Commission staff and together with the IIEE. We have a resolution that the IIEE will assist us on the virtual inspection. So this is also possible. While we have not done it yet, this is already possible in terms of the resolution that we have passed, conducting a virtual inspection of all facilities. That is why we have been requesting also the IIE, the assistance of IIE, that we may be able to conduct a virtual inspection so that this may help facilitate the process of the certificate of compliance in all of those industries that we have visited. Recently, we just visited, but it's a face-to-face factory and industry at Mactan Economic Processing Zone. But that's a face-to-face. Next, please. All right, so these are the things that we do on our system. So we also have the CPDAS, the same that as you have what you have in the IIE. We have certification, virtual oath taking, appointment system is very important when you want to make a registration or renewal of the license, and the virtual inspection, some virtual hearings, and legal management information system. This is being done as well. And the CBLE, this will have to include our examination virtually on the board for the upgrade of the professional electrical engineers, right? We are now have a resolution on that, and we are now conducting a virtual final oral examination. It's quite difficult on the procedure. It's very difficult really as far as the virtual is concerned. I'll give you an idea. The applicant will have to go to PICC, okay? This is for the PEE, okay? We'll have to go to the PICC while we review their technical engineering report. We are at our office, our own office. We are not face-to-face with the applicants. And then there is a separate room in PICC, a big holding room, which will hold 5 people, where we only allow 5 people for every examination. So these 5 people will be held in a big room in PICC, and adjacent to that is another big room, but he will be there alone. And he will see us virtually, and we will conduct the examination virtually. And it's very efficient, effective as well, but hopefully we wanted also a face-to-face interview. So this is now what we do. That holds true with the preliminary screening as well. Next, please. Did I submit this one? Hold on a minute. Can you? I think you are sharing the wrong PowerPoint presentation. Pwede mo ba akong i-allow mag-share, Oliver? Because I have sent a different, you are sharing a different one. Hold on a minute. Kaya pala mali eh. Mali yata yung nabigay ni Rona. Hold on just a minute. Yan ang problema eh.
Okay na.
Dali lang ha, ako na lang ang mag-share. Can I share also? Wait,
Yes, sir. Okay lang, sir.
Can you see my screen already?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here is a better presentation. Rona, mali yung binigay mo eh. No? Nonetheless, so I have done with this already. And then with this. And then we're actually moving forward on the post-pandemic times. And then I have discussed this already. The authentication, I've discussed that already. Because there are certain portion here which is very important, which I do not want us to miss. Happen. All right. Certification. I think this is okay already. What is this? Then the inspection. Okay. We also have been conducted virtual preliminary screening for PE license upgrade. So there are two things that we do here. We can do this virtually and we can do this face to face. In fact, we gave a promise to which I apologize so much to Adrian that we are conducting a virtual preliminary screening there in Palawan. But unfortunately, Engineer Mendoza, Honorable Jaime Mendoza, got infected with the COVID. He just recovered 2 days ago. 2 days ago, he's no longer positive. But I think he got infected when he went to the Novotel, the Metro Manila Regional Conferences. So that's why we have to take precaution that we should not at least, well, we're trying to take precaution so that we will not get infected, the both of us. And thank God that Engineer Mendoza is now negative and is well and is good. So that's why we were not able to conduct a face-to-face preliminary screening there in Palawan. I hope you will understand us. Again, as I've said, the virtual final oral examination for PE licensure upgrade. There's a different setup. We only allow 5 people each examination. All right. But because of the many backlogs that we have for about 2.5 years, we have more than 300 backlogs, if I am not mistaken. So we have to schedule that on a Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, so that the Tuesday and the Thursday will be for the activities of the other activities that we have in PRC. So as you can see, we have been trying to zero on the backlog, but it takes a longer time and it's also very taxing for the both of us because we have to do this MWF. In fact, we started this August or even July, we started already the MWF schedule and we are moving on. And we do have a lot of applications already. And our principle or the policy that we have been adopted is the first come, first serve basis. So please bear with us. It's really a very difficult way or times. But we will like to complete our backlogs at the end of the year. Again, we also have been conducting, other than the MWF, in ACPE application, interview and conferment. For this year, you know, the ACPE or the Asian Chartered Professional Engineers meeting is being done quarterly, okay? And this is being rotated to ASEAN member states, the 10 member states, that would be Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, Brunei Darussalam, among others. And today, as they rotate on a per country basis, it will now be the turn of the Philippines to host the ACPE meeting, which will be conducted here in the Philippines by September. And this will have to include delegations coming from various parts of the ASEAN region. So we're going to have a meeting by September, by third week of the September, and we will still have to provide them with a site visit so that they get to see the infrastructure in the Philippines, either electrical, civil, mechanical, or what have you. Initially, we made some discussions with the wholesale electricity spot market trading floor that we will bring in our ASEAN engineer delegates to the trading floor of the spot market or the electricity market, because I know that the Philippines electricity market is one of the most complex, most updated trading market in electricity. So they will get a lot. This is a showcase for the electrical engineers as far as the electrical engineering is concerned. So these are now the things that is on hand. So again, from here, you get to see that these are all the systems that we do. Okay, now let me go to the ongoing updates and discussions. On the left side, we are hastening the approval of the table of specifications for the new electrical engineering curriculum. For all you know, for the information of everybody, the CHED Memorandum Order 85, this is the CMO for the policies and guidelines for the Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering has been amended already. So in order for us to synchronize RA 7920 subjects and the subjects of the BSEE curriculum by CHED, we have to come up with a new table of specifications which will incorporate the subject of RA 7920 and the new subjects of CHED. Okay, so therefore, in the board examination, we will now follow a certain table of specifications incorporating all these subjects. So by April of 2023, in the examination of board, we hope that the new curriculum or the new table of specifications, making use of this curriculum, both for the RA 7920 and both for the CHED Memorandum Order, will be incorporated. So we have completed already. This has been approved already by the test consultants of the Professional Regulation Commission. We just have to sort of give this out to you, to all the stakeholders, especially to the academe, so that you can prepare your students for this new table of specifications. Because we don't want you guys to be taking examinations to which you have not studied on that. All right. So this is, we're trying to hasten that. And also, as you know, we have a new school calendar already. All schools are following a new school calendar, and the first semester, I think, starts on September, and the second semester starts on January, if I'm not mistaken. So these are the new updates on that. We now have also a resolution on the new requirements of the registered master electrician examination. This will be effective April 2023 examination, not this examination, by the next examination. What will be the new requirement? Number one, we noticed that all of the in the requirements, if you have we will be asking for a NC certification, NC2, NC3, and those in the lineman. No? We will be asking certification. That's one. And a certification from the person in charge or the person who is the supervisor, that that guy is your apprentice. Okay, but this certification must be certified also by IIEE, that that guy, the licensed electrical practitioner giving a certification to an apprentice, is an active member of the IIEE and he's really a practitioner. So this is a new requirements. Without those, the applicants for the Master Electrician examination by the year 2023, they will not be accepted. Okay. Now we also have approved already an appointment of the new members of the CPD Council for Electrical Engineering. Lyndon Bague is one of them, and there are two more from the academy. Vincent Santiago, and I think Engineer Magat is one of them. So we will now be able to complete the CPD Council for Electrical Engineering, comprising of one from the board, which is I am the chairman. Number two, from the academy. Then there is an alternate also. We have included already an alternate for this. And then, of course, the from IIEE. We have been invited by the Congress because there is a House Bill 1693. We're going to have a lot of discussion on this, mandating the integration of the National Building Code as a major subject in the curriculum of BSCE, BSME, BSSE, Sanitary, and Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering and Architecture. And this major subject is to be included in the licensure examination. Abroad, I am acceptable to the integration of the National Building Code as a major subject in the electrical engineering. Why? You know, based on my experience and based on the present situation, the building official has a qualification of a civil engineer or an architect. And we have been promoting our electrical engineers, most especially the PEs, to become building officials as well. In fact, when you go out there, you get to see a lot of our professional electrical engineers or electrical engineers becoming a building official. So now, if they have a subject on National Building Code, there is no more excuse from the LGU or from any other agency that they will say, even the National Building Code, that they will say that the qualified only is the civil engineer and the architect. Our professional electrical engineers or engineers can now be a building official. So this is my future thinking on this House Bill 1693. That's why I think I will go for this. Okay. Recently, there was a draft resolution circulating in the Professional Regulation Commission filed by the Professional Regulation of the Board of Electronics and Communication Engineer regarding signing and sealing of electronic plan, except that in that draft resolution, they have included the fire detection and alarm system, they have included the power electronics, they have included solar, they have included wind, they have included renewables. So I made initially a position paper already, intervening, making an intervention, and not accepting the resolution for a simple reason that they have to clarify first what is the basis of their resolution to come up that they will have to be an exclusive signing and sealing an electronics plan when it comes to the scope of practice. I have called the attention already of our IIE National. I have given them my idea, and I hope that they will come up with their own position paper on the matter, because I have stopped it already. I was talking to the lawyer yesterday, and she was saying that they have stopped it for a while because of my intervention. And I think that would not that is not enough. So I would like to call the attention so that we have a strong position on the matter. I have given you the draft resolution and you can review that, and perhaps you can come up with your own position paper to make sure that we will not again, we simply bypass. I'm not an enemy of the other boards, but this is something that we have to protect our own rights and our privileges as electrical engineers. I think that this an ongoing discussion and seminar by Honorable Jaime Mendoza on the development of the career progression and specialization program for electrical engineers up to level 8. In the Philippine Qualification Framework and the CPD Act, the electrical engineering PE right now is on level 7. And the maximum level, which is equivalent to the academe of a doctoral degree, is level 8. We are now working on some of the methodologies and some of the frameworks on how we will be able to come up with a level 8. This is now ongoing. It's about to be completed and has been approved in some of the forums in the PRC. And hopefully we will be able to finalize all the guidelines as far as level 8 or advanced level electrical engineer is concerned. There are a lot more ongoing, but we are looking forward that we may be able to intervene as well, or maybe put our foot forward so that we will always be there. One of the hot items right now under a new law is the energy conservation efficiency. Okay, this energy efficiency and conservation requires a registered master electrician for the energy personnel. All right. That is not the exact word, but I'm so happy that an RME is now part of that energy conservation law. But then again, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of energy conservation. I wanted to see IIEE to be upfront as well, as far as developing the guidelines on this, enhancement of the guidelines, so that not only the RMEs will benefit from this, but as well as our electrical engineers. Having said that, I think I have given you everything. And just for a short update, in the September 2021, this is a face-to-face. We have 1,668 who passed the REE, and we have 1,506 for the RME, except that 919 failed and 727 respectively. However, in April 2022, the REE, there are 3,000. So if you notice that if you add both the RME and RME who took the examination April 2022, oh my goodness. All right. There, okay. For our PE, we have 55 who passed last April 2022. So as I have said, this is an ongoing examination. We hope that we have more PEs to see by September, or by the release of our September 2022 examination this September. Okay? Marami pa po tayong PE na kumuha na exam. Okay. Why am I showing this to you? All right. This is very important because I do not wish to be very technical on a lot of things, but fail to talk about the professional ethics for licensed electrical practitioner. As you can see, this we are bounded by all of these core values. We are guided by all of these core values. So all of you right now who are listening to me, please do not forget these core values. Our Code of Professional Ethics, Article 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this talks about honesty, integrity, trustworthiness, leadership, accountability, summarizing all of these things. Why am I telling this to you guys? We have been receiving a lot of cases in terms of unprofessional and ethical behavior. And some of them are purely harassment. Some of them has just simply has been dismissed simply because there is no merit. But there are also cases wherein the person has been is terribly harassing another professional. Why? Why are we like that now? So I hope that when we try to review some cases, we have to review this in a situation wherein the practice we go after the illegal practice, not going after another individual or another professional simply out of jealousy, or simply out of he wanted to be harassed, or simply out of pride. And this is one of the updates that I get to see. We get to sign some decisions, and we get to see a case that is dismissed between electrical engineers, electrical practitioners, and electrical practitioners. And we have even have to reverse some of the decision simply because we get to see a fight that is not worthy of fighting for. We are supposed to be binded by one another. And one thing that I like a case is that when a practice, for example, I will be general on this. For example, a guy and another professional would like to complain the practice of a guy who has excelled on his profession as electrical engineer is being complained by another profession, and based on the review of the cases and the merit of the cases, you find it not meritable, we dismiss the case. That is something that I myself is personally involved, because I wanted to see really what should be the our professional ethics, or how we foster this ethics, professional ethics in our industry. Okay, we should have a culture of ethics, good ethics in our industry. Okay, so I hope that I cannot miss this out, because this is very important, that as far as all of your seminars are concerned, please, and please, I call the attention of the IIE, please include this as part of your continuing education, as part of your learning, as part of the things that we have to tell our professionals, so that we will eliminate all those cases that is because of pride, jealousy, and things that are not good for the organization. Okay. Having said that, I'd like to quote Michael Joseph's son on character. What will matter is not your competence, but your character. What will matter is not how many people you knew, but how many will feel a lasting loss when you are gone. What will matter is how long you will be remembered, by who, and by for what. Thank you for listening, and have a very good day.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Francis V. Mapile, for that very informative updates in our PRC Board of Electrical Engineering. And now we are now open for the questions from our guests, both online and face-to-face. Kindly proceed lang po dito in front if you have any questions. I guess we don't have any questions. How about online? Okay. I guess the presentation of Honorable Francis V. Mapilis is well presented. And at this juncture, let's proceed to the presentation of certificate.
Certificate of recognition is to be given by Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs of the IIE Palawan Chapter. Along with him is the Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the IIEE BOD member, Engineer Michael Ernie F. Rodriguez.
This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Honorable Francis V. Mapile for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Signed by Engineer Adrian L. Ray, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you. Sorry for not coming over. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hi, Bear. How are you?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon po. I'm okay, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Nice seeing you again, sir.
Oo nga, long time no see. I hope we get to see again face to face.
Yes po.
Sige.
Sige
All right.
po.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye, sir.
All right, let's proceed to the next presentation. And a reminder again to our speaker that you only have 1 hour to discuss your presentation. And if you hear the sound, it is a reminder that you only have 10 minutes left. I am sure most of us are starving. Well, no worries, as our lunch will be served momentarily. And you may eat your lunch while listening to our speaker. Moving on to our next topic entitled Guide to Understanding PEC. Let us welcome the Assistant Vice President of SM Engineering Design and Development, Engineer Bernabe T. Salazar Jr. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you guys for the introduction, and kanina tinitingnan ko yung tawag dito, yung kung siniset up ko tong aking computer kanina, medyo mabagal yata yung internet ko. But I hope sa medyo maging okay siya as we proceed our presentation. So congratulations nga pala sa governor natin kay Adrian Ray. Thank you very much for inviting me here in this webinar and second 22 Southern Luzon Regional Conference as your resource speaker. So now, my topic for today is siguro clear naman yung yung aking voice. Clear naman. So naririnig. Thank you very much. So if that's clear, let's start yung ating presentation. So my topic is about understanding Philippine Electrical Code, and this is actually series 1. Hindi ko alam kung matatapos natin in 1 hour yung chapter 1, pero the preliminary is an introduction and it is actually a guide. I created this for future electrical engineers and registered master electricians. So I'm Ber Salazar again, your resource speaker from, actually I have a Fractal Knowledge training services, and I need not to introduce myself because you heard more about me in some of the courses I offered. Okay, so let's proceed with the topic. So this topic is a series, and we may not complete this for 1 hour, but I can invite you to watch it on my website, and you can subscribe also to my YouTube channel so that you can watch the other series of this webinar. So before we dive in deeper, let me ask this question, kasi which is, in a meanwhile, I will answer it also. So why PEC is hard to understand? I hope kumakain kayo ngayon, pero let's digest this question. Why PEC is hard to understand? This is one of the basic questions and feelings of all practitioners with regards to understanding the Philippine Electrical Code. For an electrician, actually, it is a serious matter. And for an electrical engineer, this is just a simple focus to understand the code. Now, let's break down why the code is hard to understand. First, it is written in English language, and English is our second language. The reading level is advanced, actually. So if you are reading and your comprehension level is not near in advance, so understanding the Philippine Electrical Code will not be easy for us, okay? And the second reason why PEC is hard to understand is it takes a considerable amount of time to understand and assimilate the code meaning. This is mainly due to word meaning and its application in our industry and particularly in our specific work. There are few examples and references, and there are only few visual interpretation of the code available for everyone to explain every article in Philippine Electrical Code. However, if there are, please let me know and I'll buy it for now. I've been writing a guide for PEC quite some time already, and it is my attempt to explain it to young RME and young engineers, okay? And the third reason why PEC is hard to understand is because electrical trade is complex. And the reader needs to make sure he knows what specific topic he wants to reference the Philippine Electrical Code. If you check the table of contents of our Philippine Electrical Code, you will see a lot of electrical related topics. And some electrical practitioners are still not exposed on it, and about the detail of different topics in PEC. Okay, so the fourth reason why PEC is hard to understand is because the code has many references from other existing code, and many reference also in some of the manufacturing standards and technical application. Actually, those things complicates the basic understanding of Philippine Electrical Code. We feel we are lost in the sea of information if we begin to understand Philippine Electrical Code. However, if you are not a dedicated person in our electrical profession, then you need to do a lot of mental work and more reading time. Actually, I will discuss that later. But we are lucky today because I'm here offering this webinar to you. And actually, pag hindi natin to natapos, guys, I've been inviting you na nag-create ako ng pre-viewing nito for my channel, Ber Salazar. You can look at it and subscribe if you want to support the RME. With my endeavor to create more materials that explain Philippine Electrical Code 2710 contents. Okay? The sixth reason why PEC is hard to understand is because there are lack of technical courses offering that explain in layman terms the details of PEC. Okay, the application of the code, medyo kokonti pa, and the reason behind its article, chapter by chapter, section by section, or topic by topic. So the seventh reason why PEC is hard to understand is because the person with electrical profession, tayo yun, admit it, doesn't commit to learn the code by heart. Okay? This pertains to the interest and discipline of the individual person, how disciplined you are. Sino dito ang passion is to commit and discipline themselves to read PEC 10 pages per day and create learning material for that? Actually, I have a suggestion later. Even though others are willing, but they have no time, actually. Or others are willing, but there are some barriers like I previously mentioned. Okay? Hindi naman lahat problema yung sasabihin ko, ano? Pero meron din akong solusyon. So, one of the solutions that will resolve our problem lies in our professional endeavors to crack and understand the Philippine Electrical Code. One is to commit to learn the code. Okay? If we are a serious learner, we must avoid complaining too much about the Philippine Electrical Code. And I saw some practitioner in social media, ang daming daldalan at complain naman sila ng complain, wala naman silang solution na mai-offer. The way to do is to commit to learn our own Bible of electrical profession. So the question that lies ahead of us are, have we read the PEC from cover to cover as an RME or as an REE, or even we as PEE? Have we, what do you call this? Have we spent at least 1 hour a week to read it? Or have we read PEC article by article or section by section or 5 pages daily when we are at work? Have we searched for references and compile it? Have we created and built our own library or references to understand the Philippine Electrical Code? That's actually our questions that need to be answered first. If your answer to those questions is yes, please give me your name. Then we have to create materials for that, and so that you and I can explain to a wide audience like the one created by IIEE. Okay, it's totally very hard because it took me a lot of time to cross-reference PEC to NEC with the same edition, the 2017, and I found something interesting, and I'll share those in my website and channels, and you are free to visit and subscribe. Okay, and the second solution is I want to encourage our professional organization and private companies like training center or review center to create small courses focusing on different sections of the Philippine Electrical Code so that everyone interested to learn the code in details can learn the Philippine Electrical Code 1 bite at a time. Sabi nga, paano mo kakainin ng isang elephant? You cannot chew it, the big elephant. You need to make sure you eat the elephant 1 bite at a time. Okay? So we can learn PEC 1 bite at a time. Some are doing this, but the sustainability is the issue. The speaker sometimes was not compensated well and didn't know his time. We didn't know the time of the speaker he spent to crack the code. Gusto kasi natin na, I'm sorry pero gusto natin libre yung mga speaker natin without respecting the time of our resource speaker. Kaya minsan yung mga technical speaker, admit it or not, tinatamad na din to share. Kaya kung yung ibang mga marketing people, sometimes ang ginagawa nila, they get something out of the code, explain it dahil related sa product nila. Pero superficial lang yung in-depth study of the code kasi may product silang i-represent. Hindi ko naman nila lahat. So we need to pay and give monetary payment to resource speaker to encourage them to create courses and webinars to understand PEC better. So our role is to pay the information we are getting, especially to those who spend time to decide, to decode it. Di ba? So sooner or later, we will be there. Okay, kapit lang mga katropa baka madami kinig na kaya pa nila to decode and explain the Philippine Electrical Code in layman's term, di ba? The question is, bakit hindi nila ginagawa? If you are the one who knows how to decode the PEC and explain it to us, please contact me. We will create learning materials. So in order to create small courses, I'm one of them, devoting my free time to decode the Philippine electrical code, creating presentation, spending a lot of time to make the code easy for master electricians and other electrical practitioner or future electrical engineer to understand it. Ang ibig kong sabihin, you need to pay me. Biro lang ha. Maybe some of my training you already paid, like design analysis, short circuit calculation, arc plus, protection coordination, and grounding and bonding. Probably you attended my seminar already and you recommend it to others because the idea was full of pragmatic applications. Okay? Actually, may magaganda yung mga training na supposed to be dapat pragmatic yung application sa workplace and to our industry. But this seminar I am conducting today with IIEE's 22 regional conference is free for you. I didn't receive any payment for this. It's free, okay? I spent a lot of time, 50 hours, to make this first series. I started it in 2018 and then marami na akong compilation when I bought the new PEC, okay? And many more series will come. Baka abutan na ako ng bagong PEC. Kailangan bumili na ako ng bago, okay? So, just to let you know, Philippine Electrical Code is only for qualified person. Okay, remember that. Qualified person means you understand electrical terms, you study basic and complex electrical theory, you are knowledgeable to electrical safety procedures, and you are updated on electrical trade practices. This webinar is not for everyone, okay? This is only for those qualified person. You may be RME, REE, PEE, electrical consultant, electrical contractors, or an insurance, or office of the building official, and other related trade on electrical profession. This is for you, okay? So, what is your objective in learning the Philippine Electrical Code 2017? Actually, mali dapat ako yung nagbibigay ng objective. But what I'm asking to you today is, what is your objective to learn the Philippine Electrical Code 2017? I just list down some of the objective for you. Nasagap ng aking antena, okay? So, you are here attending this webinar to understand the Philippine Electrical Code, its use and application, right? Okay. And the second is you want to understand PEC to properly guide your electrical installation if you are an electrician or electrical contractors and electrical practitioners or building officials or an inspector. You want to add up another bite of knowledge from Philippine Electrical Code, and also I want that, okay? The third is you want to avoid improper installation. You should know kung ano yung mali, and at the same time avoid those related danger to life and property. You want to work or you have a work or a task or project to be safe, and you want to protect life and property that uses the technology of electricity for daily living. Okay. The fourth is you want to validate if existing installation is compliance with the code, so that our company or your company can address the statutory requirement. Okay, you have 4 objectives, and I have only one objective today, and that is to make sure I can explain the code to you in a clear and understandable way so that you can have a clear idea how the code is used. Okay ba yun sa inyo? You can comment if you feel you have a positive word for me, or you can do the thumbs up. It's a good way of encouraging me to proceed with this gigantic task, okay? Now, now that we know our objective and some barriers why PEC is hard to understand, let's dive into Philippine Electrical Code. I want to start with a short history, then I'll proceed with the structure and arrangement of the code. I will stop if my time is up. Sabi kasi kanina, wawarningan na ako pag 10 minutes na, because I was given only 1 hour, and I am a person that respect your time, because lalo na ngayon, kumakain kayo, ako hindi pa kumakain. Even my presentation is not complete, I will stop, okay? However, if this topic time is not enough, please visit my YouTube channel where I posted my presentation related to understanding Philippine Electrical Code, okay? Let's proceed. If you have your Philippine Electrical Code 2017, I encourage you to read the preface, okay? I will just mentioning here bullets of information, but detail is written in the code itself. There are 7 editions since 1961 to year 2000. By the way, I hope and expect that all electrical practitioner here who are listening have their PEC with them. Or kung wala, nasa bahay nyo. Dapat meron kayong PEC ha. Okay lang? Basta ang mahalaga, meron kayong bagong PEC book na 2017. It is offered here in our SLR. Dapat meron kayo niyan. Hindi tayo masasabing electrical engineer kung wala tayo ng book natin. Ha? Please invest to buy the book, the PEC book. Okay? If you don't have the PEC, you need to buy one. So start to invest in our book itself. Okay? So to continue, PEC 2000 was the first PEC I bought. Okay? The second PEC I bought is PEC 2009, 8th edition release. Nung pagka-graduate ko ng electrical engineer, bumili na ako ng PEC. Yun yung nagkapera ako, PEC 2000. And then I was working in San Miguel when I bought the 2009, in SM already when I bought the 2009 edition release. Okay? So in 2016, I was updated that there was a work undergoing by the IIEE PEC committee based on the 2014 NEC. And on 2016, a major plan to release the PEC-1 was on its way. But on September 2016, a release of NEC 2017 happened. It was adopted immediately. Okay? Why? With the strong leadership of Honorable Francis Mapili and Honorable Jaime Mendoza, and our IIEE PEC committee, the PEC 2017 was released. Thanks to them. I bought it immediately actually. At sa ngayon, mukha nang madungis yung PEC ko. Ayan. Medyo madami ng lupi-lupi at saka what do you call this? Madumi na siya. So because I read it more often together with NEC 2017. Now, what lies ahead, we don't know yet. It's almost 5 years already since the 2017 release. If we are really following the NEC releases, which is every 3 years, then we are late again. But since it took 8 years from 2009 to 2017 major release, we expect a new release in the coming years ahead, probably this year or next year. To make sure we master the 2000 PEC cover to cover, I recommend that every IIEE chapter and every IIEE governor should put in their goal to develop Philippine or PEC champions in every chapter. So what I mean is to create lecture materials similar to this so that electrical practitioner will easily understand PEC 2017, and this should be the goal of the IIEE governor and IIEE chapter president and the board of directors, and it should be done in 1 year round program. I hope you understand me. With the machinery that the organization that we have, we need to focus on this. If they really want to all electrical practitioner to move forward. So darating na naman yung bagong edition pero hindi pa natin na ma-master yung 2017 Bible natin. Di ba nakakalungkot yun? There are lots of social media topics about PEC, yet they fail to sustain the need of the electrical practitioner to understand PEC 2017 in a year timeline. So much of my wish. So wish ko lang yon. Let's proceed to make it a reality. Our next slide is about how PEC 2017 was organized. If you open your Philippine Electrical Code table of contents with a serious learner like you need to do it every time na binubuksan mo yung PEC. You need to look at the table of contents, okay? You can see that chapter 1 to 4 applies generally to all electrical installation. It's about general requirements, wiring and protection, wiring methods and materials, equipment for general use. The next chapter 5, 6, and 7 are related to special occupancies, special equipment, and special condition that supplements and modify chapter 1 to 4. Okay? Chapter 8 is about communication system. It's not subject to the requirement of chapter 1 through 7, except when the requirement is especially referenced chapter 8. This chapter applies to communication system. Ito yung chapter na gustong-gusto ng ating mga kapatiran na ECE to remove in our PEC code. But since Chapter 8 is started with electrical engineering profession, atin to, we need to protect it by learning it in details. Makialam tayo sa discussion na related sa communication system. Okay? Huwag nating hayaan na mawala yan sa atin tulad ng illumination design. Alam nyo ba na mostly architect na ang gumagawa ngayon ng illumination design using a free software na Dialux and Relax. Actually, I'm very proud nung mga nakaraang buwan. One of the PEE yata o REE open this illumination topic. So meron siyang topic na ganon. Actually, nilike ko nga yun sa Facebook. And sabi ko, wow, it's better. Bumabalik na uli sa amin yung illumination design. Nakakalungkot lang na so simple electrical subject natin na illumination, napabayaan natin. Alam nyo ba, I am in the mall operations and alam nyo ba na ang bayad ko sa isang illumination design ranges from 120K to 500K. Halimbawa, gusto kong magpa-compute ng mall illumination design, store illumination design, road and superhighway or parking illumination design. Dating trabaho ng electrical engineer yan, ngayon nasa architect na at interior designer. Kasi minamaster nila yung Dialux and Relax and they apply it. So, example ko lang sa iyo, pero out of the topic ako, no, di ba? Pero, well, I'll tell you na meron tayong mga part ng code natin na hindi na natin nabibigyan ng focus and other industry are getting those things, okay? Okay, let's move on. Let us proceed to chapter 9, okay? Chapter 9 is about watercraft. So, before this chapter is separated, it is volume 2 of the Philippine Electrical Code dedicated for watercraft. Just to let you know, I am doing my research on this. Kasi kahit ako, hindi pa ako masyado familiarized dito. Okay? I let you know if madami na akong nakausap ng mga watercraft engineers. So yung mga connection ko ng mga engineers, ng mga electrical engineers sa mga watercraft, I'll talk to them. And I'll make sure that this PEC watercraft will be explained further for all aspiring RME na gusto magbarko or electrical engineer na gustong mag-work in a watercraft. I let you know kung okay na yon because I'm going to decode it. As an RME and REE and PEE, we need to own it and learn it by heart. Kasi nandyan sa code natin, no, chapter 9, very clear. Okay? So, chapter 10 was dedicated for tables. It was applicable as reference in the code, and we need to make sure it's RME and REE and me also are well versed in looking for the values in tables, and we must know it in details. Okay? So that was expected to us. Lastly, on the structure and organization, we have annexes, which you can read independently. Annexes are not mandatory, but it support and supplement and explain some part of the code. And you can independently learn it and how it is applied, okay? Then, as a serious code user and learner, when you start studying the Philippine Electrical Code, you need to know how it is structured or outlined and how the topics are organized by the great minds of the IIEE PEC committee who arranged the code. Kahit ako medyo, I'm sorry, I admit it, pero nahihirapan kasi sobrang daming numbers. And I found NEC numbering so easy. But in PEC, ang dami nating articles and section. But I need to make sure I can work my way around without too much complaint. Kasi sabi ko, hindi ako magko-complain as I read the PEC. So this is how serious learner should approach it. So you need to build a basic building block how the code is made so that it will be easy for us to search for a specific topic in the code. And you know how it is arranged? This should be the right approach of a serious code user like you and me. Kailangan alam natin how it is arranged, okay? Then the code is arranged in the following. So we have the first, the table of contents, and then chapters. Under chapters are articles, and then sections, informational notes or fine print notes, exceptions, tables and figures, appendix and index, or appendices and indices. Okay, that is how it is arranged. So here's how the table of contents look like. The table of contents display the layout of the chapter, articles as well as the page number. As a serious user of the code, this table of contents is very useful. You know why? You should be referring to it periodically to look for different topics you want. When attempting to locate the rules for a specific situation, the code user often go first to the table of contents to quickly find a specific PEC rule that applies to his needs. Okay? There are 10 chapters in PEC 2017, and chapter 9 is what I mentioned already for watercraft. And in NEC, where we copy our code or we adapted some of the NEC, watercraft like ship and boats or yacht is not included, only code for floating buildings. That means in the Philippines, there are areas for electrical engineers like you and me to learn more about electrical design and provision for watercraft. Isn't it wonderful, di ba? So, yan, ang dami nating option to learn, di ba? So, I mentioned this already. There are 10 chapters in PEC 2017. Let us dissect table of contents. Let us see the content of chapter. In chapter 1, we have 5 articles, and article 1.0, introduction, 1.1 is definition, 1.2 is permits and inspection, 1.3 is electrical plans and specification, and then we jump to 1.10, requirement for the electrical installation. So tumalon tayo, ano? Probably we have some items for development in the future where we can add from 1.4 to 1.9. My point here is to look at the structure. Baka kayo minsan, hanapin nyo, nasaan yung 1.4, nasaan yung 1.5, 1.6. So it was not yet developed. So if there are development in electrical trade and practices, so we can create another chapter for the general requirement 1.4 to 1.9. So that's how it is arranged. Yun ang point ko sa inyo. Ano? Under chapter 1 kasi, we have only 5 articles so far. So let's look for chapter 2. So for chapter 2, which is dedicated for wiring and protection, so unstable ang internet ko. Right? Excuse me. Turn off your ear. Thank you. For chapter 2, which is dedicated for wiring and protection, we have 11 articles. That's article 2.0, 2.10, 2.15, 2.20, 2.20, 2.25, 2.30, 2.40, 2.50, 2.80, 2.85, and 2.9. To give you how it is arranged, I use NEC to compare our code, and let's see the difference in similarities, okay? As you can see, PEC has 11 articles under chapter 2. And while NEC has only 9 articles under chapter 2. Notice that articles, we have 2.10 for branch circuits. Well, you can see it is 210 in NEC. 2.50 for grounding and bonding, while 250 in NEC. But we have an extra article that is 2.90. What does it mean if you are a serious code user? When you study PEC, you can also study NEC. It has a similar application, only the voltage level was different. When you understand one, you also understand the others. O di ba maganda? Okay? For now, mapapansin ninyo, dito, for now, I have a small recommendation for the committee or IIEE that there should be a guide to explain how every chapter is structured to guide the practitioners. So pwede nating include siguro yun sa PEC front page. Just to let you know, I do really spend a lot of time comparing and contrasting, deciphering how we can easily understand our code. I hope you are beginning to see how our code is structured, and let's go with chapter 3 with the same approach we've done in chapter 2. Okay, chapter 3 is dedicated to wiring methods and materials. We have 45 articles there. From page 153 to page 278, it is almost 125 pages. It will take you 25 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. So be careful also, you can find out that chapter 2 ends page 159, yet chapter 3 is start on page 153. So there are some typographical errors sa table of contents, and I mark it already in red, and you can find that many as you read PEC 2017. Sometimes you can see putol ang isang article at bitin, pero when you look at the NEC, meron pa siyang kadugtong pero katulad naman. That's okay. I know some correction was already issued by the committee, and siguro pag ni-reprint yan, mako-correct na yung ibang mga wrong spelling, kulang ang mga articles, and something like that. I have so many marked with our PEC already. So chapter 4 is dedicated for wiring methods and materials, and we have 21 articles for chapter 4. From pages 279 to 404, almost 125 pages. It will take you actually to 25 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Okay? So chapter 5 is dedicated to special occupancies. It has 27 articles, and it ranges from pages 405 to 580, almost 175 pages, and it will take you 35 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Oh my, manhaba, isang buwan, di ba? Then chapter 6 is dedicated to special occupancies. It has 27 articles from pages 581 to 696, almost 115 pages, and it will take you 23 days to read it if your target is only 5 pages per day. Remember, there are one article na napakahaba. Okay? There are articles naman na maikli. Okay? So in chapter 7, it is dedicated to special conditions. We have 15 articles on this, and it ranges from page 697 to 766, almost 69 pages. And it will take you 14 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Chapter 8 is dedicated to special condition. We have only 5 articles on it, and it ranges from pages 767 to 816, almost 49 pages, and it will take you 10 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Chapter 9 is dedicated for watercraft. It has so many articles. It's 35. And page ranges from 817 to 931, almost 114 pages, but it will only take you 23 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Appendices has 8 topics, okay? From pages 946 to 1081, almost 135 pages. It will take you 27 days to read if your target is 5 pages per day. Tables is in chapter 10, which you can use for reference in values you want to look. I didn't include it in my counting, but you need to spend time on it also to decipher the tables and understand the row and columns and its application, okay? Overall, including chapter 1 and 2, which is 152 pages, and you can read chapter 1 and 2 for 30 days, we can complete Philippine Electrical Code in almost 212 days or 7 months if your target is only 5 pages per day. That's an assumption that we read it 5 pages per day straight, even Saturday and Sunday. So minsan parang hindi naman makatotohanan, ano? Pati Saturday and Sunday you will be reading. So probably it will take you a year if your goal is 5 pages per year, di ba? Very great challenge, right? So you have to start now. We have a minimum of 7 months to read PEC. Okay? So ganyan ko siya inatado kasi kung mapapansin mo, mapapansin niyo medyo devoted ako na mag 5 pages per day. Okay? So each chapter of the Philippine Electrical Code, I have a recommendation that if each chapter of the Philippine Electrical Code will be assigned to every chapter of IIEE in the Philippines to develop materials. We have a lot of IIEE chapters and we can divide. Once the material was developed, all speakers will rotate to all IIEE chapter, then possible in 1 year, all member of the IIEE will have a grasp of the PEC, and development will continue if it was sustained that way, wherein every year it is one of the program of IIEE president and IIEE governor. Do you think it's possible? I think it is. Why? Sa ngayon sa nakikita ko, no, sa akin, parang kung ako ang masusunod, gusto kong maggumawa ng program na PEC lang ang topic for the whole year, i-add yan sa mga topic ng every chapter. Do you think makaklarify natin yung PEC with that kind of approach? Kasi madami namang magagaling din sa iba't ibang mga chapter, di ba? So it's actually a great program for chapter president and board of directors na mag-create sila monthly ng topic, one topic monthly, baka matapos nila yung PEC so that they can help the electrical practitioners, okay? Pero, well, review the one-year program of the chapter and you can see parang konti lang yung topic natin sa PEC. So I hope you will agree with me because I see thumbs up, okay? So yun lang, baka dun sa mga future, I suggest dun sa mga future IIEE president, please include the program for the understanding the Philippine Electrical Code in your year's term, okay? So dami suggestion, no? So to continue knowing the structure and organization, let's break down the details of an article. Okay, in Article 1.3, electrical plans and specification, it has 3 sections: general plans and specification, substation plan and specs. Each section has also sub-level. So what I'm telling you this is I want to dig deeper on the structure para makita nyo kung paano siya na-arrange. Let's take, for example, section 1.3.2.1, plans and specification. It has a subsection of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay? And may content pa yan. So let's break down, for example, yung 1.3.2.1C, general notes. If we break it down, makikita mo that it has a sub-level of 1, 2, 3, 4. If you look at number 2, it has also another sub-level of A, B, C. Okay? So before we go further, here's the structure of PEC based on my reading. PEC main organization was breakdown into major chapters. The appendices is supporting information on the code. Table of contents show the content of the code, and the indices is a keyword reference to find anything that you want to look. Okay. Chapters that shows major general topics was breakdown into several articles to further categorize the major topics in a form of the different articles. Okay, articles were further subdivided into different parts and NEC. Meron tayong pag binasa nyo NEC after nila ng chapter ng articles, they have part 1, 2, 3 sa atin section. So sometimes makikita nyo din sa PEC, makikita, bakit may part ito? Bakit doon sa kabilang chapter walang part 1, walang part 2? I don't know. I cannot explain that. Pero sa NEC, very consistent sila. Sa lahat ng mga chapter, you can see part. Okay? But in PEC, an article can contain several sections to further elaborate the articles. This is how the difference between PEC and NEC in terms of numbering. Example, grounding and landing, article 2.50 in PEC, while in NEC, it's just only 250. And the section is 250 point. Something like that. So sections now have detailed information. It was subdivided into sub-level A, B, C, and another sub-level of 1, 2, 3, and another sub-level of small A, B, C, and so on. It contains find notes 1, 2, 3, exception 1, 2, 3, tables, figures. Our code has many level of subdivision. We use big letter A, B, C, small letter A, B, C, number 1, 2, 3, 4. This actually not complicate PEC, but something word like that. I cannot choose the right word. So unlike NEC, they reduce the subdivision. They use part 1, part 2, part 3, then section, then sub-level A, B, C, and number 1, 2, 3. Nothing more. But seeing this structure and organization, I hope I convey a way for you to better understand our Philippine Electrical Code. Actually, ito yung atin, kailangan ko itong intindihin. Did you learn something today? Just comment or show your thumbs up to let you know, to let me know, okay? So, kung meron, that before you, the whole number with the yellow arrow, as you can see from your screen, reads like this. This section, section 1.3.2.1F, it is wrong to read article 1.3.2.1F. We can say it correctly by reading it. Mahina na naman ang internet connection ko. I hope hindi ako mawawala. We can say it correctly by saying Article 1.3 Electrical Plants, Section 1.3.2.1F. Okay? So medyo nagkaka-interchange kasi yung article and section. Okay? Kaya be very, when you say article, meron yung Article 1.3 Electrical Plants. Meron yung title. Section 1.3.2.1, that is design analysis. Okay? So now that you better understand PEC 2017 with the way I presented it to you, begin with a chapter you want to study. Okay? Nabanggit ko na rin sa kung how many days you will be spending to read the Philippine Electrical Code. So begin with a chapter you want to study. Let's say chapter 6, special equipment. What is special equipment? What is special equipment you want to study? For example, let's study about fire pump. Focus on article on fire pump. That is article 6.95. You need to complete the reading. It has only 6 pages to read. Or if you want chapter 2, wiring and protection, and if you want to study grounding and bonding, go to article 2.50. That's grounding and bonding, which has 34 pages only. So PEC should not be hard to read if you have your objective in your mind and you break it down what you want to study per article. Okay, let's proceed to the tables. So PEC has a lot of tables. So what does it tells you when you read when you see tables in PEC? So many requirement of the code is presented in tables in every articles and sections. Bukod pa yung chapter 10 na tables. It was put in table, some ideas and code was put in table to be systematic and organize information in a row in column. So this is the first table you will find in NEC. It is a safe working spaces with different voltage level and safe working space in millimeter. So you can see that. Titles of the table is very important also. So it present content, its application and its limitations. Some tables is not applicable to all. So it's particularly applicable on that particular section. You need to understand that. Okay? Table has some notes below them. Read it because it is part of the code. It tells you so many things like what condition meets, what is the application, what are the limitations, and what are other references that you need to read, and what formula is applicable that was developed do sa table na yon, and other critical information to observe when you use the table. Okay? Yung iba kasi akala nila once na nakita nila yung isang table dito, applicable na siya sa lahat. No, you better read that this table was presented in one article or section because it is specific on that particular topic. Okay? So this is the first figure you can see in Philippine Electrical Code 2017, figure 2.10.3.3, determination of area behind a range. Figure, what does it mean? Bakit ko pinipresento sa inyo? Figure tells us visually what the code want us to observe. It's so sad that there are few figures in PEC 2017, pero that is not required. My suggestion actually to IIE Electrical Committee or to other who are studying Philippine Electrical Code and they want to decode it is to create an appendices of figures that explains some part of the code, especially some single line diagram where the fire pump should be put in the LSD. So sometimes, alam nyo ba na napakadaming pagtatalo where the fire pump should be connected in a single line diagram. There's a lot of interpretation in Article 6.95 fire pumps. This can be clear and resolved in one single line diagram if pinilagay na natin yan sa code where all electrical designers should follow. What do you think? So, was there so many figures to develop? I think not. I think we should make sure that the code can help us to visualize what the code says. So what we need to do if you are very good in drawing, in interpreting a certain code in drawing, you should connect with the IIEEPE's committee and give your recommendation to add that kind of drawing. So actually, the committee is waiting for that, I believe. So for those, the one who are interested, actually, I've been partnering with some of my engineers na magaling mag-drawing kasi ayaw ako mag-violate ng copyright law with regards to drawing. So I make sure na nagde-develop ako ng maraming drawings about the code, and someday somehow, pag pinayagan ako, I will release that kind of drawing. Pwede ko nang i-ano sa inyo, i-sell. Okay, anyway. So, here's the fine print notes. So, in NEC, it is now changed to informational notes for more clarity. So, siguro sa next revision natin ng PEC, we will adopt informational notes. We will erase fine print notes already. So this fine print note contains explanatory materials intended to clarify a rule or give assistance, but it isn't a code requirement. It's better to read this because it adds up information that explain further what the code tells us. Okay. So parang meron na lang akong 15 minutes. So anyway, exceptions are PEC requirement or permissions that provide an alternative method to a specific rule. So there are two types of exemption in PEC. That is mandatory and permissive. When a rule has several exceptions, those exceptions with mandatory requirements are listed first before the permissive exception. Okay? So a mandatory exception uses the word shall or shall not. The word shall in the exception means if you are using the exception, you are required to do it in the specific way. The phrase shall not means it is not permitted. You should not do it. Okay? So bakit ko pinipresent to sa inyo? Kasi you will be encountering words in every article in sections that tell shall or shall not. Actually, binibilang ko nga sa PEC kung ilan yung word na shall and shall not. So hindi pa ako matapos, malayo pa ako. Okay? Pero I find it already thousands, hundreds na. So anyway, so imagine mo binibilang ko lahat, nilalagyan ko ng marking sa PEC ang mga yan. So the phrase shall not is actually should not do it. Okay? So a permissive exception uses the word shall be permitted, which means it is acceptable but not mandatory to do. Okay? Okay? So yan yung permissive. Okay? Here's an example of an exception na makikita ninyo sa code. It's a permissive exception and acceptable but not mandatory. Okay? So clear na tayo dyan once na nagbabasa na kayo ng code. So the PEC contain 8 appendices from A to H. This is supportive information only. It can stand alone, but it is not enforceable. It is included for supplementary or informational purposes only, and you can read it independent of topics as additional information for you. Here's the description of the appendices. I will not read its title. So I know meron na kayo yan kasi hahaba lang, malapit na pala yung time ko. So we have discussed so many things in the first series. So first series pa lang yon. Why PEC is hard to understand, yet there is a way to do it. As I explained, we learned our objectives in understanding the PEC 2017. That's 4. I give it to you. We know the short history of PEC edition, and we are expecting new release if there is. And we learned the arrangement and organization of PEC 2017 that will guide you. And I explain in detail the structure of chapters, articles, section, tables, figures, fine print note, and exception. And I hope you got some tips here to better understand our electrical code. Start with a chapter if you are interested, focus on specific articles, and then study the section, tables, figure, fine print note, and exception. And you are on your way to better understand PEC. So series number 2 is about Article 1.0. Hindi ko alam, maabot ba ako? Hindi. Introduction to PEC 2017. Actually, it contains Article 1. It's its introduction. This chapter is a prelude to better understand the code. Article 1 has 11 sections for your information, and 11 sections are the content of this series. So I have here a table with PEC 2017. Comparing with NEC. Color blue is PEC section and violet for NEC. The titles are written in black because it has the same description to PEC and NEC. Walang kakaiba. Otherwise, some description follow the color where it only exists in that code, like blue for PEC only and violet for NEC only, showing section 1.0.1.1 purpose and section 1.0.1.2 scope. So the section is arranged something like this. I don't want to read it to you, okay? So the first section is actually, ito, kino-compare ko na. The purpose discussed in this section is that the role of the code to safeguard life and property. It discusses its adequacy and its intention and its relationship with other international standards. So parang isang pitik na lang at 10 minutes na ako. So in NEC 2017, there was no subsection on intention. It was mentioned in sublevel A. We will show the difference in short a while. So for example, the purpose of the code is section 1.01.1.1a, practical safeguarding. The purpose of the code is for safety of a person and property from hazard contributed by the use of electricity. Here in NEC 90.1a, similar was stated, except this was omitted from PEC 2017. The code is not intended as a design specification or instruction manual for untrained person. However, PEC separated it in section 1.0.1.1c, and we will discuss it. To explain further, the code ensures safety of people from the use of electricity, whether it's a workplace or at home, safeguarding person by using proper PPE, using warnings and training personnel involved in electrical works, and awareness of electrical hazard. The code also tells us to protect life and property from the hazard of electricity. Here are the major hazards of electricity. We know fire or thermal effect, electrical shock, electrical arc flash, electrical burn, or electrocution. In continuation, let's proceed to B, adequacy. So PE state in adequacy that this code contains provision that are considered minimum requirement necessary for safety. Compliance therein and proper maintenance will result in an installation that is essentially free from hazard. While NEC 2017 states that this code contains provisions that are considered necessary for safety, compliance therein, and proper maintenance result in an installation that is essentially free from hazard. As you can see, PEC 2017 is just the same as NEC 2017, except 3 words. The word minimum, the requirements, and will. This was actually eliminated in NEC 2017 final release to make the word simple and direct. However, we adapted it. As I read the reports on proposal on NEC, the reason for them that they removed the word minimum, requirements, and will is to make it simple and direct. So however, we adapted it. So adequacy means adequate electrical supply that is safe. That's the bottom line of what the code tells us. So the code also tells us that the electrical installation is not necessarily efficient or convenient or should not consider future load growth. For the term not adequate, actually, hazard occur because of the initial wiring provision that did not provide for the increase in the use of electricity. You can see the picture common in a store or an electric appliances or at home. Provision of the increase in load was not projected. In many years of my experience, actually, I saw designer compute too much allowance for load growth. Ang dami ko nang na-check na plano with regards to that. In terms of economics kasi, the initial investment is high. However, over the years, the factor on load growth was not used. Sayang lang. Sayang lang yung investment. So what we need to do is to design electrical system adequately. For the term adequate electrical provision, PEC didn't push electrical designer to accommodate the increase in the use of electricity. As you can see from the figure for kitchen and dining, the electrical designer meets the minimum requirement of the code and also added provision if there are appliances in the dining room to be added in the future. The design considered the safe use of electricity. But anyway, wala pa akong naririnig na bash kasi parang 7 minutes na lang. Please let me know, I will stop. Okay? Until now, the debate between the adequate and not adequate are still ongoing among practitioners. But the code says the minimum requirements only that will ensure the safety of people and property is enough. For me, a safe percentage of factors should be identified. Okay, those that are not too much, which affect the economy or project cost, but not too small margin, where it is sacrifices the load growth in the coming years of operation. So medyo may balance tayo with economics and safety. Okay, so to continue, I think I would like to call the coordinator. I still have only 5 minutes to go. Medyo mahaba pa yung slide ko. Marami pa siya. So what do you think? Do I need to continue because my time is already on its limit? Hello? Kumakain pa ba kayo? So anyway, to proceed, kasi hindi nyo pa ako kino-correct, please buzz me if I need to stop, okay? To continue, let's proceed to section 1.0.1.1c in order for us to know the intention of the code. So here's the excerpt from PEC section 1.1.1.0.1c, intention of the code. PEC 2017 is for qualified person, and it is intended to be design specification guide and instruction manual. While in NEC, it is stated that the code is not intended as a design specification or not an instruction manual for untrained person. It's just the same principle actually. If pinag-aralan ko mabuti yung word, bakit magkaiba yung dalawa? So yan, tapos na ako. So just to continue lang itong slide na to, no? NEC uses negative words like untrained person, which is also a correct argument, while PEC use positive word, whom the code is intended for, and the code is intended to be used by those who are skilled and knowledgeable in electrical theory. So electrical system building and electrical construction and the installation and operation of electrical equipment should adapt it. Okay, so my time is up. Thank you very much. My presentation is just only 50% of my slide actually. Hindi ko pa natapos. Pero madami pa yan kasi 1 hour lang ang binibigay sa atin. So I hope may mga president dito na nakinig dun sa mga suggestion ko and recommendation. For you, kailangan natin yan. So that's it, I think.
Thank you, Engineer Bernabe T. Salazar Jr. for the brilliant discussion. We are now open for the questions from our guests, both online and face-to-face. Since we don't have any questions. Oh, sorry.
Bakit wala kayong tanong? Yan, parang meron. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Actually, I'm happy to see the thumbs up and heart as you do during my presentation. It feels so relieved even though marami akong pinagpaguran dyan. Nakita ko naman na worthwhile yung aking pinisend sa inyo at saka yun sa mga suggestion ko. Kung wala na, thank you very much, Palawan chapter, for the successful 22 SLR Regional Conference. Congratulations.
We actually have one question from Sir Jesus Bernal. His question is FPNR enforceable as requirements of the code? How significant if site condition does not permit on some installations?
Okay. That's a good question, ano? Kasi I encountered that question already. Some of the prominent engineers that you know existing in the Philippines question me whether the fine print note is enforceable or not. So actually, fine print note is a supportive material of information explaining what's particularly in the code, kung ano yung ine-explain niya. However, since it is written based on the report on proposal that I've been reading on NEC and reports on comments with regards to fine print note enforceability, the panel included it in order to make sure na maliwanagan pa ng mabuti yung nagbabasa ng code with regards to its application. And nakalagay din doon na the authority having jurisdiction shall still implement whatever it is based on the safety and adequacy of the electrical system na kino-construct niyo. So sometimes yung mga nakalagay sa fine print note are not applicable in particular specific project or task that you are doing. Kaya lang, kung mapapansin natin, meron doon kasing provision na in order for you to apply whatever it is that is beyond the code, kasi ang code lang naman is minimum yung sinasabi niya, and you know that the application and procedure that you are doing is beyond the code and it is safe, that's better. Okay? So you are allowed to do it as long as the authority, the person having jurisdiction for that particular work is na-inspect na that it is safe on the property and life, you are good to go with that. Even wala dun sa code yung nakalagay, as long as it is safe and nagiging above siya doon sa PEC requirement. Did I answer you correctly, sir? So, yung EB, parang may nakita ko kay Anthony, yung EB regarding the power charging design, actually, it's already in PEC, yung electric vehicle design natin. Nasa PEC na yan. I think parang sa special equipment. So, kung mapapansin ninyo, nag-install na kami niyan sa SM and all the SM namin, meron na kaming mga EV. And one of our electrical committee, si Engineer Charles Singson, has already implemented the Philippine Electrical Code minimum requirements for EV design. So, nakakalat na sa mga mall namin. Target namin sa mga mall namin, out of 80 malls we have, is to have EV charging station, free of charge for now. So, kung may EV na kayo, go to SM and charge there. Okay? So, I hope I answer your question with regards to that. Meron na tayo niyan sa PEC 2017.
Thank you, sir. Next question po from Sir Romel Baguio. Sir, meron po akong PEC book 2009 edition. Pwede ko pa rin ba itong pagkunan ng idea? I mean, to follow proper electrical works. Thank you.
Actually, pwede mo pa siyang basahin. Kung mapapansin natin yung 2009 and 2017, some of the section already rearranged. Kaya lang, baka yung pinag-uusapan ko na section, iba na doon sa section ng 2009. There are actually changes in electrical 2009 to PEC 2009 to 2017, which you can read in the first page of the PEC 2017. So, kung mapapansin mo na konti lang yung changes, you can still use the content of 2009. However, meron ditong however, still since the valid code already and promulgating across the land is the 2017, surpassing every PEC that was created before. So, eto na yung susundin natin, lalo na siya na yung reference ng mga authority having jurisdiction. So, kung mapapansin natin, you can read that. You can support yung reading mo muna do sa 2009. Pwede pa yan. Kaya lang, meron ka na nga lang mga pages and section na hindi updated. So, you better buy. Actually, sometimes nagpapalaro ang mga IIEE natin, chapter, and they offer free PEC. Grab it, actually. So para may bago kang PEC, mura lang yung PEC, I think it's 900 or I don't know, ang bili ko sa akin eh ganun eh. So please buy PEC.
Thank you, sir. Our next question in online from Sir Irvin Gerard Paranyal. Hello po, sir. Sa receptacle po, ilan po max na outlet sa isang area pag madami po appliance and pang-charge para maiwasan po yung extension cord?
Okay. So kung mapapansin natin sa design ng branch circuit sa special appliances, so makikita natin that there is only limitation for branch circuit. So lalo na kung hindi ito dedicated for special appliances, so meron tayo kasing dedicated for special appliances. So yung maximum na sabi mo, pwede kong sabihin sa'yo, sagutin, with regards to branch circuit calculation, it's with regards to the size of wire na kinari natin. Like for example, your branch circuit is just only 3.5 mm square. So, square. So the ampacity will be probably up to 18 to 16 ampere only kasi in-apply mo na yung factor na 80%. So, yun lang yung load na pwede mong ilagay sa kanya. So, however, kung titingnan mong gagawin ng parang octopus yan, medyo may problem ka. Kasi naka-define sa code natin if there is an special branch circuit for appliances like heater, and other. Wag mong pagsamahin ang lighting at saka ang iyong special appliances. So, doon mo siya makikita at the end of the day pa rin naman, hindi ko sasabihin kung ilan ang pwede mong i-connect. How much load are you connecting to it that will maximize the 16 ampere or 18 ampere for the size of wire ampacity? Did I answer your question?
Okay, sir. I think that answers the question of our guest. So for the last question is in face-to-face, sir, from Engineer Ebwen, sir.
Hello, Mike. Sir, good afternoon. Edgar Evans, sir.
Yes,
from
good afternoon, sir.
Southern Mindanao Region, Davao City. Sir, matanong ko lang para din po sa tulong na rin po sa kalaman ng lahat.
Yes, sir.
Kasi ikaw din naman yung nagbabasa talaga ng Philippine Electrical Code para at least kung mayroong mga designer, yung mga beginner, alam na rin natin. Yung sa panel boards natin, sir, yung sa mga design natin ng mga main distribution panel, nasusulat ba, sir, na kung saan natin makikita yung kung ilang overcurrent branches protection talaga hanggang yung isang main distribution panel natin? Yun lang naman po.
Actually, sir, meron po tayong nasusulat sa code natin with how many branches in one of the power panel na nakalagay tayo. Actually, it's one of the discussion whether from 2009 to 2017, we increased it from 32 to 42. I think parang ganyan yung numbers. So parang medyo dumami na ngayon. So we want to reduce actually yung ating mga panel with regards to the number of branches na ilalagay natin. Nakasulat po yan sa Philippine Electrical Code, yung numbers ng mga panels natin. However, kung titingnan din naman natin in the design of dun sa mga low voltage switchgear natin na serving a particular electrical room, yung mga proper sizes niyan is actually compute pa rin naman po. So with regards lang po dun sa mga panel natin na may mga branches, kasi ngayon mapapansin natin dumami dun sa requirement ng 2017 while previously it's I think something maximum of 32, then meron tayong number ng 24, 12. So something ganyan. Then so ngayon parang dumami na, sobrang humaba na, and then kung mapapansin natin based doon sa actual application na na-encounter namin sa site, hindi na masyadong maganda yung sobrang haba ng panel where the branch circuit is too many kasi nagka-crowded na yung wiring sa mga raceway natin and gutters, and the distribution is so madumi na, hindi siya magandang tingnan. So parang ang nakikita ko yung application pa rin doon sa 2009 yung maganda.
So I think that answers the question of Engineer Ebuen. Thank you very much, Engineer Bernabe T. Salazar Jr. So
thank you very
now,
much.
let's proceed to the presentation of certificate. The certificate of recognition will be given by the IIEE Palawan Chapter President Engineer Joel L. Conde and the IIEE VP Technical Affairs Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Bernabe T. Salazar Jr. for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord, 2022. Signed by Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, guys.
Our next topic will be presented to us by the Business Development Technical Engineer of Phelps Dodge Philippines, Engineer J. Martin Y. Robiano, entitled Phelps Dodge Value Engineering Solutions. A round of applause for our fourth speaker.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, thank you for inviting us to conduct a product presentation or technical presentation in the 22nd IIEE Southern Luzon Regional Conference. So and then basically I will be presenting to you our two value engineering solutions. So maybe some of you are already familiar with this one. So we will do a quick discussion on the PB Alumilite and then the metal flat cable. So basically, this will be our presentation outline. So first, I'll discuss quickly our company overview, and then we will go through yung value engineering solutions natin, which are PB Alumilite or the aluminum building wire, and then the metal flat cable or MC cable. Okay, and then next is yung PD Engage. So our last topic, which is yung PD Engage, this is our after-sales services to our customer. No? So, kung ano yung laman yan, later on, we will tackle it. Okay? So, first company overview. So, our plant is located inside the Sienta Luisita sa Tarlac. And then we have ISO certifications, like quality management, environmental, and safety. Okay? And then for our third-party product certifications, so we have for building wires, so from TW up to THHN/THWN-2. So both copper and aluminum, we have UL or Underwriters Laboratories and Bureau of Product
Excuse me,
Standards.
sir.
Yes?
Hindi po naka-slideshow yung inyong PowerPoint.
Hindi. Okay. Wait lang ha. Ito, okay na? Gumagalaw na?
Yes po, sir. Thank you po.
Okay. Okay. So again, for our third-party certification, so we have UL or Underwriters Laboratories and Bureau of Product Standards for the building wires, from TW up to THN/THWN-2. And then, by the way, we can also manufacture medium voltage from 5 kV up to 35 kV. And then, ang third-party certification natin dyan is yung KEMA and Powerlab. And then, just in case you have requirements for fire-rated cables, yung mga orange wire, yung ginagamit usually sa mga fire pumps, mga fire alarms. So, we have TUV, third-party certification for that. Okay? So, we'll go through yung first value engineering solution natin, which is yung PD Alumilite or yung aluminum building wire. Actually, itong product na to it's not a relatively new product na talaga sa market natin or industry. So, medyo marami-rami na rin po ang gumagamit ng aluminum building wire, sa sa mga projects natin, So, especially right now, So, yung mga commodities natin medyo nagtataasan, So, especially mga metals. So, marami na po kaming customer na they are looking at alternatives on how to value engineer your product, which is ito yung possible natin na solution using PD Alumilite or aluminum building wire. Okay? So basically, what is the difference of copper versus aluminum building wire? So makikita nyo, nagkaiba lang sila sa conductor. So from compressed stranded na copper conductor, we will use compact stranded na aluminum alloy 8000 series conductor. Okay? So sa insulation and jacket is the same. So sa insulation, normally we use lead-free PVC insulation. And then sa jacket, we use nylon jacket. Okay? So basically, nylon jacket natin, it acts as the mechanical protection of the cable. Okay? And then, by the way, if you convert from copper to aluminum, we need to increase yung cross-sectional area ng aluminum by 2 AWG sizes bigger. So, anong reason? Why do we need to increase yung cross-sectional area? So, the main reason is, ang conductivity ng copper is 100%. Yung aluminum natin is 61% lang. So, to compensate with that, so we need to upsize or increase yung cross-sectional area. And then for the sizes of aluminum building wire, ang smallest size po na in-offer namin is 14 millimeters and bigger. no? Yung mga circuit sizes natin like 2.0, 3.5. So we don't offer it currently kasi yung mga wiring devices natin, it cannot accommodate yung aluminum conductor as of the moment, no? Mostly copper lang siya. Kasi syempre, di ba, pag kinonect natin yung conductor na aluminum sa copper terminal, so ano mangyari? So we will have galvanic corrosion in the end. Okay? So yun yung iniiwasan natin. Okay? So unlike sa mga 14 millimeters and above or bigger conductors, so meron na tayong tinatawag na dual rated connectors. No? So it can accommodate both copper and aluminum. Okay? So ito yung to give you an idea lang din, so ito yung conversion table natin based dun sa PEC and NEC. So yung nasa left side na column pertains to the copper ampacity based sa PEC, no? And then yung sa right side na column is aluminum ampacity based sa NEC. So by the way, we use NEC as reference for the aluminum building mark kasi we supply strictly UL. So we use AWG sizes for the aluminum building mark. Okay? So yan, kung makikita nyo, no? So ang smallest size na pwede natin i-convert from copper is 8 mm squared. So sa aluminum yan is ang equivalent niya is 6 AWG or 14 mm squared. Okay? So as you can see, it's the same ampacity, 50 amperes na parehas. So that's how you convert from copper to aluminum. Okay? And then some of the advantages of using PD alumilite. So number one, it's cost effective versus copper. So in terms of cable cost, I would say at least 30 to 40% cable to cable cost masasave natin in using aluminum building block. Okay? And then number two savings, in terms of weight, it's lighter by 50%. So kahit na nag-increase na tayo ng size or conductor size, sa aluminum, mas magaan pa rin po siya. No? So by 50%. So meaning, in terms of during installation, mas konti yung manpower, possible na konti yung manpower na kailangan natin dahil mas magaan siya. And then it's safe and reliable, so it's been widely used sa US and Canada since the 1980s. And then kami po is we started offering this technology since 2008. So almost 15 years in the making na ginagamit ito sa Pilipinas. Although hindi kasi namin siya ginagawang readily available sa mga as commercially like yung mga distributor namin, yung mga hardware stores. Kasi hindi naman lahat ng electricians natin or mag-install is familiar, no, on how to use yung aluminum conductor or aluminum building wire, especially sa mga building wires natin. No? So that's why we do it by project basis, no, para maiwasan yung mga ganong mga problema. Okay? And then ito yung third-party certification namin for the building wires. Actually, it covers both copper and aluminum na building wires from TW up to THM. So we have UL file number E5448. And then it also complies with our electrical codes. No? So it makikita nyo sa PEC chapter 3.10.1.14. So nakalagay dyan, so we can use aluminum alloy 8000 series for mga building wires. No? So or THM, XHHW, etc. So it's allowed in our electrical code. And then for the PD alumilite cost comparison, so for example, ito, ikukumpara natin siya installed cost comparison. So ito, for example, ito yung parameters natin. No? So initially, we have 100 meters length na cable. Ang initial design natin, halimbawa, is copper THM/THW-2, which is for conductor 250 plus ground. Install natin siya in IMC. No? So if you convert to aluminum, so makikita nyo from 250 naging for conductor 750 MCM na siya. No? So install din natin in IMC. So considering yung mga material cost, yung conduit, cable accessories, labor cost. So ano magiging savings natin when we consider all of that, no? So yeah. So at least 29% or 30% pa rin po ang masasave natin in using aluminum cable in IMC. No? So basically, ang majority ng savings natin would be coming from the cable cost here, no? So sa conduit, possible tayo na mag-upsize, no, one thread size bigger kasi mas lalaki yung overall diameter ng conductor natin. So possible na mag-upsize tayo ng conduit ng one thread size bigger. But sa installation cost, possible na makatipid din tayo kasi mas magaan siya, no? So during installation, no, mas hindi mahirapan yung mga tao natin or mas lesser manpower natin na kailangan during installation. Okay? So at least 29 or 30% savings pa rin tayo sa installed cost. Okay? And then yung kanina is in IMC. So what if ang reference natin is PVC installation, no? So sa PVC slightly higher siya, no? Kasi mas lesser yung value ng PVC, so mas higher yung savings natin when we compare yung copper to aluminum conductor. Okay? And then ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, in using P-Delumilite, we need to use yung right connectors, no? So ito yung sinasabi kong dual rated connector. So actually it's readily available naman sa market, but we can also bundle it together with the cable. No? It's available for the mechanical type or green type connectors. No? So dapat lang po nakalagay dyan AL9CU, or which is yung dual rated connectors. Pwede siya sa aluminum, pwede siya sa copper. Okay? Okay. So our next topic, so after yung P-Delumilite, so we also have yung next value engineering solution, which we call metal clad cable or MC cable. No? So actually, ito is 2014 pa namin siya in-offer sa market, but siguro after 3 years, come 2017, dun pa lang siya nag-take off. So basically, yung metal clad cable kasi, you can use this in lieu of conduit wiring. So pag gumamit ka ng metal clad cable, you don't need to use conduits na. So basically, what is an MC cable? So an MC cable is a factory assembled cable with interlocking armoring. No? So ito yung cable construction niya. So we have two types actually. So we have yung version na for indoor, which is yung itong nasa right side ng screen. And then we also have yung for outdoor, itong nasa left side ng screen natin. Okay? So lalagyan lang natin siya ng outer sheet or PVC. Outer sheet. Okay? So sa conductor, normally it's copper, aluminum, pwede yan. No? So indicate nyo lang kung ano yung requirements nyo. And then sa insulation, kung mapapansin nyo dito sa drawing, typically para lang siyang, ang principle niya is parang multi-core na PHH yan. No? So, but we can also offer yung mga XLP insulated, PVC jacketed, or PVC insulated, PVC jacketed for this one. So, depende doon sa cable construction na kailangan nyo for the wires inside. Okay? And then for the armoring, we use aluminum strip armoring. Etong aluminum strip armoring na po na to, ito na yung mag-a-act as the conduit natin. That's why we can eliminate the use of the IMC or PVC or EMT. No? So yan yung magiging conduit natin. And then for the jacket, kung kailangan yung for outdoor insulation or underground insulation, direct burial insulation, you can use this one. Yung may outer sheet na. Okay? And then it's also UL listed, by the way. No? So we have a certificate of compliance for the MC cables. Ito yung sa UL certification namin. And then for the applications, no? So almost all ng building types applications pwede po siya. So sa stadium, schools, high-rise buildings, no? Mga hotels, malls, casinos, etc. So basically, lahat po ng or CSM, so we have partnership with them actually. So halos lahat ng new malls nila and then yung mga existing, yung mga expansion malls nila. So they are using mga metal clad cables, no? Especially MC aluminum for their feeder sizes. Okay? And then some of the advantages of using MC cable. So number one, it's all-in-one factory assembled, factory tested. So when we deliver it sa site, no? So ganito na yung construction niya. Naka-reel na po siya. Okay? And then as you can see pala, no? So yung MC cable natin is 100% filled siya. No? So not unlike sa conduit wiring, we need to design yung percentage filled based dun sa number of current carrying conductors. No? So ito kasing aluminum strip armoring na ginagamit namin, kaya 100% filled yung cable natin, is mas maganda yung heat dissipation characteristic na. So meaning hindi siya nag-iinit. Okay? So yun yung isa pang advantage ng MC cables natin or aluminum strip armoring. Okay? And then aside from that, yung armoring natin, it's strong, lightweight, durable, and then it's also corrosion, rodent, and termite resistant. So hindi po nangangalawang yung armoring na ginagamit namin. Okay? So it's also highly flexible. No? So it's not limited to 4 of 90-degree bends. So kasi sa conduit wiring, di ba, pagka meron tayong 4 of 90-degree bends based on sa electrical code, so we need to install pull box. No? Sa MC cable kasi, so we have unlimited number of bends, is unlimited. So we eliminate the conduit, we eliminate also the pull box. Okay? So yun po yung isang magiging savings din natin when using MC cable. Okay? And then it also meets yung requirements natin for both NEC and PEC. No, sa PEC, nasa chapter 3.30 siya. Okay? Under metal clad cable. And then we can also reduce installation steps by 30 to 50%. So if you imagine, no, if i-compare mo siya versus the conduit wiring method, no? So sa conduit wiring method kasi kailangan mong install yung conduit support, conduit bending, conduit installation before ka lang makakapag-cable pull. Not unlike sa MC cable, so basically ang recommended namin na hanging support system dito is yung mga unistrut and threaded lang. So you need to install yung mga hangers lang ngayon, and then you can lay the MC cable na. So mas simplified yung process niya, and then we can also reduce yung risk of damage due to cable pulling. Okay? And then also, isang pang advantage nito, it takes 20 to 30% less in terms of space requirements. So gaya na sinabi ko kanina, it's 100% field kasi, kaya mas maliit yung space requirement na kailangan niya during installation. And then in terms of bending radius naman, it's 7 times the diameter of the cable versus the cable in conduit 6 times lang. So it's actually it's comparable naman when it comes to bending radius. Okay? And then for the standard packaging of our MC cable, no? So first, for maximum standard packaging, so MC copper cable, for example, 2 conductor, 3 conductor, 4 conductor plus ground, ito yung mga regular sizes natin. So we can do 1,000 meters per reel for circuit sizes up to medium sizes ng MC cable natin. Okay? And then sa mga bigger sizes or mga feeder lines, no, so we can do up to from 250 up to 500 meters per reel. So same goes with the aluminum. So ito yung maximum natin. So again, magsisimula tayo sa 6 AWG for the aluminum, no? Na size, okay? So sa mga maliliit, again 1,000 meters per reel. Sa mga malalaki, we can do 500 meters per reel. So meron kasi tayong mga limitations when it comes to syempre sa weight, yung mga unloading equipment natin pagdating sa site. So we also check that. Okay? Kaya meron tayong maximum packaging. Okay? And then again, to give you an idea lang din kung ano ba yung magiging advantage natin in terms of cost using MC cable. So actually we prepared 2 options for this one, no? So first option, to compare natin yung copper cable in IMC versus MC copper cable. So initially, ang design natin, halimbawa is copper cable in a 4 inches conduit na for conductor 250 plus ground. So install natin siya in IMC, no? In IMC conduit. So makikita nyo in IMC na 100 mm pa yung overall diameter. Not unlike, i-convert natin siya into MC cable or metal clad cable, copper to copper. So same size. So makikita nyo 100% filled yung MC cable natin, and then yung overall diameter lang niya is 66 mm lang. So it's relatively mas maliit siya. No? So ito yung isang advantage niya. So kung may mga limitation tayo in terms of sa mga headroom natin, for example, so mas maganda gamitin yung MC cable natin. And then in terms of installation or installed cost comparison, so as you can see, mas makatipid tayo by 12 to 15% in using MC cable. So basically, yung savings natin nang galing sa conduit, we eliminate it 100%. Okay? And then in terms of installation cost din, mas makatipid tayo kasi mas lesser installation cost ng MC cable, mas mabilis siyang install. No? So doon nanggagaling yung savings natin. Okay? So we can save at least 12 to 15%. So that's for option 1. So what if i-convert natin siya into MC aluminum? No? So yun yung next option natin. Okay? So option 2, same default design pa rin. Halimbawa, copper cable in IMC versus MC aluminum cable. No? So sa MC aluminum, nag-upsize na tayo. No? For conductor, 750 MCM. Okay? So in terms of savings, we can save at least 40 to 50% when using MC aluminum cable naman po. No? Medyo malaki. Kasi aside from the conduit, we eliminate the conduit. Sa cable cost, mas makatipid din tayo kasi mas lesser yung metal prices natin, which is yung aluminum yung ginamit natin. Okay? So, yan po yung magiging savings natin if we use MC aluminum cable comparing sa copper cable in IMC. Okay? And then, aside from dun sa mga value engineering solution, this will be our last topic. No? So, we call it PD Engage or yung Total Engineering Advantage. So, under this program kasi, no? So, we do cable selection and design or we coordinate with our clients or customer during cable selection and design stage pa lang. No? Kung meron kayong kailangan na i-value engineering solution, so we can give you yung mga recommendations, and then yung mga cable construction natin, kung medyo special yung mga installation methods natin. So we can help you with that. no? So during design stage. And then we can also supply yung mga connectors and other materials. So gaya na sinabi ko kanina, if you are interested to use aluminum building wire, no, so we can supply yung mga connectors na mga dual rated, no? And then aside from that, we can also do technical presentation. Just in case po na meron kayong iba pang interest or products of interest, no? So just reach out lang sa amin. We will type in yung details namin on how you can reach us, no? Para just in case, so we can schedule yung more detailed na technical presentation based doon sa mga requirements po ninyo. Kasi ngayon limited lang yung time natin. Okay? And then we can also conduct on-site pre-installation trainings for the contractors. No? So once na umorder sa amin, especially mga value engineering solution, we go to the site, then we also conduct training, parang learning and sharing with our electricians or mga site engineers on how to install yung mga products na yan. Okay? And then we also do virtual trainings and coordination meetings. So pwede rin naman na via Zoom or via other applications, no? So just inform us, no? So we can do also that. And then we also do technical visits and site audits free of charge, no? So once na umorder sa amin ng cable, so we also do this one, no, as part of our after sales services. No, so during our visit, check natin kung tama ba yung installation ng cable natin, tama ba yung mga materials na ginagamit natin. Okay? And then after that, kung may makita tayong mga bad installation pictures or practices, we can provide technical report with our recommendations. No? So we will give it to you for your correction. And then aside from that, we also do thermal scanning services. Okay? So ito free of charge din from energization up to 1 year of operation ng system natin. So we will create yung thermal scanning report and then we will give it also to you if may makita tayo mga hotspot. No? So on how to correct that. So we will give our recommendations. Okay? And then lastly, no, so we have we would like to invite you to conduct plant tour or virtual plant tour. So pwede na pong face-to-face, pwedeng virtual. No? So para mas ma-appreciate nyo, para makita nyo on kung paano ginagawa yung mga cables natin, especially mga new products natin. Okay? So our plant again is located in Tarlac. So we will arrange naman, no, yung mga logistics natin kung just in case, no, just coordinate lang with our representatives who handles yung mga accounts natin. Okay? So basically, that ends yung presentation namin. And then, again, thank you for inviting us, no, IIE Southern Luzon Regional Conference, for inviting us to share our product offerings, no, sa mga engineers natin who are present this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer J. Martin Y. Rubiano, for that very informative presentation. We are now open for the questions from our guests, both online and face-to-face. Hello? Meron po tayong question from our live. So, at what size of wire will make aluminum would be economical against copper?
Okay. For to answer that question, so basically we can halimbawa sa mga projects natin, we can convert yung 50 mm squared and bigger. So the bigger the conductor size kasi, the bigger the savings. Kasi kung if you imagine, habang lumalaki yung conductor size natin, mas lumalaki yung metal content ng kable natin. So basically, yun yung pinakamagandang i-convert, yung mga bigger sizes or mga feeder sizes natin, to maximize yung savings.
Okay. So, I guess it is question answered po. So, at this moment, let's proceed to the presentation of certificate. To be presented by Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs, and Engineer Crisidel Rhea M. Supapo, Secretary of IIE Palawan Chapter. So the certificate of recognition is hereby given to Engineer J. Martin Y. Rubiano for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme, Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord, 2022. Signed by Engineer Adrian L. Ray, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and signed by Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. Thank you once again, sir. So continuing to the end of the first half of our topics, I am pleased to call our next speaker, the Technical Manager of Switch Industrial, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos, to explain the splicing medium voltage power cables. Let's give him a round of applause.
Magandang hapon, Palawan. Good afternoon, everyone. So again, I'm Kevin Carlos from Switch Industrial. We are the authorized partner of 3M for Electrical Markets Division, basically for power cable terminations and accessories. Before I would proceed dito sa presentation na to, can I please request everybody's attention muna to be in front of me? Meron lang tayong gagawing test. Is it possible lang for the attendees to kindly interlock your hands? Interlock lang natin. I've been doing this for so many conventions na rin. This is just a simple test. So pag in-interlock niyo yung mga hands nyo, merong mga persons dito na left over right ang thumb and meron namang right over left. Okay? Sino po ba dito yung mga right over left people? Meaning yung right thumb nila nasa ilalim ng left thumb kapag in-interlock nila yung kamay. Meron. Ilan lang. Sino po ba yung mga left over right? Wag po ko mahiya kung marami kayo. Left over right, sino po? Ilan? Madami. Okay. Meron kasing study na sinasabi na yung mga persons daw na right over left, meaning yung right thumb nila is nakapatong dun sa left nila, these people are highly intellectual. So, matatalino sila. So ano naman yung mga left over right? Huwag po kayong mag-alala, left over right din ako. Ilan ulit yung mga left over right? Natakot na kayo, no? Anyway, left over right people are people who have high sex appeal. Pwede na. Sir, huwag ba offend yung mga highly intellectual? This presentation of Switch Industrial was made for those people na mataas ang sex appeal. Para mas maintindihan natin. Kasi syempre ako na magpapaliwanag, hindi ko man gusto na mataas ang sex appeal, kailangan kong iparating sa mga kapwa ko na matataas na sex appeal yung presentation ko para mas maintindihan nila. Para naman sa matataas ang sex appeal, mataas ang intellect, alam ko maintindihan nyo to. So again, we are Switch Industrial and I am Kevin Carlos. All right, as for my profile, I am also a registered electrical engineer and I am a graduate of Tarlac State University. So taga Tarlac po ako. I previously worked for a cable manufacturing company, basically for cable design of medium voltage power cable. So kung taga Tarlac ako, alam niyo yung pinanggalingan kong company. And lastly, I've also worked with 3M. So accessories-wise, kabisado ko rin po yung products ng 3M. As for the company, madali lang naman siyang tandaan. Switch. O anything na on-off, yan po ang company namin. And kami po ang isa sa mga pinaka-trusted partner ni 3M since we've been distributing their products since 1990s pa. And bakit kami naging partner ni 3M is because of our credibility. Most of the clients right now, regardless kung nasa kang industry, power plant, mining, oil and gas manufacturing, pag nagkaroon kayo ng mga accidental na damage sa kable ninyo, kailangan ninyong ma-regain kaagad yung connections ng mga power nito. And if hindi nyo ito ma-regain kaagad, malaki ang revenue na nawawala sa mga companies. So si Switch po has been a solution provider to these companies. Paano ko po nasabi yun? Because of our availability of stocks. Meaning kung meron kayong power cable na naputol, kailangan nating idugtong, our team can already customize components para makapagdugtong kayo ng power cable. Kailangan nyo magdugtong ng low voltage, our team can also do that. So again, for so many years, ito na po yung ginagawa namin sa mga customers namin. Kaya mas madalas na kaming nakikilala kapag nasa time sila ng parang in trouble or gipitan na talaga. So other divisions that we carry are this, abrasives, personal safety, tapes and adhesives, traffic safety, cleaning materials. As for the technology, ito po yung mga technology ni 3M. So we have the tapes, connecting technology, cold string technology, tsaka yung resin, which is usually being used for splicing power cables. And for power cable termination, you've been this long enough, I would assume, dahil for the longest time, ito na yung pinipresent namin together with 3M. We discussed the components of a typical power cable. We train people on how to do proper termination. And again, we help them understand the product itself, which is yun yung cold shrink termination kit. So for those who are interested naman to know more about these types of trainings, do let us know. We're conducting it free sa mga fellow engineers natin. Right now, the topic would be more on splice. Kasi alam natin bakit tayo kailangan mag-terminate. Pero bakit ba tayo nag-i-splice? We do know ito yung isang activity na kailangan nating iwasan dahil nga this is the weak point of a cable. Pero again, for some circumstance, hindi talaga siya naiiwasan. And these are probably some of the reasons. For one, as mentioned ni Phelps Dodge kanina, meron lang certain limitation ang packaging nila. Ibig sabihin, kung hanggang 1 kilometer lang or 500 meters lang, hanggang doon lang ang kaya ng manufacturing. Minsan din, nagiging limitations yung weight ng kable. So, kailangan mo magdugtong, lalo na kung mahaba yung ilalatag mong kable. Secondly, is kapag na-damage yung cable. Kung hindi man na-damage, pinaplanong nakawin. Okay? So, hindi natin maiiwasan yan. Copper yan. So, very valuable yan sa mga ibang tao. Kaya, as much as we wanted to, iniiwasan natin na ma-damage yan sa gitna. And then last would be kapag kailangan ninyo mag-branch, meaning yung T-splice na tinatawag. So, yan yung mga, I would say, 3 major reasons bakit tayo kailangan magdugtong. So for splicing, the concept is kung ano ang tinanggal mo, kailangan mong ibalik. Halimbawa, nag-splice ka ng THHN, tinanggal mo yung conductor, tinanggal mo yung insulation. So gagamit ka ng compression connector para sa conductor,
gagamit ka ng rubber tape, electrical tape para dun sa insulation niya. So that's the concept. So sa power cable, ganun din. So meron tayong different components ng power cable na kung ano yung itinanggal mo, yun din dapat ang ibalik mo. So these are the types of the power cables. So to explain further, these are the different components of a medium voltage power cable, which is similar as well dun sa discussion namin ng power cable termination. So let's start with the basic conductor. So this conductor, yung solid mo, tsaka yung concentric stranded na wire is of the same cross-sectional area. Maniwala man kayo o sa hindi, ang solid wire na to is parehas lang sa area ng stranded wire na ito. Bakit siya lumalaki? For the reason na ginagawa mo siyang mas maliliit na strands to make it more flexible, kaya yung diameter natin lumalaki. For a typical power cable, ang ginagawa nila is yung compact stranding. Meaning mas kinokompact nila yung wire, reduce ang diameter to 10% to make it more smaller in diameter to save on material, and at the same time, to eliminate yung mga air gaps sa conductor natin. So ano bang kailangan mong gawin para makonect yan? Siyempre, gagamit ka ng mga connectors. So the conventional connectors are this one, yung nasa gitna. So yan po yung mga compression type na connector. Ang tawag din natin dyan is bat connector. Now, yung sa dulo is a new technology for connecting conductors. Ang tawag po dyan is shear bolt connector. Ano po ba ang concept ng shear bolt? Ang shear bolt po, ibig sabihin, once na nagpitan mo na siya gamit ang Allen wrench, kusa siya matatanggal. Napupunit siya. One-time use. Hindi siya mechanical type na connector na kailangan mong gumamit ng torque wrench. Kasi ang mechanical type, pwede mong luwagan ulit para magamit. Pero ang shear bolt, one-time use siya. Bakit siya ginagamit for splicing? Kadalasan for power cable kasi, hindi naman all the time available yung same size ng kable na idudugtong mo. It's either mas malaki dapat ang kailangan mong hanapin para maidugtong mo yung kable ng tama in terms of its ampacity. So ang shear bolt, it can connect two dissimilar sizes of wire. Like say for example, magdudugtong ka ng 50 mm squared, pero ang available mo lang is 90 mm squared or 100 mm squared na wire. Pwede mong gamitin ang shear bolt connector. Aluminum yung naputol mo, at kailangan mo mag-connect ng any type of cable na available which is copper, pwede rin ito. So si shear bolt, magkaibang size, magkaibang metal, copper or aluminum, pwede siyang gamitin. Hihigpitan lang, mag-shear off, tapos ang connection. The next component would be the strand shield. Okay. The strand shield is what keeps the corona discharges away from the conductor from going out the XLPE. Yun yung mga maliliit na partial discharge na sinasabi natin. And that is one reason why bakit kino-compact din ng manufacturers yung wire to eliminate these air voids. So si semicon material or si strand shield, siya yung manipis na layer ng component in between the conductor and the XLPE. So, meron ding tape si 3M, ang tawag dito is Scotch 13. So, from the number itself, nakakakuryente. So, pag sinabi mo kasing semiconductive, pwede po siyang daluyan ng kuryente. So, yan po yung pwede natin gamitin to provide continuity for the semicon material. And then the next component would be the insulation. XLPE, kandila. So yan yung mga sinasabi nilang material ng XLPE natin. We do know the XLPE or the insulation is the voltage capacity of the cable. So habang kumakapal po yung XLPE natin, lumalaki ang capacity ng power cable natin in terms of voltage class. Now, for the benefit of giving you informations about power cables, these are the commonly known voltage class na present ngayon sa market. More likely dito po sa Palawan area, meron kayong 4160 sa mga motor, which is normally rated yun at 5 kV. Ang distribution line niyo is probably 13.2, 13.8. Ang voltage class naman natin dun for power cable is nasa 15 kV. Okay? Ngayon, paano nyo po ba i-cross reference yung IEC standard versus IEEE? Just to give you an idea, merong 3 voltage class per category si IEC. The first voltage is your line to ground voltage. The middle number, which is 6, is the line to line voltage of the cable. While yung 7.2 is the line voltage maximum. Meaning, ito yung maximum voltage na kayang i-sustain ng power cable natin. So, that is the classification for IEC. Paano naman dun sa local standard natin? Meron tayong 5 kV, 15 kV, 25, 35. Pero more likely dito, 5 and 15 ang ginagamit ninyo. Probably sa Batangas, meron silang 35. Meron tayong 2 class naman dyan, 100 and 133. What's the difference of the two? So ang difference po nila is the insulation thickness. So kapag sinabi mo kasing 133%, the insulation level, yung XLPE natin is 33% thicker. So in terms of diameter, mas makapal siya, mas mataas yung voltage, yung insulation niya, yung thickness niya. So when it comes to fault clearing, mas matagal magkaroon ng fault yung 133 na insulation level natin as compared to 100%. So kadalasan na rin, mas madalas na nilang ini-specify yung 133 kasi nga, in terms of thickness ng kable, mas makapal si 133. So paano naman siya kinoconnect kapag nag-i-splice? So rubber tape po ang gagamitin dyan. Okay? Meron tayong mga high voltage rubber tapes na present din kay Switch Industrial. Second, the next component would be the metallic shielding and the semicon material. Okay, so meron tayong ganyang mga klaseng shielding. Imagine nyo po yung kable pag walang metallic shielding at merong high stress concentration sa kable, you do know yung equipotential lines na sinasabi nila or yung electrical flux lines. Pag wala pong shielding yan, ang tatakbuhan ng electrical potential lines natin would be the nearest metallic component, which is the conduit. Now, if you have a shielding sa power cable mo, even yung stress distribution ng equipotential line sa power cable. So that is one reason bakit meron siyang shielding sa outer layer ng power cable. So paano siya kinoconnect? Again, since it's a semicon material, Scotch 13 po, and then meron tayong copper tape na braid. So tanso din po itong tape na to connect the shielding of the power cable. And then lastly would be the jacket, in which dito naman alam na natin kapag nagja-jacket tayo ng kable, kailangan niyo ng rubber tape tsaka ng electrical tape. The rubber tape is intended for moisture sealing while the electrical tape is intended for mechanical and UV protection of the cable. So, most of the time, hindi natin in-expect na magkakaroon tayo ng mga splicing sa kable, lalo na kapag emergency. Pero what we recommend is these are the tapes that you would need to have like a ready inventory sa mga companies ninyo. So just in case na kailangan ninyo mag-repair, ready kayo. So you have the Scotch 13 semiconductive tape, you have the Scotch 24 shielding tape, you have the Scotch 130C rubber tape, and then you have the Scotch 33 na vinyl tape. So 4 na tapes, kaya ninyong mag-splice ng 5 kV, 15 kV, even 35 kV na power cable. So yan lang po kasimple. Now, kung gusto nyo namang medyo advanced, merong mga cold shrink splicing kits na present din ngayon sa market. So ito po yung isa sa mga samples na yon. May mga range din siya, depende sa kable, kaya niyang mag-accommodate ng various sizes. Now, to give you a short video on how it is being installed, dali. Let us try kung mag-play. Oh, mag-play pa siya dyan. Anyway, my apologies for the presentation, but unfortunately, the slide did not play as we wanted it to play. But again, if you would like to know more about the splicing kits of 3M, especially lalo na sa cold shrink splicing kits, those videos po are available sa YouTube. So, ang swerte ng mga batch ngayon ng mga engineers, everything now is available online. So actually yung video na yon is pwede nyo rin pong mahanap sa internet. So kung gusto nyo pong matuto about 3M splicing kits, hanapin nyo lang po sila sa YouTube. Or if hindi nyo po sila mahanap, pwede nyo kaming kontakin, ide-demo namin sa inyo. So that is for splicing kits. So it has parang wala namang pinagkaiba sa termination, but at the end of the day, yung preparation ng termination is the same with the preparation of splicing kit. As for the other products of Switch Industrial, we also cater to personal protective equipments of 3M. So respirators, hard hats, reflective materials, and even fall protection products. We also have abrasives. So again, for metalworking, and if kailangan ninyong maglinis ng kalawang. Kapag po ba nagtatanggal kayo ng kalawang or yung mga bus bars ninyo kapag nililinis ninyo, ano po ba normaling ginagamit ninyo? Sandpaper. Si sandpaper, the problem with sandpaper is kinakain niya po yung metal. Nababawasan niya yon. So even sa mga mechanical na parts, moving parts, anything na linisin mo ng sandpaper, nababawasan niya yon. Pero kung familiar kayo sa Scotch-Brite, it's a product of 3M usually being used for household na panglinis ng kaldero. So that is the reason why bakit yung mga kaldero ninyo is hindi napupudpod. So sa abrasives naman, we have this type of Scotch-Brite. Yung nasa gitna, saka yung nasa dulo. Hand pads po ito na ginagamit for cleaning. So kung maglilinis kayo ng mga bus bar, maglilinis lang kayo ng kalawang, Scotch-Brite po ang nire-recommend namin doon. And kung gusto nyo ng mabilisang cleaning, meron din pong Scotch-Brite na pwedeng ibala sa angle grinder. So kung gusto nyo mag-strip to metal ng mga panels ninyo, maglilinis kayo, imbis na gumamit kayo ng chemicals to clean away the panels, Scotch-Brite po yung nire-recommend namin. Mas mabilis, mas safe siya, and less harmful. For the tapes and adhesives naman, we are familiar with the COVID pandemic right now, so familiar yung social distancing sa inyo. We have the lane marking tapes of 3M, depende po sa kulay, depende sa haba, we can provide. We also have yung mga double adhesive tapes ni 3M na instead of using nails or yung mga ordinary na double adhesive na alam naman nating madaling matanggal, eh si 3M, siya po yung madalas na ginagamit for signages to basically secure yung mga signage natin. And then yung mga abrasive na may pandikit. So ginagamit siya normally sa mga pool area, yung mga madalas na nababasa. Sandpaper siya na may adhesive na dinidikit siya for stairs. So for safety purposes na rin. So for cleaning, so we have the polishers and we have the matting. So again, makikita nyo yan sa mga hotels, lobbies, sa mga, normally sa mga entrance ng mga institutions. So that ends the presentation of Switch Industrial. So I am Kevin Carlos. That is my contact number. That is my email number. Miss Vilma Way, she's my manager. She's based in Manila. And Mr. Mario Vargas is our sales rep naman based in Batangas. So if you want to know more about 3M and Switch Industrial, please do not hesitate to visit our booth. Nandun po siya sa may exhibit area. And again, maraming salamat po for giving us the opportunity to present and sponsor to your event. And again, maraming salamat po and congratulations SLRC.
Thank you, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos, for that interesting discussion. So now, since we don't have any questions, so for our guest here in the conference hall, meron po ba kayong questions? So mukhang wala naman. So let's proceed to the presentation of certificate to be given by the BOD member of the IIE Palawan chapter, Engineer Michael Ernie F. Rodriguez, and the VP for External Affairs, Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa. Ay. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Kevin D. Carlos for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Signed by Southern Luzon Regional Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde. Once again, thank you, Engineer Kevin D. Carlos. How do you pronounce your last name? Seo. And now, starting the second half with the sixth topic entitled Underground Distribution System Using FlexCon HDPE Spiral Conduit. I would like to call the technical consultant of Spelapco Incorporated, Mr. Benedict Seo. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I want to introduce you the underground, how you design the underground systems, because I'm working for many LGU going to underground, existing overhead going to underground. Actually, that is very difficult to do it. First, I want to ask you, hello, I want to ask you all here delegate, when you design the underground system, what is first you should know? How you can design underground system? What is based on? What is based on underground design? First, you have to decide cable size. How you can decide the cable size? You have to compute cable dilating factor. Depends on the burial depth, temperature of air, temperature of ground, soil thermal resistivity, and then group of cable, and then distance of cable. So that's why we are electrical engineers. So when you design the underground system, don't forget, first, you have to know what is the cable size. Based on the cable size, manhole size also different. So number one, I will introduce first one, underground materials and construction. And then next one, network design. And then number three, technical, general technical guidelines. Okay, oy, sobra na. Okay. You know, everybody, you are designing underground system. You writing there XLPE cable. There is a not proper specification. XLPE also, there is a many different kind of XLPE. So number one, CNCB XLPE cable is carbon neutral cross-link PVC shelters. That is what, if you excavate, there is no underground water level, you can specify XLPE CNCB W cable, CNCB cable. If there is underground water melon, you will specify XLPE cable CNCB W, meaning water blocking for conductor. And then another one, FRCNCBW is fire resistance. When you design from the manhole going inside the building, you have to use FRCNCBW XLPE cables. And the fittings, number one, road brake elbow for transformer. This one, IEC standard. And then T connector for switchgear. And then another one, the splicing kit. Next one is terminal. And then below here, pan-mounted transformer, and then pan-mounted switchgear 4-way, pan-mounted switchgear 6-way. Switchgear box, you mostly design on 4-way, but there is also 5-way, 6-way. When we are working like existing city, existing overhead going to underground, sometimes we specify switchgear box 5-way or 6-way, because sometimes some commercial area we have to guarantee to supply power. That time we will specify LBC 5-way or 6-way. This one, secondary line. How you can go secondary line underground existing city? If you know before you can distribute main line going to kanya-kanya houses, diba? You install copper bus bar. If sobra raining, pahana, everybody will electrocute. That's why we need this one, secondary distribution system. Maybe first time you saw it, this one. This one also secondary distribution on the house. When we doing existing LGU going underground, the problem is there is so many squatters. How you can properly distribute? There is no wire connection. Just a wire putol and the pumasok like this. This is waterproof type. This is what we did it in the existing LGU in the Philippines, first time. This one, termination area distribution. Without this one, existing city cannot go underground for secondary line. This one, inside the manhole, secondary distribution also. When you look at the picture, that one, existing city, we did it. Maybe all of you electrical engineers, you will see in the future, you will go underground. How you can do? Primary line, nothing. Very easy. You can install on the road. How about the secondary? Secondary, how you can distribute? Without this item, you cannot in the Philippines. Why? 1 year, how many times we have a typhoon? So many water flooded. How we can guarantee safety for the people? That's why you need these fittings. That's why we start to install this one very Davao City. Lahat the secondary run distribution systems. Also, manual, we did not use cast iron because after install, after 3 days, they knock out all the manual frame, manual cover. So we use a special plastic engineering manual frame, manual cover, and inner cover, so that even the road is flooded, water will not enter inside the manhole, and then nobody knock out because they cannot sell anymore. This one, what we are introducing is the Flexcon HDP spiral conduit with sun encasement. Why do you need a sun encasement? Do you know somebody? Why do you need a sun encasement instead of a concrete encasement? Because cable power dilating factor. Because in the concrete, soil densities, thermal resistance is higher, meaning we have to use a more bigger cable to deliver proper ampere carrying capacity. That's why we use sun encasement, not the economic. Number one is dilating factor. If you are designing, anyway, young people, one day you will be PE. You will designing underground system. You have to know how to computing dilating factor of cable, so that you will choose proper cable size. If you choose cable size, you will design manual size. Manual size is not isang bahay, no? That is wrong. You have to design manual and then whatever, burial depth, conduit size, everything based on the cable size. There is a proper design, economic design, and then O&M is easier. So we did it, this one, we introduced this one 2007. First, we exporting abroad. Up to now, we are exporting HDP spiral conduit made in Philippines. We are exporting Palau, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos. Actually, yearly, a huge volume we are exporting made in Philippine product to other countries. This one, the first one, Davao Park project, Davao City, all the Davao City go underground project, we use this system because, number one, Philippine road is very narrow. How you can install? 9 p.m. we start the excavation. 6 o'clock in the morning, car should pass. Meaning, sand backfilling and then soil backfill, car pass tomorrow morning. That is what I promised to Mayor Duterte that time. So we did it. So successfully, now we are ongoing phase 4A. And then another one is the Basa Air Base, 69 kV, all underground. And then also the Meralco also substation, San Miguel substation, 69 kV. And then the other Cebu project, and then Saptang Island, Patanelco. Batanes Island, all the underground already energized. Tatalong Island, all underground, energized already. This one, you know the best project, battery energy storage systems. We work with San Miguel from the Cagayan Valley up to Zamboanga cities. We supply all our products. Total 510 megawatt capacity we supplied. There is a battery energy storage systems. You know, especially here, who sit down here, you are lucky. Today you are learning basic underground systems. Not just a copy. What is underground system? When you are designing, what is it based on? Always don't forget, you have the computing deleting factor first of cables. Because the most advantage for underground system compared aerial system is not better. Number one, cooling system. Most disadvantage for underground system is cooling systems. So we did it here at the left side, Davao City, right side after. And then you can see the secondary line. Third picture is the secondary line. And the secondary line, tapos na, you can see right side. This one, transformer, we install elevated. You know why? I'm also involved in working for Naga City in Bicol. They are going underground. The problem is when I involved in designing, sidewalk is drainage. I will install transformer. We have no choice. Nobody selling property 3 meter by 4 meter. We cannot buy. That's why we have to elevate transformer, switch gearbox, main distribution panel, SCADA system, everything on the elevated. Secondly, in front of the house, car enter, parking area. So we have no choice. We have to make it elevated so car enter out. Because in the Philippines is different than other country. I'm also working on a Vietnam underground system. Their country in the Philippines is very different. We are follow underground is their drainage system for secondary line. So where we will put in the secondary line? That is, you have to thinking very well. Primary line, no problem. We can install on the road. Secondary line, I don't know where I will put in. I will remove a drainage system. Cannot. That's why we have to elevate the sidewalk. And then elevate the drainage system. And then third one, manhole. Manhole system. Everybody, maybe you are working manhole, side falling, manhole in the side. If like that, driver will calling city hall. One day, how many calling to mayor office? That's why what we did is manhole precasting. So until precasting finish, not yet tapos na, we never excavate. When the manhole precasting finish, we excavate, put in the manhole, backfill agad. So car can pass. That is a different system, you know. Use subdivision, underground system, very simple. You can do. Nobody complaining. Existing city, existing overhead going underground. So many people complaining. Every day your ears is very painful. Even though we clean, driver will call complaining, people complaining. That's why we have to develop innovation technology. That's why we did it manual side precasting. Dalawa, like this. So the car pass immediately. And the third one, service box for secondary wire, secondary distribution system. Imagine small box, cable inside the box, even the baha, 7 meter baha, water will not enter. So meaning safety, people will not electrocute even the sobrang bahana. That's why why I want to show this one is this kind of fittings, maybe you never seen in the Philippines, but we are already using this system in the Philippines, one city only. So future, maybe we don't know. Puerto Princesa, you want to go underground? You need these fittings. Without these fittings, I'm sorry, you cannot do underground system because of drainage system. This one solar power projects, roof system. We also manufacturing black color UV rated HDPE spiral conduit. So actually, just recently, we also export for solar power conduit to Palau, almost around $200,000. Actually, our company exporting product yearly around $1 million made in Philippines. We have a factory in the Bulacan. Another one is Cebu factory. Another one Davao factory. We have a 3 factory now ongoing. Batangas factory, so 4 factories. So designing here, conduit, under IEC 7.5 inches horizontally and vertically. In the Philippine Electrical Code, 190 mm. Why? If you will not follow this one, dilating factor is malaki. That's why in the IEC, Philippine Electric Code required minimum 190 mm vertically, horizontally distance spacing. Cable pulling. You know, when I look at, actually I'm technical consultant of Spelaco. I can see the underground system, my own franchise area, contractor pulling the cable, they use boom truck. They use also backhoe. Is that electrical engineer job? Maybe they never learn, they never study electrical. There is not proper way. If you are electrical engineer, you have to compute cable allowable tension force. Plus compare allowable tension force, actual tension force. You have to compute. Actual pulling, cable pulling force should be smaller than cable allowable tension force. Because whenever our franchise area, they are installing electrical wiring, I'm asking contractor to submit cable pulling force, compute, you submit. If you cannot submit, don't insert the cable because you will make a cable sira. Cable, when you insert the cable, you have to pull the cable constant speed. Hindi pwede like that, like this. No, if like that, insulation material will damage. If like that, electric tree will develop on the conductors. So conductor cable, you cannot use 35 years. You only use 10 years, you have to replace. Cable supposed to be minimum 35 years, you have to use it, or else not economical. And then also you have to use pulling eyes. It depends on the conduit. You have to choose proper tools, not jacket, cable jacket. That is overhead pulling, not underground. Underground, you cannot use jacket. If you pull the jacket, you are waste money. You need a pulling eyes. This is a pulling eyes. And then, how you can computing is like this. It's very simple. How you computing pulling force? Per feet, 2 pound force. Per feet, 2 pound force. If you have a bending area, 1 times 2. If example, 90 degree dalawa, you have to pull. Meaning, times band 달 나와요. So times 4. One band times 2. So meaning distance is very shorter. So I'm asking you, when you look at the underground drawing, you will see two-way manhole. Why there is a two-way manhole? Do you know somebody? Why there is a two-way manhole? Do you know? You know, two-way manhole, main purpose is splashing. Kasi if you pull more over then cable allowable pulling force. That's why we computing. Hindi pwede already more than mahaba na. We designed their two-way manhole so that you can splashing. That is purpose two-way. Not the bending like that. I put in two-way. No. Pull splashing place here. Splashing place is two-way manhole. Or else why you will design two-way? Sayang pera naman. When you design underground system, as much can do roof system, power supply, diba? Isang feeder is around 10 MVA. So isang switch gearbox 200 ampere kasi. That's why isang feeder tatlong switch gearbox 1, 2, 3. Isang switch gearbox connect transformer 3.0 MVA, 3.0 to 3.5 MVA. 3.0, 3.5, like this. That is how you will do. This one, switch gearbox 1, 2, 3. Right? So each switch gearbox 3.5 MVA, 3.5 MVA, 3.5 MVA, lahat 10.5 MVA. That is isang feeder. So that the connection from substation come here like this, going there, going back again. So meaning you spend the big money for underground system. In case substation A1, Shirana, we can supply A2, Paliktak, so that there is no less minimized power interruption. There is an advantage for power underground system. So when you designing underground system, number one, cable size. Second, roof system. You have to design roof system. After you install cable, when the cable manufacturer deliver cable to site, what you gonna do? You have to conduct VLF testing, very low frequency testing. Mostly all in the site, they are conducting DC high path testing. So I school electrical engineer in my franchise area. You will destroy XLP cable. You should not conduct DC high path test at the site. That is wrong. If you put in the DC testing, after without all discharging, DC will, when you supply AC, DC will be localizing, destroy XLP cable. That's why under IEEE standard, follow this one. If you can take a picture, you can take a picture. We really have to do it first, acceptance testing, and then installation testing, and then O&M testing. Operation maintenance, every 5 years, you have to conduct operation maintenance testing so that at least you know where their cable will be Shirana, so that you can replace only one. Please take a picture. This one, I'm showing table how to computing dilating factor of XLP cable, because I'm also I design PNR project underground system on full Pampanga area. What I asked them engineers, how did you reach this dilating factor? Sabi nila,
software is saying, no. Software also you need a computation. Without computation, how you can make a software system? You should know how to compute. This is a table because I didn't know that. We are always using before software. We are using table. Number one, table K1, rating factor depends on the burial depth. So when you buy the cable, you ask the manufacturer, you look at the brochure. IEC cable manufacturer, they are saying a burial depth based on the 0.8 meter ilan ampere. That doesn't mean if you install cable 2.0 meter burial depth, you should not follow that ampere. If like that, your design is valid. Cable cannot carry the kind of ampere to until end because of burial depth. The letting factor is different. So you have to check brochures, what they are written, their condition. You have to, everybody showing there. IEC 60572-2. That one, burial depth 0.8 meters. That's why it depends on the cable manufacturer, what they are following IEC standard. There is a two standard. One is IEC 60572-2. Another one is burial depth based on the 1.4 meter ampere. There's number two, rating factors. Group the ground temperature. Mostly like this, you know. Outside the temperature, example in the Philippines, mostly 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. When you excavate the rupa, more than 0.7 meter, the ground temperature, outside temperature minus 10 degrees Celsius. So meaning outside the 35 now, you will computing ground temperature 25. Based on the there, around the different is 10 degree is data. We are computing this one and then K3, the finish, the spacing. Kanina, I'm telling you, cable distance is very important. That's why on the Philippine Electrical Code, IEC standard 190 mm, 190 mm. Horizontally, vertically, 190 mm, 190 mm. You have to do that one. And the rating factor for cable, how many cable? 이상덕. If you put in cable tatlo, different. Isang cable, isang conductor. That is what they are asking ito. K5. So that this one, kasi marami pera kasi, no, you are conductor soil thermal resistivity, di ba? You conduct malaking time, malaking pera you are consuming. That's why I put in this one. This is just a reference. What kind of soil? When you excavate, what kind of soil? You can compare this one. You put in this data. So that you will saving money and then saving time. You take a picture, sir? All of you, let's take a picture. Huh? This one, how to compute rating factor. Example on the brochure, catalog, they are saying 250 mm square, 500 MCM. Most of Philippine local manufacturer, 530 ampere. Let us say, assuming 600 ampere on the brochure. So on the brochure, ito I computing burial depth 2.0, thermal resistivity 0.96, single core 3 phase. And the plug formation. Plug formation is cable 1, 2, 3. There is a plug formation. That's why if as much can do underground system, you have to go flat formation, not triple formation. Tatlong cable diba isang conductor. That is a triple formation. Isang conductor, one. That is a flat formation. So when you designing underground system, you have to make it flat formation so that we can reduce rating factor. So that made the flat formation. So example, we based on the K1, G1, 7, K2, K3, K4. This one you all compute 0.97 like this. This one 300 mm square Brusher 605 amperes. 600,045 is 하도록 ampere yun, Brusher ampere yun. When you compute the rating factor, carrying is 605 times the rating factor 0.97. So real carrying is 586 ampere. So you have to choose 586 ampere. What you need is 530 ampere. Okay, so you can go 300 mm square. Based on here, you can start to design manual size. Manual size is based on the cable size. And then even the radius also based on the cable size. When you install the conduit, what is the minimum radius? Minimum radius. Under the Philippine Electrical Code, under the IEC code, minimum radius, bending radius is 15 times outside diameter of conduit. That is the minimum required. Why? Why PEC required the minimum bending radius? Because when you insert the cable, insulation material will not stress. If insulation material will be stressed, after we supply power, electrical tree will develop. Electrical tree develop from conductor to outside. Water tree, if you install XLPE on the submerged area, water tree will develop. Water tree, meaning water trees develop insulation and semicon area. It takes time. Pero if we supply DC, wala na water tree. Forever, wala water tree. Unfortunately, we are supply AC kasi. That's why there is a water tree develop. It takes time, around 5 to 10 years. That's why sometimes they say, oh no, we installed the XLPE cable on the water, wala na problem. Sige, you wait. Very, very slow develop. But if you put in XLPE cable, radius very small, bending very sharp bending, within 3 to 5 years, electrical tree develop. Fortunately, we have copper shelter in the cable. Why we need the copper shelter in the XLP? Because sometimes corriente will leak. Without that copper shelter, we will dangerous. The copper shelter always we connect the grounding. Pero the copper tape, outside the copper tape is not enough. That's why we will install another grounding wire. Pero here, 100 mm square pure copper. Me, I recommend the 38 mm square copper, pure copper. Until 13.5 kV, 38 or 30 mm square copper is good enough for grounding wires. 69 kV going up, of course, grounding wire bigger. Second, why there is a copper tape? Without copper tape, beside there we will install auxiliary line, telephone, cable TV. Marami disturbo. this one I'm saying water tree develop, electrical tree develop. That's why mostly electrical tree develop is mechanical stress. Your radius is so sharp. Water tree, you install cable on the submergible area. So we have to avoid, or else you have to use CNCBW XLPE cable if there is always water. That's why XLPE cable, many different kind, a lot of apart kind of XLPE cable. You have to choose what is underground. When you excavate no water, CNCB cheaper. Then meron tubig na CNCBW water blocking XLPE cable. And then cable entering building, we need a fire resistance, FRCNCB. Ito, another one ito. Because ito, my experience. Because when I look at the plan, the developers submit the plans. Mostly nowadays, commercial building, they want to install transformer inside the building. Take a picture. You have to follow this one. This one, I follow also a PEC. Same time, also I study IEC. We call the transformer board inside the buildings. So we have to do proper ventilation, and we have to avoid, in case there is an insulation oil overflow, that overflow will go kalsada. What will happen? That's why we need a slit, at least 6 inches higher, for safety purpose. And the ventilation also, just any hanging you put in cannot be, depends on the capacity of transformer. You have to choose, and the automatic control depends on the temperatures. That's why here written there, minimum 1.6 cubic feet per kVA. Example, 1,000 1.0 MVA transformer, 1,000 times 1.6 cubic feet, meaning 160 cubic feet capacity of ventilator fan. Or else we will reject, because electrical company will be the operation maintenance. A transformer ang mahal naman. Why utility company will shoulder the cost? Developer, you are the one who install. You have to follow standard. Mostly this one, we are installing this one, hoisting facility. Ito, I don't know, somebody is working Penelco. If like the Penelco, you are working Penelco, you have to see very well. You really need this one. Without this one, example, 1.0 MVA transformer Shirana, how you can bring out? 1.0 MVA transformer, almost 3.5 tons. How you can carry? There is no space. That's why we required hoisting facilities. Actually, I reduce a lot. Kasi 30 minutes kasi. Reality, ang mahaba ay tanggal-tanggal marami. Anyway, you have any question regarding underground? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is about the XLP. You said a while ago that we should not test the XLP on high path testing using the DC power. It should be AC. It should.
XLPE cable don't testing in the manufacturing system factory, they can use DC high-path testing. When they finish product, delivery the site, never do it DC high-path testing. Kasi we are supply AC. DC will not completely discharging. We supply AC. The DC will be remaining localizing among the cable. That's why we recommend very low frequency testing. That is what recommended by the IEEE. This is what the very low frequency testing recommended by the IEEE standard 402-2013. Before, we don't have a very low frequency testing. And then there is a researching why XLPE cable faster 실하나. There is a researching in the article. That's why IEEE recommend very low frequency testing, AC testing. So what we are doing is example 15 here 30.2, diba? So we go 15 kV. We go now 20 acceptance is 30. So always like this. Don't remember everything. You just memorize only acceptance. After install, acceptance times 90% is installation voltage. And then ONM is the acceptance testing times 0.75. But this one, 1 hour, it was 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Actually, we are already implementing this. Even though you ask cable manufacturer, 100% they will tell you at the site, never conduct DC high-path testing. They are the one who recommend. Before, we did it, DC high-path testing. We also did it. Now, no more. Very low frequency testing. This one, we are saying here, 30 kV. Very low frequency testing, test machine like this. 30 kV is reality. Only 20 ampere corriente pumasok AC and single phase yun. Not this one. We are using 0.1 micropulse. That's why konti lang high voltage testing, computerized. But this one, actually in the Philippines, very few on this kind of testing machine. So what I did is our company, we provide all. Our company on VLF testing up to 69 kV, 112 kV, we are conduct testing. Example, you are contractor, diba? Only one time you install, how you can buy that kind of a mahal equipment? That time you call us, we will help you. Imagine actually the up to 35. You know how much? 6 million pesos. This one how much? 69 kV VLF testing machine, 12 million. I import because when I look at, I cannot testing. I design and I supervising. How I can guarantee? Well, I'm not tester. That's why I import from the America, so that all our here, I'm also electrical engineer, you're also electrical engineers. How I can help you? That's why I bought all equipment. Even the cable pulling machine, I import. Everything in our company, we are not only manufacturing HDP spiral conduit. We are not entering construction. We are poro supply, but we are helping all contractors. You need a cable puller machine, you can call us. We can help you. minimize charging. And then also VLF testing machine, you call us. We will help you. You cannot buy. I'm not the underestimate you. Test the machine alone 12 million. How you can get back your ROI? Impossible. That's why we provide everything. I want to show you another one. Sir, conductor, you can see this one, pulling ice. You ask us, if you need it, when you insert the cable, you call our marketing company. They can provide this one for you. You just rent, don't buy. Regarding underground system, everything we have, because I'm the one who approved body, diba? Simply, I have to provide all. We are all electrical engineers. Either kanya, you provide all capital ubus. How you can work? That's what we provide. That's what our company also working abroad. That's why sometimes you are calling us, I need to test. I said, no, we adjust the schedule because test machine go to Vietnam and I have to get back. We are the schedule, we have to adjust. Do you have any question again? Anyway, very seldom I'm here because I really very busy. I'm mostly going all around the LGU, going underground. We are designing also. We are focused manufacturing, designing. And the others, we are supporting contractors. So you don't worry about the testing, pulling, and the splashing. We are training you free. Splashing, termination, whatever connection. Only 1 hour you will learn. Not mahirap. Just 1 hour. You can learn. Because I came from Samsung Engineering. I designing underground system. That's why I want to transfer. I'm training electrical utility companies. Young engineers, I training already many other utility company. I did it 2 years, 3 years. You have to know. You have to learn. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, about the depth of the pipe here in Puerto Princesa, we use normally 15 kV, no? 13.8. So the rating is 15 kV. So about the depth or the clearance from the soil, the better clearance, sir.
Actually, the burial depths under the Philippine Electrical Code until 25 kV, 30 inches, 750. But if you install burial depth 750, you will be big problem. Kasi drainage. You are banga drainage. So more hard time. That's why I'm saying you go 1.2, lahat drainage sa taas. That is my experience, you know. Existing city, Davao City, we excavate many. Poro drainage, you know. Because of drainage, we hook like that, drainage na. Papa, we're going up like that, or else we have to hook papa. So more mahirap. When we go 1.2, dere we go mostly. That's why we recommend the 1.2 meter. Under electrical code, 750 mm up to 25 kV. 690 kV also, we are doing, actually 690 kV also we are doing 1.2 meter burial depths. So that we will avoid other utility disturbo. Pero auxiliary line, we are installing 750, 600 because fiber optical cable is easier. But XLP hindi kaya. Why? 69 kb, 800 mm square cable diameter, 90 mm. How you can bending? That's why as much can do XLP cable go pan type. 되죠? So easy to insert cable. Why you need a conduit? Because you want to insert the cable kasi. That's why kanina I'm saying when you install conduit, you have to do minimum bending radius so that when you insert the cable, mano-mano puede. That is what we had experienced. And then electrical code also saying 15 times, 15 times OD of conduit. Diba? And then another one again. When I look at the plan, submit the plan, underground system, lahat primary line 4 inches. Lahat, primary line, diba? Whether cable size 300 mm square or lateral line 70 mm square, conduit size isa, lahat 110. How you can earn money? Honestly, we talk. You are electrical engineer, you are contractor, you are designer. Hindi tama, diba? Like this, simple. Cable diameter example 30 mm. 30 mm. Conduit inside diameter minimum 60. Easily you pull the cable times 2. That one. So example 70 mm for lateral line, from switch gearbox going to transformer, mostly 60 mm or 70 mm square cable. That diameter is 22 mm. So meaning we don't need use one of the 10 conduit size, mahal naman eh. So 22 times 2, 42. So we use 50 mm conduit. Already enough. That's why underground designing, cable diameter times 2 is ID of conduit. Supposed to be electrical code, 53% of section area of conduit. Pero section area you compute, isa lang okay. Paano secondary, we will put in tatlo, apat, di ba? Hindi tama yun eh. Mahirap yun. That time, you computing 40%. Mano-mano you can insert. We tried already. We computing 50%, we insert the secondary line, di ba? Mano-mano, ang mahirap, 150 meter, hindi kaya. That's why we did it, 40% of section area. We tried about 250 mm square THHN, THWN. Mano-mano pwede yun eh. That's why 69 kV, di ba? Don't do 69 kV. If you are working 69 kV underground, bending radius minimum 3 meter. We did it 15 times OD. Hindi kaya. Even the machine pull, ang mahirap. So 3 meter radius is easier pulling cable. That is the actual experience. And another question. Because you are asking me actual the site installation. I forgot. 69 kV, when you are go underground, manual cover satas slab, diba? That one never installed. First, you insert the cable first, both sides. After you insert the cable, you insert the satas cover, or else you need a splashing. You are dead. Splashing 69 kV, length already 4 meter. Meaning manual length is 7 meter. Ang mahal, diba? Mahirap eh. That's why manual 5 meter length na don't cover satas. First XLP cable kalihate pumasok ito, remaining pumasok ito para you will last splashing. That is the way how you insert the cable. Example, from the underground go manual concrete pedestal, di ba? You want to put in derecho everything. That is a dream. Ang mahirap. You have to pull out the you length, estimate the length. Example, 10 meter until manual. So you pull out the cable outside the manhole, and then only remaining 10 meter, mano-mano you pumasok pa. Easier. That is what I'm telling electrical contractors who are inserting cable. Sometimes there is no machine. You have to insert the cable by mano-mano. The way how to insert the cable is talagang experience. Nobody teach you in the books. As much can do, you pull the cable straight. Bending area, you bring out outside. And then remaining that around 10 meter, easily you can insert the cables. That is your experience. Another question? Almost time coming now. If you have any question, anyway, you know our company, you send the email. We will help you. We will assist you regarding even the design, review the plan, or other advice we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Mr. Benedict Seo, for that very insightful presentation. So at this juncture, let us proceed to the presentation of certificate. The certificate of recognition will be given by Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs of IIE Palawan Chapter, and Engineer Aladin Cruz, Treasurer of IIE Palawan Chapter. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Mr. Benedict Seo for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. Given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord, 2022. Signed by Engineer Adrian L. Ray, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. Once again, thank you, Mr. Benedict Seo. At this juncture, we would like to acknowledge our very generous sponsors. Once again, thank you to our conference sponsor for making this event possible. All right, continuing to the seventh topic entitled Energy Audit. Let us welcome our next speaker, the President of Wesco Electrical Equipment Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Rodolfo R. Peñalosa. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. I would like to congratulate the organizers of the regional conference. It seems that it has been a very successful one. And my topic today is about energy audit. So let me share my PowerPoint. Do you see it now? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Please confirm.
Yes, sir, pero hindi pa po siya naka-presentation, sir.
Hindi pa? Okay, so let me get back to it. Let me see. How about this one?
Yes, sir, okay na po.
Okay, all right. Again, good afternoon. My topic this afternoon is about energy audit. That means that is compliant to RA 11285 if this is known to everybody. I'm sure that all of you are aware of this. And my topic is quite short, but I will cover as much as I could because I'm only given a short time and I will be answering some questions if you have some questions later on. So before I start, I'd like to introduce myself very briefly. I'm Engineer Rodolfo Peñalosa. They call me Roddy, and I'm sure that many of our engineers in Palawan probably remembers me as I always frequent Palawan during my term. I am a professional electrical engineer. I am a professional electronics and communications engineer, an APEC registered engineer, an ASEAN chartered professional engineer, and recently a CEM or the Certified Energy Manager, and of course, an IAE fellow. So this is my brief resume. I'm the president of Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. I am the chairman of the board of the VCP Trading International and the president of PAMAV Training Institute and Technology Center, or in short, it's PAMAV Tech. I'm sure that also many of you had probably been receiving a lot of invitation as to our training programs around the Philippines. So again, I'm former chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineering. I'm the former technical panel for engineering and technology chairman. I'm past president of the Philippine Institute of Construction Arbitrators and Mediators, a group of construction arbitrators from the Commission or CIAC, or the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission. I'm past president of Foundation of Outstanding Professionals from the PRC, and past president of Confederation of Filipino Consulting Organizations, also or CAFILCO, and past president of the Society of Philippine Electrical Contractors and Suppliers, or we call it now Electrotechnical Contractors and Suppliers, and past IAE president and Building Industry Consulting Services, or BICS communication practitioners for telcos. So what is my topic for this afternoon? It's about energy audit. First of all, I know that many of you probably are aware already of what is an audit about, but there are some specific requirements according to RA 11285. Right now, let me just state what is the main objective of having an energy audit in any organization, because this is now required, or this is now required practically in all types of organizations or establishments, I would call it. And what is the primary objective of energy audit? Technically, it is to determine ways to reduce energy consumption per unit of product output or lower the operating cost, whether we are in production, we are in mall operations, or we are in what we call hospitality operations like hotels, resorts. The particular level of this level of audit is what it should help us lower energy bills. And that is the main objective. And it also increases the comfort of those facilities, especially when the facilities are too cold or too hot. It helps us to increase the lifespan of equipment in the facility if all our equipment are properly operating and properly maintained. So these are very basic information that all of us really know, but how do we know all about that? Not unless we have what we call the CEM or the energy manager at the plant or at the operating centers. Then that is the only time that we will be able to know exactly what to do. So let me go to the kind of levels on energy audit. I'm sure that all of you as well know this. Under level 1, under the standards of ASRAE level 1, this is what we call walkthrough analysis or the preliminary audit. Actually, level 1 is just a simple audit that, assuming I am the one assigned to walk through the site because the client would like us to do very simple analysis or evaluation of the plant. And this is where I would be doing a walkthrough of the facility. What do I need for the walkthrough? There are very simple requirements there. I need to see what are the possible equipment or systems that could have a possibility to reduce consumption. Do we have a motor that runs 24 hours that has no, say, starting soft starters or VFDs? Okay. Or we have motors that starts off on and off, and then there is no control over it. Or do we have motors as well that misaligned or very, very noisy? Or is the entire system having very high harmonics and at the same time very low power factor? Or do we have air conditioning systems that are not really functioning very well? Are the chillers working very well? Or do we have what we call pressurized air that has a lot of leaks, especially if we have steam? So if we are to look at that, excuse me, that means these are the most possible areas that a walkthrough person or CEM or energy auditor must have to look at. And this will involve billable interviews as well. That means we will have to interview the maintenance people or the production people. What are their process of maintenance and so on, and what kind of bills they have been receiving. Technically, what we need is about 24 months of billing for us to take what we call the benchmark. And also we have to know the operating dates, operating data. Is it running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Or it's only running at 8 or 10 or 12 or 18 hours a day? Are we getting the power from the utility in the evening because it's lower? So, I mean, these are the things that are being considered during walkthrough, but it has nothing else to do except to look around it and make the report. So what we will have to do is to compile the data in which the preliminary audit, we will use only simple analysis. It could be a low cost or no cost measures, meaning when I say low cost, probably what we are seeing at site are just for repair or just cleaning. And if it is no cost, that means we'll just have to do again, adjustments. So there's no what I would call capital investments to that. But that is probably temporary. Now, you will also note that DOE requires all companies, well, especially plants, manufacturing industries, even users of more than 500,000 kilowatt hour, or even 1 million kilowatt hour. All of us are required to submit to DOE with level 1 and probably energy conservation requirements. So here we will look into also the corrective measures that have to be made to submit to DOE. Some have their own requirements, but remember, when we have that level of energy audit, we should have the ESCO, or the energy service company that is registered with the DOE. Unless you are an ESCO, then that's okay. But you should have also a CEM, okay? We don't need cost operating savings or simple payback periods that may be provided because we have no measurements. So this level 1 may not be sufficient for reaching the final decision in implementing the proposed measures. It is only adequate to look into the energy efficiency projects and to assess the need for a more detailed audit. Okay, and what is that? So that means we have to evaluate the utility usage, the billing, observe how the energy using systems are operated, maintained, and develop low-cost and no-cost recommendations. Again, a visual inspection of accessible areas of the building and the complete photo survey of existing equipment that was available. Now, when we report in our company, Westco Electrical, when we conduct energy audit, we typically make a photo of the nameplate of the machine, the motors, whatever, that could be a possible opportunity or possible chances of having this unit be a potential saving for the operations. So we have also to look into the HVAC units and other equipment operating during the visit and need to determine whether operating the manner that were designed and installed. Now, you will notice as well that when we have HVAC, especially if it is centralized, the fan coil or even the ductwork must have to look upon if it is necessary. But for an energy audit level 1, it takes only about a day or 2. So that means it's not enough. It's all for purposes of knowing whether this part is not functioning well, this part is a potential saver, this part must have to be repaired, and so on. That will suffice enough. So the next level of energy audit is under ASRAE level 2, is the survey and analysis. This is more elaborate. Now, if you are in an office, like in a plant, and you are in charge of, and you are said to be an energy manager, that means this level of understanding is very much needed. Level 2 includes, of course, the preliminary level or level 1 analysis, and should include the detailed energy calculations and possible financial analysis of the proposed energy efficiency measures. And these could be another demand or another report that we will have to submit to DOE, because they are looking into your potential energy conservations. All right. So assuming a industrial plant has been diagnosed to have a lot of potential savings, then the owners or the representative from the plant will have to ask the energy auditor or the ESCO to look deeper and go into level 2. And level 2 would say that we will have the financial analysis, the analysis for the life cycle cost analysis of the equipment inside the plant, so that the owner will have a comprehensive understanding of the financial benefits of implementing the specific efficiency measures. Now, all management, when they get into audit, the main target is to save. The main target is to save, but to save, we need to invest. You cannot save without doing a lot of changes, replacements, or even changing the operations of your old equipment. Say, supposing your equipment has been there for what? 15 years, 20 years? And you said it's still working? Yes, it's still working, but what is the efficiency? Is it 90, 80? Or it could be just 20 and 30 because it's still working. So those are the measures that we have to do. Now, remember, we'll have the financial analysis to be performed for each measured based on implementation of cost estimates. When we conduct level 2, we do a lot of, I would call, measurement and verification. In measurement and verification is the terminology used in energy audit, but actually, if we are doing it as testing or maintenance testing. That is what we use for substation testing measurements. But in audit, we have to measure, that is testing, and verification, that whether the test we conducted is still workable or no more, or not to standards anymore. So that means with the measure based on implementation cost estimates and on site-specific operating costs, savings of the customer's investment criteria must have to be studied, and it should be sufficient in detail to justify project implementation. Level 2 also includes the preliminary level 1, but also includes detailed calculations. And of course, when we have that calculations, the financial benefits of implementing specific energy measurements is also very necessary. Now, utility bills, as I've said earlier, requires 24 to 36 months period to allow the auditor to evaluate the facility's energy demand rate structure and the use of energy usage profiles. This type of audit identifies all energy conservation measures appropriate for the facility given its operating parameters. The financial analysis performed for each measure based on implementation cost is very specific and should be made to justify project implementation. This is the last energy audit that is very essential, but not many of the companies go into this because this will entail a lot of capital. Now, in this level, I mentioned earlier that at level 2, we are doing a lot of measurement and verification. That means, say, supposing we will have to test a motor, whether the motor is operating to its level of efficiency, or the air conditioning system or HVAC is actually also doing a lot of operating good performance, and even the ductworks do not have much of leaks, or even the fan coil operating inside the building is working very well. Is it connected to a building automation system or building management system? How does it work? So the data that we gather actually is more complete. Even assuming the building is purely glass, say the walls are purely glass, because in green buildings or LEED buildings, most buildings are purely with glass pane, not mostly covered by hollow blocks or precast concrete, because they think that a very special kind of glass will not penetrate the UV or even the heat coming from the sun. And that becomes already very expensive. Now, if it is not, that means if that is the design that purely glass windows, that means the envelope of the building must have to be computed. When I say the envelope, it could be the walls, it could be the roof, it could be the floors, it could be anything in as a shell. That because that is part of level 3. What comprises of the level 3 audit are the envelope, heating if you have the boiler, especially for hospitals or hotels, air conditioning system. Are they being maintained, or how is it working? How's the consumption of, I would say, running of motors? Do you have multiple motors to run for booster pumps? Or you may have other equipment that should be run regularly. So all those must have to be measured, and all those must have to be computed. Now, here we will prepare also what we call the field data that we will gather from testing or measurement and verification, and a more rigorous engineering analysis. That is verification. Then when I say engineering rigorous analysis, you will have to analyze what the results are. And when the results are showing that there are a lot of losses, then the ESCO or the CEM must have to look into ways what are the possible solutions to that. For example, after having measurement on level 2 that we found the power factor is high, it's good, it's high, say supposing 85 or 90. However, the harmonics level is too high. It goes beyond 5% of the THD or total harmonic distortion. What happens? You have a lot of losses. Although this is not part of my lecture, but we have a different lecture covering much more of harmonics and power factor improvement and harmonics mitigation. But I will just give you some sort of importance, whether if the power factor you says is good, and you will say, oh, the power factor of the plant is good, it's about 85, 90, which is good. However, you are failing to measure the harmonics level of that system. What happens is if you have your very high power factor and your harmonic system is also very high, that means you have a problem of heating along the line, especially neutral. If you do not have the neutral, you will have your transformers heated even at low loads. That I can tell you because we have experienced that many times over. All right. So it says here it provides also detailed project cost and savings calculations. Once we have found that the measurements and even the losses is very high, then we will have to recommend what are these solutions that we can provide for the recovery of what I would call the losses. And we should be able to determine the probable savings that the solutions will provide. And what ESCO will do is says, okay, Mr. Client, in our computations and based on our estimates to solve the problem, the possible savings that we can get from this corrective measure would be about 8 to 10%. Now, DOE requires 15%, and that is very high. Now, we can actually get that level if there is much, I would say, investment that you will have to do. The point that I'm seeing because of our experience is I saw that when we have improved the power factor and lessen the harmonics level and balance the circuit from the entire system, when I say balance the circuit, there is not much of imbalance along the network. You will notice that the output, production output, is also improved. We have seen that in many of our clients. Why? We don't know. Because when we improve the power factor, say from 80 to about 95 or 98, and then the harmonics level from say 15 to 28 to some are 50, THD to about 5 or 8 or 6. That's still high. We have to bring it down to about 5 or less. Then the operation of the entire system, electrical system, is quite, I would say, very, very normal. And what we have noticed is that when we have installed the solution that is required for that specific function or network, we measured first the current run without that yet, without the equipment that we have installed. This is the current level. When we installed it, immediately we saw the difference. If say this is about 2,000 amps and becomes now here is about 1,002 or 1,001 amps only. That was the big savings immediately in kilowatt hour. You would know exactly how much that be. So the level 1, 2, 3 is necessary for those who would be companies that are very serious in improving savings. And many of us, whether we own the building, we own a small outfit, we are looking into how we can improve our earnings by saving the operations. Not necessarily putting off your lights. I have visited some companies and for them, according to them, saving is putting off. That's correct. But putting off lights also have some sort of side effects. What? Safety. And safety is part of audit. I did not touch safety because that is part of the questions that normally we will ask. How do you put up, how do you solve the problem of safety? Remember, if you're in a plant and you have very soft light, it's not good, especially if there are operations running below, unless you have some dedicated lights in the operations itself. But if you're running through that, sometimes some that I've seen, they put up some sort of sensors at the level of 50%, 60%, 70%, 100%, depends on the number of people. So alternatively, this is called a comprehensive audit or detailed audit or technical analysis audit. It expands the level to audit by providing dynamic models of energy use characteristics of both the existing facility and all energy conservation measures identified. The building model is calibrated using actual utility data to provide realistic baseline against which to compute operating savings to proposed measures. Yan ang nakikita kong palaging ginagawa. Kumpleto yan. Kumpleto siya because yan ang titingnan ng tinatawag na opisina, especially CFO, yung Chief Financial Officer. Now remember, we have looked into some data of I would call energy saving program, and it would go to about 200, 300 million for a large plant. Some will go to about 20 million, 50 million. But assuming the company is serious of improving that, and they do not have the budget, I have seen some of the funders coming from different sources that they can provide funding without the company spending much, but it will be based on energy savings. Now, energy savings has a peculiar result. If the system of the company is not working, say, regularly, and there are shutdown or repairs and so on, that means the output is not at maximum demand. That means the saving is not gathered. So that means when we talk about energy savings payout or payoff to an ESCO or to a funder, that means the operating hours, the operating demand is in its maximum level, or else the saving is not attained. Okay? So the importance of this is the extensive attention to understanding not only the operating characteristics of all energy-consuming systems, but also the situations that cause load profile variation on both an annual and daily basis. Itong sinasabing itong load profile is very important because load factor is an important part of operations. When I say load factor, it's not always power. The load factor can also be mechanical. So that means we have to cover that. The existing utility data is actually supplemented with sub-metering now. Ito ang problema. Very few companies, especially a large one, have sub-meter in one, say, operating center. Kalimitan ng companies na nakita na bisita ko, isa lang ang metro nila sa harap. Pero ngayon, I think they are learning how to have its own sub-metering based on, say, department. So, suppose in production department, meron sila isang sub-metering. Yung isa naman is cutting department, another metering. Yung isa naman, puro die-cast and so on, another metering. You know why? That is where you can actually determine the cost implications of each operating center. Kung ang isang operating center is very high consumption, why? Why? Do they have excess energy use that the production is just the same? So those are what I would call the energy accounting centers. Yun ang itinatayo ng mga tinatawag nating energy managers. They will have to set up an energy auditing centers or energy auditor centers. Lahat yon may mga sariling tinatawag na monitoring system and they will look into the operating characteristics of each one. Isa yan sa kailangan ng audit. So ito this is briefly, this is what you would look at a glance. So let me say it again. Level 1, on your right, is brief on-site survey of the building, savings and cost analysis of low-cost or no-cost conservation measures, identification of potential capital improvements, meriting or considering further considerations. On level 2, more detailed building survey, breakdown of energy use, savings and cost analysis of all energy conservation measures, identification of energy conservation measures requiring more thorough collection and data analysis. And the last one for the level 3 on a very brief information is attention to capital intensive projects identified during the level 2 audit. More detailed field analysis, more rigorous engineering analysis, cost-saving calculations with high level of accuracy. Wala nang hula dyan sa level 2 kasi dyan merong analysis at saka merong use of tinatawag naming modeling. And we use modeling software on both. And sa energy audit ang ginagawa namin, we have the software that we use that when we take the picture of the unit, it can automatically transfer to the report that we make, showing also the data from the nameplate. So all of these three are just part of the audit. So let me go to the next. This is more of an important part of audit. Why is measurement and verification, or MMV, important in energy audit? It says measurement and verification demonstrates how much energy ECM has avoided using rather than total cost saved. Nakikita niyo yung sinasabi niyan, iba? The latter can be affected by many factors such as energy prices. The measurement and verification process enables the energy savings delivered by the ECM to be isolated and fairly evaluated. And reliable measurement and verification of energy savings in association with energy conservation measures is critical for final settlement or utility incentives and energy performance contracts. Itong energy performance contracts is being undertaken by ESCO if they want to go into that. That means sila makikipag-usap sa building owners on what to do. And with the proliferation of advanced metering infrastructure, there is an increased interest in using whole building data for MMV or measurement and verification as a cost-effective alternative in sub-metering or installing equipment. Okay? Yan ang importante dyan. Kaya pagka Ang iba ngayon, ang ginagamit are mostly automated. May mga data loggers sila. Meron silang monitoring using the website and so on. So it's not very hard anymore to monitor the system. But the problem is how to actually interpret the results. Monitoring is very easy, but how to interpret them is quite, I would say, tricky. Okay? In addition to the total cost savings measurement and verification, it will demonstrate how much energy of the energy conservation measure has avoided. Energy prices are some of the factors that can affect the latter by measuring verifying energy savings delivered by the ECM. It is possible to isolate and fairly evaluate the benefits of energy conservation measure. Now, what is the meaning of ECM? It's actually a measurement that is applied to all existing buildings or facility that improves energy efficiency and involves energy conservation, cogeneration facilities, renewable energy sources, improvements in operation and maintenance of efficiencies, or retrofit activities which result in energy, water, or related costs. Ang retrofit na kalimitan kong nakikita are nasa lighting. I'm sure that all of you have done that because when you are using metal halide in your plant, that is very expensive. And you cannot just put it off right there and there because it takes time to generate efficient light. Kaya ngayon, marami ngayon nagre-retrofit. Now, if the area is so big, they do it on partially. Kunyari, isang side muna. After 3 months, another part, and another 3 months. Ang iba naman, pag marami silang budget, buo na yan, palitan lahat yan, tapos lahat yan. And then, what we always recommend is that before you even do that, before you even, I would say, change or relamp, mag-measure muna kayo. Kunyari, magre-relamp ka dito sa area ito. At kung meron kang submeter dyan, mag-measure ko muna kung ilan ang current na ginagamit, kinoconsume niya ngayon without replacement. Kunyari, ginagamit ito kunyari sa mga 60 amps. Okay, good. Nagpalit ka ng ilaw, how much is the reduction? From there, you can already measure whether the 60 amps is still there or not. Probably it becomes only for 35 or 40 because LED. Okay? So kitang-kita na kaagad natin ang tinatawag na savings, and pag nakita kaagad ng owners yan or CFO or yung chief financial officer, matutuwa na yan. Ang dami kong nakita na because of the innovation that some engineers have done in the plant, they were recognized and given citation of good performance. Yun ang nakita ko dyan. Marami na ako nakitang ganun. And the purposes is, of course, improves energy efficiency. It's not limited to more efficient conversion energy rather when renewable energy is substituted to conventional energy fuels. Itong renewable energy na ginagawa natin ngayon sa mga rooftop is good. It's really good. It helps. Kaya lang, it has to be done by someone who is really good, and you need also testing and commissioning. Wesco is doing a lot of testing and commissioning because both on power system and even renewable energy. Ang iba dyan, usual testing na ginagawa, VOM, IR, and so on, it's not enough. Merong ginagamit pa kami dyan na IV current and voltage graph that we use. So, ang isang importante dito is when government sees a company conducts what kind of energy savings, sometimes nagbibigay sila ng incentives. Hindi ko lang alam kung ang incentive na binibigay ng government is really nabibigay or not. I'm not so sure, okay? But at least all substitution will constitute improvement of energy efficiency. That's supposed to be the thing. So, again, it is an essential process for buildings that you invest in energy efficiency because it put numbers to a difficult to quantity process. Ibig sabihin, the numbers to a difficult to quantify process and makes it easy to calculate economic impact of an investment. Mahirap talaga yan. But it is an important part for us to know. One important thing too is to understand MVB is that it must express findings in terms of energy saved rather than cost saved. Yan ang titingnan natin. Ang energy save is more important than the cost that we will spend. Kasi ang buhay kunyari ng isang equipment is about 15 years. And that your recovery of investment is about 5 years. So that means the income for the next 10 years is already saved. Malaki ng bagay na mababawas doon sa expense na supposed to be na investment. So ito yung isa sa importante. MMB is a cornerstone for continuous commissioning and maintaining recommissioning and savings actual energy usage as compared to predicted usage that issues causing higher energy use are identified and resolved repeat quarterly. I'm sure that all of you also are aware that kung may bago tayong gamit, we have the pre-commissioning and we have the commissioning. And tinatawag na testing and commissioning sa final output. Now, some companies do this, but ang nakikita ko is when somebody installs it, they are the ones, especially a large, say, equipment or a large system. Sino nagtetest yung commission? Ang supplier. Actually, the correct way is a third party who is capable of doing testing and commissioning for acceptance should be a third party. It should not be the supplier himself. The supplier may do the pre-commissioning, and the pre-commissioning will now be submitted to the third party to identify whether the pre-commissioning is really acceptable or not. And that is how the protection for the supplier and the owners are viewed. Kasi pag hindi natin ginawa yan, nagsisisihan sila later. Ang sasabihin niya, ay nako, may kasalanan dito. Ang gumagamit kasi in-over nila ito and so on and so forth. I've seen that already. That's why we develop in third-party acceptance tests that I learned from having an office in the US. Ang nakita ko sa US, ang third party is being done by somebody else, which is good. That protects the supplier, that protects the contractor, and that protects also the owners at the same time. Because assuming that the work done is accepted today and good for 1 year, and then just 1 day after the 12-month period, nag-conk out, nasira, ano mangyayari? So by contract, the project is no longer under warranty because even if it is only passed for 1 day, it's no longer covered. You know, as an arbitrator myself, by that agreement, if they say to me, if they told me that the contract is only from January to December 31st, and then on January 1st, the equipment failed, and of course the company would say, oh, it's only 1 day after the warranty, and I would tell them, well, I'm sorry that the contract between you and the contractor is only 12 months, and now is January 1st. So, in legally, wala na silang laban. But if there is a third party and we knew that there is no impending or incipient defaults that may happen after the 12-month, kita namin yon. Kita namin yon. So, pagka halimbawa nagkaroon pa rin ng problema after the 12-month, ang ibig sabihin something went wrong beyond the aspect of operations. So makikita niyo mga diferensya ng ganitong klase ng measurement. It's very important. Another next is itong M&V and metering plan developed in early stages of planning. Ito napaka-importante itong metering niyan at early stage. But you know, it's only now that probably the new plant is putting up what would call a sub-metering. Kung walang sub-metering, wala lang, may measure lang sila portable, naglalagay lang sila tentatively. Pero because of the energy measurement, they have to have that. And then, you will have to compare actual energy usage to model energy usage monthly and quarterly, which is calibrated and finding the building energy baseline to use. Issues causing higher energy use are identified and resolved early instead of going on for years. So, malinaw siya, malinaw, okay? So, now there is what we call the an organization that is now being undertaken international. Itong tawag na Efficiency Evaluation Organization, pinalitan yan, naging International Performance Measurement and Verification Protocol, which is now being followed. We tried to follow these procedures, but there is a procedure for M&V to be certified. Well, if to be certified is you have to take your exam, you have to study and so on. But to my mind, if you are expert in testing and commissioning, third-party commissioning, and you know exactly how to interpret them, there's no need of that because verification is very easy because this is purely technical. So this is some of the international performance protocol to use for new buildings, calibrated simulation to identify what are needed to be measured. And these are lighting, HVAC, pumps, fans, cooling, heating, water, and you develop a plan to determine how it will be measured, gather base data line, and decide on meters, trending, calculations, length of time, etc. And of course, your building automation system. And these are some of the units or the items that you will have to use when during your measurement and verification. And you should have your person in charge of thermography to make sure that he knows how to interpret them. And you have to use also labeling. After doing it, you have to label it. That means that you are actually doing it properly. And then this is the visit that you do for inspections. When you look at this, you are to look at, is this properly maintained and so on. If it is done, that's good. And this is how you look at it when you are working on it inside the panel. Technically, if I look at this, I hope this is not powered, because if this is powered, I would not allow them to do that, because whenever we open up, well, of course, this is only a panel, but if you're opening up a switchgear, then I will not allow these people to work, because you have to have your ARC class suit. By the way, I'm also a safety officer, 3, and so it requires some basic protection, especially if you're opening up a switchgear, which is live. So this is not good, but I think this is offline. That's okay. And when you have your transformers to be tested, you have to have your oil lab also being tested at the same time. For quality testing also, you have to do that. And also for Furan tests and so on. Now, many companies now are doing a lot of Furan tests in order to determine whether the insulation paper are still good or not. Some people are now learning. Before, it was only the utilities that ask us for measurements. But I think now even the smaller users like 1, 2, or 3 power transformers, they are now looking into it. But they don't know yet how to interpret them. So we will have to provide them how to interpret, especially after testing. We have the test oil lab that we use in order to provide this testing. So that ends my presentation. I'm just in time. We have, I think, 10 minutes for questions and answers. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope you learned a little from this presentation for any audit requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Peñalosa.
Any questions?
Yes, sir. I think we have some questions from
Good.
our online guest.
Good.
So our
Yeah.
first question po is, we have already local CEMs. Is there a local program, training and certification for energy auditors?
We are starting it. In fact, PAMABTEC is only one of 2 that had been issued by DOE to provide CEM and CEA. Hopefully by next month, we should be able to have some. And I would ask them to look into PAMA training schedules so that they can be trained. Now, outside of Manila will be online, but the examinations will be online as well, but that will be very strict. Any more questions?
Another question, sir. Hi, sir. Energy audit required by the DOE is until level 2 only. Do we have template for this or form from DOE? Thank you.
Yes, they have. You can download it from their website. They have that.
So I think that's all the question from our online guests. How about dito naman po sa ating face-to-face conference? Meron po ba kayong question sa ating speaker?
Yeah, it's good to ask now kasi lahat tayo para matuto.
Sir, meron pa pong one more question from our online guest.
Okay.
As an electrical engineer po, ano mag-responsibility para as HVAC company as energy auditor, since first po ng HVAC company mag-hire ng electrical engineers?
Ang tanong, anong gagawin niyang responsibility? Pagka-electrical engineers yan sa HVAC company.
Yes po, sir.
Ang tingin ko, kaya kumuha ng electrical engineer yan is para malaman ng HVAC company kung halimbawa tag-install sila at nagkakabit. Kasi it requires power. Ang HVAC requires power. At alam ko naman na nagsusupply ng power dyan are contractors or the owners. Ang siguro titingnan niya is kung tama ba ang protection na kailangan ng HVAC at saka tama ba ang protection na kakailangan ng isang compressor. Hindi ko alam kung very specific yan because para mag-manage ang isang engineer na para sa energy, kailangan ang isang energy supervisor, any manager, merong konting experience sa tinatawag na energy management operations. Yun ang kailangan gawin niya. Kasi kung halimbawa if he wants to take exam for CEM or certified energy manager, a minimum requirement is 2 to 3 years of experience sa energy operations. Pag hindi siya makakakuha, hindi siya makakalusot.
Thank you, sir. Next question po. Good day, engineer. Will the OBO spearhead the implementation of this Republic Act on each municipality?
Actually, hindi Office of the Building Official ang titingin dyan, DOE mismo. Kasi even the LGUs are being required to have their own SECO or CEM. So sila rin magpo-program din ng sarili nilang mga energy programs. Ang tingin ko dyan, ang titingin dyan si DOE. Although meron silang sariling mga SECO or Certified Conservation Officers, yun ang kakailanganin nila siguro sa operations.
So that is all our question from our online guest. And before we present a certificate of recognition to our speaker, we would like to greet our speaker, Engineer Rodolfo R. Peñalosa, a belated happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May nagbalita dyan, ano? Ano, ha? Thank you.
Si Engineer Bagay po, sir, yung nagbalita.
Sabi ko na, andyan si Engineer Lindon eh. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the greetings.
So to present the certificate of recognition, I would like to call on the VP External Affairs, Engineer Joseph J. Apdon, and the VP Technical Affairs, Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa of the IIEE Palawan Chapter. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Rodolfo R. Peñalosa for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord, 2022. Signed by the IIEE Southern Luzon Region Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Ray, and the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde. Once again, thank you very much, Engineer Rodolfo Peñalosa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure giving you the lecture. Thank you.
So now, on to our 8th topic entitled Eco-Efficient Gas Insulated Switchgear. Please welcome the Head of Technical and Design at ABB Incorporated. A round of applause for Engineer Jericho Don O. Midel.
Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction. Narinig po ba ako dyan sa bandang likod? Okay. Thank you very much. So by the way, I'm Jericho Midel. So I'm heading the Technical and Design Promotion team of ABB Philippines. So for today, I will be discussing our alternative solution to medium voltage switchgear, which is an eco-efficient medium voltage switchgear without the usage of sulfur hexafluoride or SF6. No? So this will actually help us reduce the global warming potential by 100%. Okay, so for this discussion, I will be, For this discussion, just to give you an overview on the topics. Yep. Okay, so first we will be comparing the technology that's commonly used in medium voltage switchgear. So this is the air insulated switchgear and the gas insulated switchgear. And of course, we will also have a review on what is a GIS technology. And we will also talk about the life cycle cost. And we will give you a brief on the GIS design. And of course, what is the drive towards the SF6-free solution while we are having these discussions right now. And of course, we will be also going into the details of what is the alternative that is being used for SF6 as insulation gas. And we will talk about some project references that is already installed globally. Okay? Yep. Okay. So as the name says, basically the key difference between the AIS or air insulated switchgear and the GIS or gas insulated switchgear is of course the insulation medium. So for AIS, the insulation medium is surrounding air, while for GIS, it's fluorinated gas, which is sulfur hexafluoride. Okay? So in terms of structure, the AIS is actually using metal sheets as compartments, while for the GIS, it is actually composed of gas-type steel compartments. No? So in terms of benefits, the AIS is using metal sheets, and therefore it provides higher flexibility for different requirements. So it is actually well known and have already been using in the industry and have proven technology. And in fact, ABB Unigear is one of the most commonly installed air insulated switchgear in the industry. So since it's using air as insulation medium, therefore it has lower cost, lower initial investment. And of course, there are high local experience to install, operate, and perform service works. For the gas insulated switchgear, for the GIS, it will actually provide you a smaller footprint, up to 70%. So since the components, the medium voltage components are located in a gas-tight compartments, therefore, it has a more reliable performance because the SF6 gas has 10 times better quenching properties, 3 times better insulation properties, and 2 times heat dissipating properties compared to air. Okay? And again, the medium voltage components are installed in a gas-tight compartments. So therefore, there's no maintenance required for the MV part. And with that, we can maximize the safety because the personnel is no longer required to access the medium voltage portion. And since it is sealed and designed for life without any intervention from our maintenance personnel, there will be longer service life with lesser maintenance. So you can see here in this graph, this is the electric insulation performance of the SF6 gas and the air. Okay. Okay, so what is GIS technology? Okay, GIS technology is actually being applied in high voltage and medium voltage applications. So the high voltage and medium voltage part are located inside the hermetically sealed gas compartments, and the insulation medium is replaced by SF6 instead of air. So with that, there will be little to no fault probability because it is sealed for life design. Okay, so you can see here in this picture. Sorry. Walang laser pointer. Okay, sorry, walang laser pointer. Anyway, you can see here in this photo that the external factors and the environmental conditions have no impact to the equipment operation. So for example, it is dust tight, it is vermin proof, and of course the humidity will not impact or will have no effect on the performance of the equipment. Okay? And since it's, again, as I mentioned, it's installed in a gas-tight compartment and it's sealed for life, therefore, there will be a reduced maintenance requirements. And since SF6 has a better insulation to air, therefore, the creepage distance can be maintained a smaller distance, and therefore, it has a smaller dimensions compared to AIS. And there will be a long lifetime, which is estimated around 40 years. Okay, so this is actually suitable for indoors and underground applications. Okay, so GIS offers increased safety, reliability, and reduced footprint. Okay, so let's talk about life cycle cost. How can we actually benefit in GIS in terms of life cycle? So as I mentioned, the footprint can be reduced up to 70%. For some area with a high retail cost, you can actually free up some space to have a revenue generating space or tenancy space. And therefore, that will actually improve the revenue of the owner. And of course, in terms of maintenance interval, there will be lesser maintenance and there will be a longer maintenance intervals. Okay? And since it has smaller footprints, therefore, you don't need to build a very big switch room to house the switch gear, no? And there will be lesser civil works and structural works. So that will also adds up to our savings. Okay? And it has improved reliability, and therefore there will be a fewer outages compared to an air-insulated switchgear. So, of course, with fewer outages, that will also provide additional revenue to our operations. Okay? So the right choice today will pay off tomorrow. Okay? So let's talk about the GIS design. Okay. So for the GIS, as you can see here in this photo, the vacuum interrupter is inside the SF6 insulation gas. Okay? So it is actually inside a hermetically sealed gas tank. No? And the SF6 is used as insulation medium. So the vacuum interrupters are used for switching. No? So you can see here in this photo, the mechanism or drive is the only portion that is located outside the gas tank. No? So everything are already sealed inside the gas tank for its service life. Okay. So in terms of safe cable works, disconnecting and connecting the cable and earthing, Actually, the GIS technology provides three-position switch instead of a withdrawable circuit breakers. So in GIS, actually the circuit breakers are fixed mounted because we don't want to have a possibility of any leakage on the insulation gas. Okay, so this is how it happens. No, so for example, you can connect to the bus bars, then you can connect and isolate, and after you connect and isolate, you can connect the cable to the earthing switch. So you can see here on this diagram on the right, on the left side. Sorry. So you can switch off the breaker, so the cables are all isolated. No, but the bus bar still remains energized. So in order for our personnel to actually perform a more safe maintenance activities, then we have to switch the earthing switch. Yes. Okay. So with that, all the cables are earthed. So our maintenance personnel can simply perform their maintenance activity. Okay. Okay. Then we also have developed this plug-in bus bar connection. So this is an easy installation, for example, for future upgrading or expansion of the switchgear. So what you only have is actually two components, which is the insulator and the conductor. So you can see here in this photo, it's already built in. So therefore, you just have to plug in the extension panel. And with that, you don't need to have any gas handling on sites. And there's no screws or torques to worry about. And that will ensure you a perfect alignment between the bus bar connection. So that is the advantage of this technology. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yep. Okay. So actually the application of this gas insulated switchgear really depends on how critical your operation is, especially if you would require higher reliability and you actually have a lesser space for your electrical equipment, then GIS technology is more suitable for your needs. Okay. So again, the components are all placed inside a hermetically gas sealed tank. Therefore, the MV parts have no, the ambient conditions and external factors have no impact to the MV components. And the fixed mounted vacuum circuit breakers design eliminates the potential for misalignment, human errors, tools left in the compartment, etc. And we also provided the integral earthing switch, which can connect the live, which actually can connect the cables to the earth to provide safer maintenance access to our personnel. So it has proven and durable vacuum circuit breaker design for up to 30,000 times of the rated current and 50,000 times of the short circuit current for its mechanical life. Okay, so just imagine. Actually, these are the most common problems encountered in the air insulated switchgear. So these are the misalignment, human errors, external factors, ambient condition. So that is actually composed of almost 50% of the probable cause that can impact the air insulated switchgear. So just imagine if we can eliminate that, those risks and hazards. So this is no longer applicable in a gas insulated switchgear design. Therefore, it will significantly increase the reliability of the system. Okay. Okay, so similar to our air insulated switchgear, the gas insulated switchgear are also type tested to IEC standards. No, so it has inherent arc resistant design. So it has optional pressure relief ducts to vent away the pressure in case of any arcing away from the building, outside the building. No, and again, there's no access to MV parts, therefore providing higher safety to our personnel. Okay, and we have the sequential interlocking that prohibits wrong operation of the equipment. Okay, so for this topic, I will be talking about the SF6 free. So those are the benefits of SF6 free. So, however, there's a global movement to actually eliminate the usage of greenhouse gas. So SF6 is identified as a greenhouse gas under the Kyoto Protocols, which I will be talking about later. So as we know, there's a growing economy and our industries are also growing. And the population is constantly increasing. And with that, we are actually having a higher energy demand, which is actually reaching out to up to 175,000 trillion watt-hour of energy demand by 2020. So that is how significant our energy demand right now. And global warming as a result of the emission of greenhouse gases and pollution is affecting the world in which we live in. So buildings are actually responsible for over 40% of the world's total energy consumption and about 36% of carbon dioxide emissions. No? So with this, laws and directives have been implemented by different countries. No? In Europe, no, the European Union Energy Performance of Buildings Directive is setting the target that all new buildings must be net zero energy buildings by December 2020. And for those public buildings or government buildings, it shall be net zero buildings by 2018. So they actually moving towards a more sustainable solutions. No? Okay. So actually, it all started way back 1997 when they actually have an international agreement, which is what we call the Kyoto Protocol. So in this Kyoto Protocol, it aims to reduce and manage the emission of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So in this Kyoto Protocol, there is an annex where SF6 has been identified as a greenhouse gas. So, so this Kyoto Protocol mainly involves those developed countries and industrial states. And it has been further improved around 2014 when the European Union has published the F-gas regulation or yung mga fluorinated gas natin. No? So they are actually regulating the fluorinated gas. And it is further enhanced last 2014 where they provide the deadline for the cutting of F-gas emission by 2030. So that means 2/3 of the fluorinated gas consumption is reduced compared to the level during 2014. Okay? So European Union has been banning now the usage of SF6 gas in the medium voltage equipment. Okay? In parallel, there's also, I think everyone is aware about the Paris Agreement, which is signed by international, by many countries. No? And one of these is Philippines. So the Paris Agreement involves developed and developing countries. No? So it has focused on climate change and global warming. So the aim is to prevent the global temperature from rising up, which is a consequences of greenhouse gas emission. Okay? So the time frame is different from nation to nation, and most countries are expected to achieve their target by 2030. Okay? So again, as I mentioned earlier, the global buildings and infrastructure sectors is responsible for around 40% of energy consumption and 36% of carbon dioxide emission. And it is seen that globally, these sectors has an annual growth of 3%. So therefore, it is projected that if we just try to cut down the usage of energy, actually you cannot meet the target. So they have been continuously developing the regulations on how they can actually achieve the target. So as you can see here in this graph, they have already identified the national the national distribution of each country for carbon dioxide. So they aim to reduce that in order for them to achieve the Paris Agreement targets. Okay? So to allow future growth of the segments without having an impact on the environment, usage of greener or alternative and energy efficiency must increase. So dito na po lumalabas yung alternative natin sa SF6. Okay? So they also restrict the use of fluorinated greenhouse gases that can reduce up to 1.5 gigatons of carbon dioxide emission equivalent by 2030, increasing to 5 gigatons by 2050. So that is how significant we can reduce the emission of greenhouse gas if we will use alternative solutions. Okay? So that's why ABB has been trying to develop this technology in order to support these rules and regulations and directives from those countries. No? So let's have an overview on the history of this gas-insulated switchgear technology. So around 1967, when ABB first introduced the SF6 gas-insulated switchgear in high voltage application. And then around 1980s is when they introduced it for medium voltage application. Okay? And then 1990s, around 1997 is where we have the global awareness. That's why we have the Kyoto Protocol and then extended and then enhanced regulations, which I mentioned earlier. So there's already a global search for SF6 alternatives for many applications. But unfortunately, we are not able to develop that for switch gears. No? So around 2010, ABB started to develop this technology as we found some promising fluids from 3M. Okay? So around 2015, again, this is the time where we signed the Paris Agreement. And this is the time also that ABB has completed its research and has announced the breakthrough of AirPlus as world's first SF6 alternative insulation gas. Okay? So after 50 years, again, ABB is first with groundbreaking technology using AirPlus as alternative to SF6 gas. Okay? Okay. So again, after many years of extensive research and ABB partnering with 3M to develop this technology, we have this new gas solution, which is what we call AirPlus. So it's actually a mixture of dry air and solution from 3M, which is Novec 5110. So with this, we actually found that the global warming potential is less than 1. So compared to SF6, SF6 is considered to have a global warming potential or GWP of around 23,500. So actually, SF6 has been identified as the most potent gas because it can actually stay in the atmosphere for 3,200 years. So just imagine, 3,200 years, andyan yung SF6 gas natin. Okay? So AirPlus provides the benefits because this is climate friendly. So this is an eco-efficient SF6 alternative with a GWP of less than 1. And then it keeps all the SF6 GIS benefits. And it's just as compact, safe, and reliable of the conventional gas-insulated switchgear. Okay? And since this is a cleaner alternatives, therefore there's no SF6 regulations compared to the SF6 gas. And there's no cost for certificates or reporting. And there's only one MV solution for common, for example, secondary switchgear or yung mga ring main units natin and our primary switchgear, especially sa mga utilities natin. Okay? Yep. So the composition of AirPlus is 80% composed of dry air and less than 20% composed of these C5 fluoroketones, which is coming from 3M Novec 5110 fluid. So this is the molecular structure of the C5FK, no? So based on the data, the pure C5FK gas with has a better dielectric strength than SF6, as you can see here in this graph. Okay? So in the AirPlus mixture, the dielectric strength is close to SF6. Therefore, we achieve all the benefits of the SF6 gas with the cleaner alternatives. Okay? So again, the SF6 is very robust. It can stay on the atmosphere for around 3,200 years, whereas this AirPlus mixture will only stay in the atmosphere for around 16 hours. Okay, so that is how significant the difference is, no? So with that in mind, the GWP has been identified to be less than 1. Okay? So ganun kalaki yung significance natin na pagka nag-apply tayo ng Air Plus solution sa gas insulated switchgear natin, no? So again, GWP is a potential, global warming potential. There's no real impact if we handle the materials in a closed gas loop. So kunyari, wala namang leakage yung SF6 gas natin, SF6 GIS natin, then there will be no harm. But there's a potential. Okay? Okay. Okay, so in summary, so yung Air Plus natin is not a replacement of the gas insulated switchgear or SF6. Using SF6 is actually an alternative, no? So the benefits of the SF6 GIS will also be provided by the GIS using Air Plus solutions or yung alternative natin sa SF6, no? So everything inside the gas insulated switchgear will remain the same. So therefore, the reliability will still remain the same. The compactness is still remain the same. The safety still remain the same. And of course, the operation will be the same. And also the feel will also be the same. So it is just like a car, no, with new cooling fluid. So ganun lang siya. Nothing has changed except the insulation gas. Okay, so let's talk about some project references. Okay, so it has been installed globally. So we already have some project references of this SF6 free gas insulated switchgear in other countries. So one of this is this utility in Zurich, Switzerland. They're called EWZ. So they have installed 8 bays of high voltage GIS using Air Plus solution. They also have installed 50 panels of medium voltage GIS using Air Plus solutions. And all these panels are fully type tested in accordance to IEC standards, no? So this is dated around 2015 and it's still successfully operating up to this date. Okay? So there are regular gas probes to confirm that all the research results are valid. So meaning they are trying to monitor if there will be some deterioration inside the components of the medium voltage switchgear as the operation of the equipment goes on. No? So based on that, based on the sample data that they have collected in the probe, it is seen that there's no really deterioration in the components and the equipment is still successfully operating. Okay? Then it has also been used in NetZ BW. So this is a utility in Germany. So they actually have installed total of 32 panels of gas insulated switchgear. And 8 of this panel is using the Air Plus solution. So as you can see here in the photo, there are 8 panels with the green label. So those are Air Plus solutions, using Air Plus solutions. And those, the rest of the panels are using the conventional SF6 gas. So you can see the same, it has the same look and feel. So there's no really change at all. And the performance of the equipment is still successful up to this date. So this has been installed last 2016. Okay? So we actually have some feedback from the customer where they mentioned that when ABB mentioned their ongoing developments in SF6 alternatives, we were interested from the very beginning as Air Plus fulfills 2 of our mission goals at the same time. First is being innovative and preserving the environment. Okay? So just for your information, actually sa Europe, ibaban na nila yung paggamit ng SF6 gas sa mga medium voltage equipment by 2025, no? So therefore, those new projects have to use already an alternative solution which has a lesser GWP than SF6 gas. Okay? Okay, so this is another utility project in Leander. So it actually used gas insulated switchgear, which is mounted externally. So similar to the first project that we have discussed in Switzerland, they also use probes to determine whether there's any impact to the components of the medium voltage, which is sealed in an air plus solution. So up to date, wala pa rin pong nangyayari deterioration dun sa components ng medium voltage switchgear natin. So I think some of you have already seen this switchgear. This is our RMU, no? Ring main units. Okay. So this technology has already been introduced to the market as an alternative to medium voltage gas insulated switchgear. Okay. So the market launch has started with first 2 GIS products for medium voltage primary and secondary distribution in Europe. Okay. Now we also have this medium voltage primary gas insulated switchgear which is available in China. So malapit na lang sa atin yung manufacturing plant natin nitong gas insulated switchgear using air plus solution. Okay? So again, for those medium voltage switchgear which are rated 12 kV and below, we can actually use 100% of dry air. Okay? And for those higher than 12 kV, then we will be using 80% of dry air and 20% of the 3M gas that we have discussed right now, the C5FK using the Novec 5110. Okay? So again, this is an alternative to SF6 and not a replacement. So ABB will be banning to manufacture this SF6 gas by 2030. Okay? Okay, so some takeaways from my discussion. So the SF6 free journey has already started. So it has already been used in Europe and in other countries all over the globe. And again, the benefits of this solution is also the same benefits that we can achieve when using the SF6 gas in our medium voltage switchgear. So it is a climate-friendly solution, keeping all the GIS benefits without any cost for the certifications or reporting of the products. And of course, this is available for primary and secondary medium voltage switchgear. Okay? Okay, so that's all for my presentation, and I hope you get something from this one. Sorry, nag-exceed yata ako sa time ko.
Thank you, Engineer Jericho Don Omedel, for the excellent discussion. And now the floor is open for your questions. Okay, my question po tayo from our live. Good PM, sir. Is SF6 circuit breaker used also in high voltage electrical system?
So the short answer is yes. We have SF6 circuit breakers, and this product that I've been talking is the insulation of the medium voltage components, no? So iba kasi yung dito sa circuit breaker na SF6, the SF6 is used for arc quenching, no? And for this medium voltage switchgear, this is the alternative, or the SF6 is used for the insulation. Okay? So yun po yung main difference nun. So just not to confuse everyone.
Okay. We still have. Okay, next question, sir. Approximately how much would one project cost?
Okay. I'm not able to divulge the cost because actually I'm I have no access to the cost of ABB, but I received some information that generally speaking, around this will be around 10% higher of the conventional gas insulated switchgear.
Okay. Last question. Any recommendation on how to proceed with the transition from SF6 filed to non-SF6 switchgear?
Okay. Basically, those SF6 gas insulated switchgear which is already installed has already been tested using SF6 gas, no? So those components are suitable for the SF6 gas. So in order for us to replace the switchgear using the Air Plus solutions that I just discussed right now, we have to replace the complete gas compartment, no? So just imagine the works that has to be done replacing the gas compartment. So it is a gas tight compartment. Just imagine, and your equipment is a type tested solution. So with this work, we can do the replacement of the complete gas tank and then install a new gas tank complete with Air Plus solution inside, and that will also take some cost, frankly. But then again, another way is actually to replace the whole switchgear, especially if the switchgear has already reached its life cycle, its service life. Then I think we can already do some replacement, because the gas insulated switchgear using the Air Plus solutions has all the components which is tested to be suitable for the Air Plus solution. Okay, so in order for us to assure that the switchgear will perform, so we will have to make sure that the components installed inside are tested together with the Air Plus mixture. Okay, so that is how we can able to help you to replace those existing gas insulated switchgear.
Okay, thank you, sir. So in terms of cost, sir, initial cost versus operation cost, mas advantageous ba ito compare sa usual na switchgears?
Okay, I think very good question yan, no? Saan nga ba talaga natin magagamit yung gas insulated switchgear compared to air insulated switchgear? Again, as I mentioned, yung mga real estate cost natin ngayon tumataas, no? Especially sa Metro Manila o yung mga urban areas, no? Ang mamahal ng mga real estate cost natin diyan. And what just imagine if those area or spaces in your buildings can be rented out to tenants, no? Or can be converted to a revenue generating area. Okay? So you will be earning more while providing higher safety. Kagaya ng sinabi ko, this GIS will provide higher safety, higher reliability to your medium voltage equipment. And aside from that, there will be lesser maintenance activities that is required. So in the long run, siguro sa first initial cost, mas mahal yung GIS kasi we are using SF6 gas as insulation eh. And that is already a cost. Okay? But in the long run, when we sum up all the benefits that we can get from the gas insulated switchgear, lesser maintenance, lesser footprints, and higher reliability, fewer outages, and then of course additional revenue for the area that we have freed up. Actually, it will have around, let's say, around 40% higher savings compared to AIS. So, especially this is really applicable for those area. For example, for the likes of Singapore and Hong Kong, na napakataas ng real estate cost nila. So those installation are always using gas insulated switchgear. So this is also applicable for those facilities which requires higher reliability. So yun po yung mga applications and of course yung mga benefits and savings na makukuha natin with the use of this gas insulated switchgear. I hope it addressed the question.
Yes, thank you for giving us precise answers, sir. So at this juncture, let us proceed to the presentation of certificates. And may we call on Engineer Joseph J. Abdon, VP External Affairs of IIE Palawan Chapter, together with Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs of IIE Palawan Chapter. Once again, we would like to call on Engineer Aladdin P. Cruz, Treasurer of IIE Palawan Chapter. So the certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Jericho Don O. Medel for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022, signed by Engineer Adrian L. Rey, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. Once again, thank you, sir. Nearing the end of today's program, our next one will be the company presentation from Anaban Corp TCC Power Serve to discuss by the General Manager of TTC Power Serve, Engineer Teofe C. Cadiz. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, tulog na ba? Okay. Parang inaantok ng mga kasama natin, parang ako rin inaantok na. Okay. Pakipisil-pisil mo na yung kasama mo dyan, nawawala, para mawawala yung antok. Yung kasama, paka-extend yung kamay. Pakigising mo na yung mga natutulog. Kasi ako, inaantok din. Okay. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I will be presenting the Anaban Group. This is a company based in Baguio City. And we are partnering with Anaban Group because they have this very special product. Though this is not yet commercially produced, pero kailangan naming i-present for us to be aware that we, the Anaban Group and the TCC Power Serve, is now preparing for the coming of this very interesting product. Okay. Before I continue, let me introduce the Anaban Group. This company based in Baguio is into construction services for infrastructure, land development. They develop subdivisions, bridges, housing, schools, flood control, buildings, slow protection, facilities, and amenities. But before I proceed, let me show you a very interesting video. And again, I'll remind you that this is not yet available, but is in production and under testing for the release of its patent. Okay, this is the video of our magnetic generator.
The importance of our planet is something that cannot be described by mere words. Blessed with vast natural resources harnessed by the people to produce electricity. We substantially depend upon it, even at the cost of severe damage to our environment. Pollution, where dangerous gas is released into our atmosphere, is one of the worst. This is the beginning of the wheel heading straight to the worst possible situation. The power, when everything runs out, have you ever wondered what will happen next? Everyone in such busy and innovative generation will feel the terrifying effects, and worse, breaking the fabric of our society. What if we have a source of a clean and renewable energy to power our daily lives? And yes, we got the answer. The magnetic generators. With its modular design, can be placed anywhere. Medium capacity generators, perfect for small businesses. For households, a magnetic generator with the size of a coffee table was tailored to fit the needs of an entire shelter. With this advanced technology, we aim to bring light to the Filipinos.
Okay. Thank you. Palakpakan natin yung Anaban Group para ma-exercise naman kayo. May participation. So that is the magnetic generator. Siguro maraming questions because sometimes sabi wala kasi itong walang fuel. So sometimes may mga question tayo na this defies the law of conservation of energy. Diba? Energy in is equals energy out. But ang technology po nito is using the neodymium magnets. Unlike the traditional magnets, this neodymium magnets, parang hindi na labas yun. Naputol? Pwede ituloy natin yun? Parang hindi na yun eh. Oo. Okay, may karugtong pa yun. So, i-explain dito about neodymium magnets.
these neodymium magnets, ito po yung powerful magnets na ginagamit kung bakit maganda na yung quality ng ating mga earphones ngayon. Kasi yun na yung mga neodymium magnets yung ginagamit dyan. And then yung ating mga memory cards, memory drives, naging mas powerful, mas higher capacity because of these neodymium magnets. Let's continue with the presentation of Anaban.
And I'm loading on the second magnet. Right, if you don't like broken bones, blood, gore, please look away now. This isn't going to be pretty.
Okay. Thank you. So again, that is the product of the Anaban Corporation that hopefully this will be released in a very near future dahil this is still undergoing testing for the release of the patent. And fortunately, the Anaban Group and TCC PowerServe, we already got the exclusivity for the distributorship here in the Philippines. So sana matutuloy ito and this will pass in the rigorous testing for the release of the patents. And being part of the being a platinum sponsor, required pala present ng company. So I will also be presenting to you our local partner, the local partner of Anaban here in Palawan and Puerto Princesa. This is the TCC Power Serve Trading and Services. So this was just taken from the company profile of TCC. Briefly, this company, TCC PowerServe, was formed way back in 2017. And it got its pickup license this 2020. And now with a small B category for electromechanical and for general engineering and general building. So these are some details. Its customers and clients, which includes the Palawan Electric Cooperative, the Sabang Renewable Energy Corporation, Palawan Power Corporation, Sunwest Construction Company, SL Development, Mega Power, Petrogreen Energy Corporation, which TCC serves as its consultant in the proposed 20 megawatt hybrid solar power corporation, solar power plant. And so our main office is in Mercado de San Miguel in just right across the Puerto Princesa Airport. The scope of work of the services that is offered by TCC is manpower services, electronics and communication facilities, because TCC is also involved in the installation, erection of cell site towers, civil, mechanical, and electrical works, building construction, equipment testing and commissioning, particularly for transformers, including transformer turns ratio testing, winding resistance testing, and other standard tests for your new transformer, and even during maintenance or during annual maintenance. We also have this substation construction and maintenance. In Palawan, we've been involved in the construction of the Nara and the Brooks Point substations, in the expansion of Brooks Point, and distribution line constructions, diesel power plant construction and maintenance. This is the bread and butter of TCC, especially for the expansion projects of National Power Corporation in various islands in the province of Palawan. And consultancy, the TCC also serve as consultants for, particularly for the Petrogreen hybrid, proposed hybrid power plant, solar hybrid. So these are the certificates and the curriculum vitae of the organization head, which is yours truly. Let's just proceed kasi matutulog na yung iba. Next. Pinadamihan kasi. So this is the DTI registration. The permits and the pickup license, regular contractor's license. The mayor's permit. PhilJEP's registration. Tax clearance. What's this? BIR certificate of registration. Yeah, other certificates from the DOLE and the audited financial statement. So these are the previous projects completed by TCC. mostly on the expansion of the National Power Corporation. Understandably, because the organization head was formerly employed by the National Power Corporation. Our ongoing is the ongoing project of TCC now is the transfer of the 500 kilowatt Germany BNW from Busuanga Island to Rizal. So that is the ongoing project. And here are some pictures of the projects completed mainly in the installation of generator sets of the National Power Corporation. We also have constructed various distribution lines in different barangays of Palawan under the barangay electrification program of the cooperative. So these are samples of the erected cell site tower. Ayaw na mag-forward, sir. Back in next. And we also install solar systems like this one. We installed a 5 kilowatt solar system off-grid solar power at Snake Island in Puerto Princesa City under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Also, we have installed solar systems in various schools under the Department of Education. Next, sir. So that one, the Kalayaan. This one is our showcase project because they say this is the hardest project we have ever done. This is the 2x150 diesel generating sets and 13.8 kV distribution lines, including balance of plant, delivery and installation, testing and commissioning of the National Power Corporation Kalayaan diesel power plant in the Spratly Islands. So this is the finished product at the bottom. Buti na lang na i-deliver namin yan napa-accept namin bago bagyo ng Odette. Kasi malaking damage dyan doon sa Typhoon Odette. So these are the service vehicles of TCC, 2 boom trucks and other utility vehicles. It's a workshop storage area. So thank you very much. And if you have some questions on the magnetic generator, you can visit the website of the Anaban Corporation. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Engineer Teofesi Cades, for the impressive and upbeat company presentation. So, sir, do we have any questions po? So, none. So, since we don't have any questions, let's proceed to the presentation of certificate to our guest speaker.
May we call on the VP External Affairs of the IIEE Palawan Chapter, Engineer Joseph J. Abdon, and the Treasurer, Engineer Aladdin P. Cruz, to give the certificate to Engineer Teofe C. Cades. Certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Teofe C. Cades for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord 2022. Signed by the IIEE Southern Luzon Region Governor, Engineer Adrian L. Rey, and the IIEE Palawan Chapter President, Engineer Joel L. Conde. And finally, the last but not the least topic of today, the switchgear testing instruments, which will be presented by the IIEE National Vice President, External. Please join me in welcoming Engineer Alberto R. Herrera, Jr.
Hey, good afternoon. And then dun din sa mga nasa Zoom, almost 300 pa yung naiwan. And dito sa is almost na lang, no? Mga 150 na lang siguro from the 250 kaninang umaga. So very quickly, hindi ko na sasabihin to, I'm the Vice President of External. So you can see here ang profile ko, panay IIEE. So 31 years na ako sa IIEE. Yun na lang. But presently, I'm the General Manager of Fujaya, Audit, Inspection, and Maintenance. Wala ata. Yeah. Substation, Equipment, and Maintenance. Okay na? Yeah. So yung mga naiiwan dito, if you want to become Synchros Power Solution, yung nag-present, si Sir Joseph din, yung SoftLink, you will have an idea ano ba yung ginagawang testing sa substation. And then doon sa testing na yon, we will start doon sa mga standard, no? Una, procedure, ano ba yung mga equipment na ginagamit, then yung mga standards. So when we're doing the substation equipment, of course, we will be starting with the first private pole. Ito yung mga tinetest natin sa substation, the switchgear, the circuit breaker, switches. So kanina binanggit niya na, no? Yung mga transformer, vacuum circuit breaker. It is necessary, the PM, the preventive maintenance, to ensure reliability during the operation of equipment, either normal or at fault condition. Okay, so procedure, all scope in the contract shall be fully executed during maintenance schedule, and any scope to be included which is not included in the contract shall not be conducted except necessary. So standard procedure for every substation equipment will be discussed. So switchgear, alam naman natin yan. Medyo, it is a general term as per IEC 298, 1981, covering switching devices and their combination with control, measuring, protective, and regulating equipment, assemblies of such devices and equipment with associated interconnection, accessories, enclosure, and supporting structure. So basically, itong sample, pictorial, is a substation equipment. It is a high voltage switchgear. So sa Luzon, 34.5 kV kami. So you can see there's a protection, the BCB is there, and then yung nasa left side is the battery and battery charger. Okay? So yung mga nag-PPE dyan, so talagang alam na alam to pag ganitong diagram, no? This is an ETAP showing a single line diagram, a double-ended substation. Pero ang point ko dito sa testing ng substation, we will start with the first private pole, the transformer, the vacuum circuit breaker, dito sa low voltage, and of course yung mga tinetesting natin sa transformer. So this is just a sample. So of course, the tree line, you can see here, ano ba yung binilugan ko? No? Ang binulugan ko is one of the protection ng isang 34.5, 13.8, 24 kV, kung ano man yung substation natin, is the under voltage, under over voltage. So you can see there, kasi mamaya dun sa second presentation ko, medyo alalahanin nyo ito. No? Bakit ba importante yung ipepresent ko mamaya? Normally, under over voltage is to monitor the voltage, kung siya ba ay under, kung siya ba ay over, within the Philippine Distribution Code, which is plus or minus 10%. Okay, of course, kanina, may under-over tayo sa high voltage, may under-over din tayo dito sa low voltage. Normally, may ATS tayo. Pero please take note, kasi dun sa Luzon, and I think na-experience nyo dito, kapag nag-under voltage, sabihin na natin nag-brown out, siyempre, mare-recognize yun sa taas, sa 34.5, o kung ano yung primary nyo, mare-recognize din yun dito sa baba. So, i-coordinate lang natin yun na dapat kung sino yung unang magti-trip. Siyempre, dapat yun sa baba, which is sa low voltage. Papatakbuhin na ngayon yun sa ATS. Unfortunately, nag-i-instance na talagang brownout, trip kagad. Pareho, minsan inagaabot. So, pag naggaganon, automatic alam natin, the function of ATS, papatakbuhin niya si generator, the-transfer niya, papatayin niya 52N, normal breaker, itatakbo niya si generator breaker. Unfortunately, yung high voltage natin, normally, yung mga consultant natin, hindi naman in-automatic on yung high voltage eh. Bihirang-bihira. So ang tendency, hanggat hindi nagkakaroon ng power sa 34 natin o sa incoming, hindi kayo magkakaroon ng power. So there was a mall doon sa Luzon na nagpabago sila. Pinatransfer na rin nila yung high voltage nila na magkaroon ng auto function. Kasi kung hindi, it is a mall, it is a famous mall in Luzon na kinakailangan pa nag-trip, nawala ng power, nagkaroon ng under voltage nung gabi, nag-trip pareho. So, tumakbo si ATS, lumipat, kaya lang walang nag-on dun sa high voltage. So, magdamag, tumatakbo yung generator. So, ganun yun. Kaya medyo kabisado yan ng mga PE natin when they're doing the design. So this is just the control circuit, no? So pictorial diagram, alam naman natin na to, no? Kapag nag-sense ng under, pagpapadala ng signal sa industrial relay, i-trip yung breaker. Kapag doon naman sa overcurrent, kapag may fault, magbibigay ng signal sa OCR, yung CT, and then industrial breaker, then trip din. Okay. So ito, so pinaka-basic sa substation testing. Una natin is the thermal scanning, which we can do live. So we have the general inspection, the test procedure as mentioned. No? Medyo ito, since live natin ginagawa, careful lang tayo sa paggamit, no? And then, until we create the report. Alam ko, very ano na kayo sa thermal scanning. As mentioned, it will be the procedure and then the testing equipment. So of course, we're using Fluke. Ito yung aming ginagamit na thermographic scanner. And then, kailangan may clamp ammeter tayo in order to determine yung ating balancing ng current. And then, classification. Normally, ito yung standard. No? Medyo tiniwik namin to sa experience kasi namin. Medyo yung normal, 1 to 3 degrees pag difference between based on comparison. Then, 4 to 15, low overheating. 16 to 30, serious overheating. 30 to 60, critical overheating. Okay. So there are general guidelines only and all problems and potential problems should be addressed as per company policy. Each anomaly must be evaluated in accordance with the type of equipment and the criticality to the facilities. Sige, ikaw na. Wala eh. Yan. So sample, so ganun lang. So you can see kaya may clamp ammeter tayo. We'll also, aside from the thermal scanning, the temperature, we're also getting yung balancing ng current natin. Ano ba talaga yung actual current na nakikita. So nandyan, since kitang-kita na, no, 41.4 ang R phase, 21.6. So automatic alam natin yung R phase mataas yung temperature. And then ang findings, possible crimping lags or unbalanced load. Of course, recommendation, recrimp lags or check the balancing of load. So first private poll, after the thermal scanning, again, test procedure. Yung items 1, 2, 3 is basically very basic. Punta na lang tayo doon sa mga tinetesting. So sa first private poll, we conduct contact resistance, conduct continuity test, then commissioning and energization. Testing equipment. We test the contact resistance. This is a Megger. We test the IR. We test the fuse continuity kung meron kayong power fuse doon sa LVS. And then we also test the ground resistance, which is very important right now, no? Yung ground resistance. Kasi malaki nagiging epekto niyan minsan sa system natin. And then standards. Sample test report. No? Pag contact resistance in each pole shall not deviate above 50% compared to each pole. So test standard, so basically it's ANSI NEMA. So contact resistance should not have greater than a 50% difference between the highest and the lowest reading of each pole. And then IR, so alam natin yan, insulation resistance, you can use the NETA MTS Chapter 7 and Table 100.1, which is this one. So IR natin, kung 250 volts tayo, yun, may mega ohm. And then ano yung voltage? So kung under 600 volts tayo, 1,000 minimum test voltage, 100 mega ohms, and so forth. No? So that is table 100.1. After the sample test report, so ground resistance, so of course, 0.36 ohm, may voltage reading tayo. As per NEC 50.56, it shall not exceed more than 5 ohms. Lalo na sa mga bago natin. Kaya lang, kung nagbabasa tayo, sa PEC natin, ang grounding resistance sa NEC is more than 5 ohms. But as per PEC 2017, Article 2.5.3.4, it must be 25 ohms or less. So, ano ba yung test procedure natin? Sa high voltage and medium voltage. No? So of course, yung items 1 to 4, the energization or circuit breaker, ang medyo inputa natin ng tutok is, of course, general cleaning. Item 7, conduct bolt retightening, checking and retightening of control circuit. Pero yung tinetest natin dito, which is mga sa switchgear natin, conduct contact resistance testing of the BCB and the LBS, conduct IR for the BCB and HBSG, and perform testing for the protective relay. Kasi dito may protective relay na tayo. Again, testing equipment. So ganun yung ano natin, mapapansin nyo dito. Standards, testing equipment. So sa vacuum circuit breaker, we're doing contact IR. Sa main bus, also IR. Sa protective relay, of course, the calibration, the protective relay test. LBS, contact IR. Sa instrument transformer turns ratio, IR, sometimes may polarity check to, no? Kaya lang kung matagal nyo nang ginagamit, alam nyo, tama na yung polarity nun. Lighting arrestor is IR. And then ano ba yung ating standards? So ito yung mga testing equipment, no? Again, palagi nyo makikita yan. Contact, IR, ito TTR, including pag sa transformer. And of course, since high voltage and medium, may protective relay na tayo, protective relay trip test. Sample test result. So ano ba yung mga standards natin? Contact, kanina, nulit lang natin, shall not deviate more than 50%. Sa IR, ganun din. Table 100.1 tayo. Sa protective relay, so TTR naman sa transformer turns ratio, percent error should not exceed plus or minus 5%. Pero minsan dito, lalo na doon sa mga PT natin, medyo of course, kung yun namang equipment natin, okay pa rin sa PDC yung plus or minus 10% natin na ina-output ng relay natin, pwede nyo na pa rin siyang i-pass. So sa protective relay, basically ang standards dito is as per manufacturing standard kasi may TCC curve tayong kailangan sundin yan. Okay, sa low voltage naman, palagi ganun. No? Aside from the cleaning, the visual, item 9, ito yung mga tinetest na natin. Doon na lang tayo mag-concentrate. Again, from first private pole, high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage, palaging nandito, contact resistance. So, ibig sabihin, bumili na kayo ng IR if you want to do the service. Bumili na kayo ng IR test for the ACV and LVSG main buses. And then, ito ang medyo mahirap. Perform testing of the ACV trip units. Lalo na kung yung ACV natin, medyo lumang-luma na. Hindi nyo na matetest yung protective relay. So kung naka 20 years na yon, hanggat maaari, mag-recommend na kayo na palitan na siya ng bagong latest na ACV. Test procedure, mga test equipment, ganun pa rin. Sa ACV, IR, contact, and then trip test. Main bus, IR pa rin. Capacitor, of course, sa low voltage natin may capacitor na IR and then capacitance test. Series reactor, IR and winding resistance. Protective relay test. Sa standard, same. Hindi ko na ulitin kasi mamaya ito yung mga test equipment, almost same, except for the trip unit test, no? So depende dun sa type ng OCR natin, ng ACB, kada manufacturer, be it Schneider, be it LS, be it Fuji, may different testing ng trip unit test. Hindi nyo pwedeng gamitin sa Fuji yung sa LS. It's different. And then of course, the protective relay test. Test result, IR is still same. Since nag-start tayo, contact is still also same. 50% deviation, yun yung pinakaano niya. Sa capacitor test, measured kVAR of the capacitor under test shall not deviate 10% from its rated kVAR. Kaya lang, lalo ngayon, kapag yung capacitor na ginagamit namin, medyo matagal siya bago siya yung galing sa Japan, yung Suzuki. Pero kapag kayo, of course, hanggat meron kayong nare-read na current doon, no? Kahit reading the current lang, you can compute the kVAR na, pwede nyo pa rin i-allow as long na nakapag-ano siya. So trip test, so ito, per standard manufacturer, yung trip test mismo, kung kanino yung brand ng ginagamit yung ACB. So protective relay, as mentioned, as per manufacturer standard, kasi you have to follow the TCC, ng mismong component na ginagamit natin. So now for the transformer, mention ni Sir Chofelo kanina, no? Yung mga ibang testing natin, standard testing ng transformer sa amin, we have 5. Conduct ratio test, winding test, IR and polarization, oil, kung oil ang transformer natin, excitation current test is optional, and testing of auxiliary fans for enclosed resin type. So ito yung mga ginagawa nating testing. Yung iba, optional na yon. So pero mamaya ipapakita ko. So ito yon, ito yung standard test. Yung IPF nga, also optional din to, pero there are some na nagpapakonduct nito. So sa POW mounted, so IR, winding, TTR, oil DBM, and IPF. For dry type and cast resin, of course, mawawala lang dyan yung oil DBM. Okay, testing equipment, so yun pa rin. So kailangan yung IR, winding, TTR, oil dielectric breakdown voltage, and then ito ang medyo konti lang yung nagtetest nito, yung IPF. Sample test result, I don't have to repeat this one, it's still the same, table 100.1. For winding, it must be near or adjacent, no, doon sa tinetest nating kada. And then TTR, so ito, percent error should not exceed plus or minus 0.5. Pero as per mention, kailangan minsan medyo ini-evaluate nyo rin. So kung okay naman hanggang dun sa end use nyo, ng plus or minus 10% naman sa voltage niya, okay pa rin siya. For oil DBM, average value should not be less than 26 kV, lalo na pag medyo bago pa yung transformer natin. Test result, sample. For IPF, this is one of our new latest IPF tester. Percent IPF should not exceed 2% at 20 degrees centigrade. So depende ito sa type ng oil na ginagamit. So ANSI NEMA NETA 2007, cable 100.1, percent IPF should not exceed 2% at 20 degrees Celsius. Pero depende nga dun sa oil. So power transformer, pag oil maximum, pag silicon, technical chloride maximum, high free point, ito yung mga standards natin. So itong presentation nito is you will be given all a copy. Now, ano ba yung latest? Sa latest ngayon sa substation testing is this one. Latest siya kasi pag tinignan nyo, uy, parang thermal scanner lang, di ba? So ibig sabihin, you can do it live. Pero you can see doon sa picture niya, no, doon sa likod, ito yung front, nagbibigay siya ng image. Pero yung nasa likod, makikita nyo butas-butas. So ito, sound na ang kinakapture niya, sound. So doon sa mga ano natin, no? This is a newest sa substation testing. You can do it live. May distance kayo. Ito yung ibibigay niyang report. We call it the PD count or the partial discharge. So ngayon pala, may pan-testing na live partial discharge. So yung ating wino-worry na mga hissing sound, zzz, pag naririnig nyo na yan, visible yan sa ear natin. Pero pag hindi nyo pa naririnig, kaya nitong equipment na to. No, kaya during preventive, bago pa man mangyari ang pagputok, nalalaman nyo na kung anong component o kung anong cable ang pwede nating ma-detect, kung anong component ang malamang puputok. Basta may invisible threat na, automatic may partial discharge na sa substation natin or sa component natin. So yan yung pinakaano niya, may frequency spectrum, no? Para lang lalo yung invisible threat, makikita nyo yung frequency niya, lalong lilinaw. Okay? So palette of dB scale. Okay, so ito yung second presentation ko. Sige, pakiano mo na. Hopefully, bago na ba yung computer mo? May sound na ba yan? Sige, okay lang. Sige. So ito yon, yung latest natin is the partial discharge. I'm not the agent of Fluke, no? But fortunately, sila kasi yung ginagamit namin. So you can ask directly sa Fluke if you are also interested to buy this one. Okay, I think they will be having a presentation tomorrow. Sabi ko nga, dapat pag nag-present ako, afternoon, company profile nila. Para may commission ako, sir, no? So, partial discharge. So, very quickly lang. So, 5:30 para kung may questions kayo. So, eto niyo, ano ba yung mga partial discharge type? Ano ba ang consequences ng PD? Technically lang kasi dati sabog na kagad di ba? Correction na kagad ang gagawin natin. So ngayon pala, pwede na nating i-prevent kung malalaman natin ano yung component, ano yung cable na nagko-cause ng partial discharge. Hindi na natin kukumpitin yung arc flash natin ng theoretically. Meron na palang actual ngayon na you can measure it. So magbibigay ako ng sample project and then yung recommendation. So yung mga recommendation dito, ito na rin yung mga tip ko sa inyo. So sa lahat ng may nagsasubcontract dito ng substation testing, dapat ganito yung i-recommend natin sa customer. Okay? Contact us. Of course, if you want us to have the services, you can contact us. So kaya ko ulit pinapakita to, kasi love na love ko mga PE aspirant na naging PE, ang dami dito. So, ang partial discharge, 3 kV and above lang. So ibig sabihin, kapag ang substation natin, 600 volts and below, hindi pwede siyang impartial discharge. Doon pa rin tayo sa thermal. No? 3 kV and above. Pwede siya kahit 250 kV pa yan. 1.5, no? 69 kV, 34.5 pwede. Pero ang minimum, 3 kV. 3 kV ang pwede nito. So hindi ko na yan, hindi ko na ipapakita yan. So automatic, partial discharge, yung component natin na PT, no? instrument PT, instrument CT, XLPE, LBS, BCB, pwede nating i-partial discharge. Kaya lang, kapag ang enclosure ng switchgear nyo, talagang higpit, type tested, hindi nyo mabubuksan, because for safety, hindi kayo makakapag-partial discharge. What is partial discharge? You can see, no? Kahit dun sa poste. These are all small electrical sparks that occurs the point of equipment installation that are rated 3 kV and above. It creates corona, electrical trees, or surface tracking in an imperfect insulation, and arcing that deteriorates equipment until failure. Since PDs are unnoticeable by a naked eye, hindi natin to nakikita, hindi rin natin to basta-basta maririnig. No? Pero kapag meron na kayong naririnig na hissing sound sa substation natin, hanggat maaari magpa-partial discharge na kayo para ma-identify nyo. Kasi hindi siya kayang makuha ng thermal scanner. Matsatsambahan nyo lang kapag talagang sobrang init na mismo ng component sa thermal scanning. Kailan ba ito nangyayari? So insulation ng high voltage line, transformers, turbines, busbar inside of cabinet, etc. Kahit yung mga XLPE cables natin na terminating kit. Minsan kasi mali yung pagkaka-terminate, after 2 years lang, meron ng sumisirit, huli yan ng partial discharge. Effects, mechanical, thermal, no? Ano ba yung mga types? Ano yung ko na to? Isahin ko na lang, ha? Meron tayong void, internal discharge. Meron tayong surface. Meron tayong corona discharge. So yun, medyo visual na yun, no? May nakikita na kayo. Air. And then ito, pinaka-lalo na yan. Arcing electrical breakdown. Normally sa substation, no? Substation natin, mga transformer, it could be void or surface discharge. Ito kasi sa mga malalaki na yan, sa mga transmission line na yan, no? So basically, yung dalawa lang. And then consequences ng partial discharge kapag hindi nyo na-correct o hindi nyo nakita kagad, syempre switchgear failure, no? Sabog na kagad. So yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung naalala nyo, yung 2759. Pag pumutok ang PT natin, nasa line side siya, di ba? Nagmamonitor siya ng voltage. Hindi nagtitrip si BCB. Sino nagtitrip? Yung incoming nyo, kung Meralco o Paleco, putok ang fuse. Kasi ang PT, pag sumabog na, una, line to ground, tapos pag putok, line to line, putok yung fuse ng PT, putok din yung fuse ng Paleco or ng Meralco. So ang tendency, anong gagawin ng Paleco o Meralco? Oh, bago namin i-on uli yan, testingin nyo yung switchgear nyo, testingin nyo yung XLPE cable nyo, testingin nyo yung transformer nyo, pa-sign and seal nyo kay Sir Teopilo Cadiz bago ko ibigyan ng uli ng power yan. Serious safety implication, collateral damage, lalo na kung may naiwan na tao doon sa nagme-maintain, major disruption, saka very expensive. Kasi biro mo, dahil lang doon sa pitting pumutok, baka pati naapektuhan yung kable nyo. Kung yung kable nyo, maiksi na, so ang tendency, palit kayo uli. Hugot na naman kayo. No? Kung walang stock, yung kinukuhanan yung supplier ng PT, hindi naman papayag yung customer nyo na kung pumutok ngayon, kailangan bago kinabukasan yan, maximum na yan, di ba? Napalitan na natin. So yung ating pwede nyo, wala namang problema minsan sa kanila sa cost. Kasi urgent na, di ba? Walang power eh. Ito yon, acoustic imager ang tawag dito. So this is what we're using right now. I-squared 910, no? So frequency range, ito yung specs niya, 2 kHz to 100 kHz. Ito yung kagandahan niya, ano yung distance. So kung makikita nyo dun sa background, first private pole yun, di ba? So first private pole yun, so mga 15 feet yan, normally sa amin sa Luzon. So thermal scanner nga, hirap na hirap kayong barilin yan. Pero dito, kaya siya. Kasi kaya niya hanggang 120 meters. Okay? Kuha niya. Minimum frame rate, 25 FPS frame per second. At ang reporting functionality niya, ang nire-report ko pa lang sa inyo ngayon is the partial discharge. pero meron din siyang leak. So yung mga gas natin or yung mga semicon natin, pag nilagay mo sa leak mode, yung lahat ng sumisingaw na gas natin na tubo, mga machines natin, pwede rin niyang ma-determine. Okay? So bibili na si Sir Teopilo. Pakipag-usap ka doon sa PLUC, tapos sabihin mo, refer ko. Okay, then, so as mentioned kanina, ito yung report niya. May distance. So normally, of course, pag substation, kung nabubuksan niyo yung likod at may pinto, no? Hanggat maaari. Kung naka-PPE kayo, mas maganda. Pero kung very technically competent kayo, alam niyo naman di ba? Kung may voltage detector kayo, 1 meter pa lang, di ba? Kung 34.5 yan, 13.8, nagtumutunog na yan, di ba? So tayo ngayon, pag nagpa-partial discharge, sa mga engineer ko, naka-PPE 1 lang sila, okay lang. Pero pag talagang medyo mahigpit yung, kahit ano lang sir, cotton lang, kahit gloves lang. Pero kapag mahigpit yung end user, di ba? Sabihin, hindi, mag-PP3 ka. Okay lang yon. Kaya lang napakahirap gumalaw, di ba? So ano naman yan? Safe naman. So yun ang PD count, no? Pulse counting. Then as mentioned, so ibig sabihin, kapag may invisible threat na lumabas, identified yun na. Uy, sa insulator to. Uy, sa PT to. Uy, sa CT to. So sa susunod na PM nyo, bago pa man kayo pumunta, bago mag-shutdown, alam nyo na, checkin nyo ng maigi. Sir, ito. Pag ito mataas, sobra na yung PD counting natin. Sir, no choice na yan. I-replace na natin muna. Or ihanda nyo na replacement sa shutdown natin. Kasi baka maputukan na kayo. So ito yung mga projects na nagawa na namin ng partial discharge. You can see here, normally ito sa Luzon, except for ito ang mga Japanese projects, no? Oh, customer din ni Sir, Petrowind. No? Petrowind, also dito sa Nabasaklan. Brothers JMS, na partial discharge na namin. I bought this equipment 2021 April. So from April hanggang today, ito na yung mga naano namin and nadadagdagan pa yan. The latest project we got is sa Amcor sa Alabang. You can see here, first private pole. Sa amin, 34.5 sa Luzon. Diba? Ito, hindi nyo naman ito makikita. Hindi naman tayo makakakuha nito kung wala tayong basket. Diba? Basket, tapos i-click nyo, tsaka shutdown. Diba? Siyempre, ito, normally, ulan-araw, lalo na kung hindi nagpapa-PM, di ba? After 20 years, naputukan, kaya magpapa-PM this year. Siguro yung ginamit doon, hindi naman stainless bolt. So, automatic. Talagang maggaganyan, magkakalawang. Kaya lang, normally kalawang, madali lang palitan yan, di ba? During PM, lilinisin natin, i-clean natin, i-contact resistance natin, i-IR. Pero at the end of the day, no? Kung bigla, bago kayo mag-PM, nag-PD kayo, may nakita na, kahit 15 feet pa yung first private pole natin. May nakita ng threat. That is 30,534. From here yan, nandun sa poste na 15 feet. And you can see yung nandito kanina, di ko maano yan, decibel yan. 22 and 24 decibel. 22 the minimum, 24 and decibel. As mentioned, yung kilohertz, this is just itinataas, binababa nyo lamang para mas lalong maging maganda yung image ng partial discharge. No? Distance nga lang hindi nakuha during this time. So PDQ is coming from the bolted connection of the arrestor porcelain where the bare copper is connected. So since identified nyo na, may source of threat na doon, so bago pa man mag-PM, no, hindi naman kagad rin puputok yan. No? Pero sa thermal din, i-confirm nyo kung sobrang init na. Di ba? Saka kayo magre-request ng shutdown. So syempre, since alam nyo na, schedule nyo December shutdown, alam nyo na, oy, magdadala na ako ng mga multiple parts ng first private pole. Bukod doon sa mga bolt, no, papalitan nyo na. Ito ngayon sa BCB. So you can see, meron, no? Diba? Sa likod dyan, may XLPE kayo, tapos may BCB. may may ano na, may lumabas, may PD. Okay? Pag may lumabas na PD diyan, so 28,000 to 30,000. So S and T phase yan. This is Puji BCB. The Puji BCB 20 years to 25 years na siya. So medyo luma na talaga. So pero nag-i-start na pala, no? Sa bushing ng BCB. So ito, recommendation namin, mga first project namin to ng partial discharge, so kaya actual, hindi naman kagad palit BCB. No? So itatry muna namin. Ano ba yon? Ano ba nagko-cause doon kung bakit nagkakaroon ng partial discharge? Moisture and condensation. So initially, nagre-recommend kami, installation muna ng space heater and hygrostat will help protect the switchgear from varying weather and temperatures that will deteriorate the electrical equipment. There will be an observation if the PD at BCB1 will diminish over time with the space heater installed. So space heater lang pala, medyo painitin muna natin, tapos itignan natin after 1 week, naging effective ba, medyo bumababa yung PD. We have some instances na bumababa, pero minsan, talagang luma na yun ng BCB, kahit nilagyan na namin ng ayaw niyang tumaas, that's the time. Nagre-recommendation na kami na palitan yung ating vacuum circuit breaker or yung ating PT or CT for that matter. So you can see here, bushing pa rin yan ng BCB, di ba? So ito medyo naanuhan lang to. So using 28,739 pulse count per minute. So yun ang ng PDQ. So ganun din, ang recommendation namin dyan is just put space heater. So there are some projects na lagyan namin ng space heater na correct na siya. So you can see, ito naman wall bushing ng BCB. But when we say wall bushing, kung may 5 vertical section tayo, kada vertical may bushing para yung bus bar na magpapas, doon muna magpapas. So ito, nagkaroon din sila ng problema rito. So again, space heater. Ayan, no, yung sinasabi ko kanina. 'Di ba? Kitang-kita natin, no, component 'yan. May partial discharge. 1.5 meter PD count is 30,377 and then 31 decibel na. No? 31 decibel na. So ano siya? So it emits 30,377. Tapos identify nyo phase T. Eto ba? Matatry mo na? Kaya na to, Woody? Kaya mo na to? I-on? Yan. Merong So, easing sound na yan. Tignan nyo. Yung binulugan ko.
Ano na siya?
Yan yung engineer kong babae.
Kita.
So, pakiulit mo lang. Sayang, hindi ko dala yung papremyo ko eh. Kung sino yung nakakita doon ng kumikislap, automatic, yun yung PD na sinasabi ko. Sige, pakiulit mo nga. Isa pa.
Ayun, no? Ano na siya?
Hindi kita. Hindi ganong kita. Sige, next. So doon, may kumikislap na doon. Pero sa PDQ natin, yun yung kaninang pinakita ko. So piniem namin, no? Piniem muna namin. Kasi worried na eh. Kasi siyempre tayo, mga electrical engineer, pag hawak natin sa panel at may naririnig tayong ganong kaingay na sound, di ba? It's a source na medyo delikado na yung switchgear. Through sparks, may sparks kasi doon. Eto ngayon, pagka-PM namin ngayon, pagka-PM ha, nung aming nilinis na. Sige nga, paki-play mo nga yan. Mas lalong malakas ang prito. Pagka-PM namin yan, ha, mas lalong malakas ang prito. So kasi nalinis, di ba, nalinis. May mga tinamaan na pala talaga doon. Nung imbestigahan namin, we found out that this substation, nagkaroon ng baha, pinasok na ng tubig. No, talagang tumagal yung tubig for 1 to 2 hours daw. Kasi yung pinaka-location ng substation, may malaki silang doon. Yung tulo ng tubig na napapasok na pala siya. 3 taon silang hindi nagpapa-PM. So upper bushing to. partial discharge through hissing. Yan kasi yon nung inano namin. So you can see the bushing of the BCB at MBSG1 emits PD activity and have a PD count of 26,000. 26,000 lang pulse order. 82 kilowatts. It is highly recommended. Una muna, tinry namin na space heater. Pero after 1 week, hindi siya nakuha. Kasi pala, hindi lang yung BCB, pati yung mismong cradle niya, yung nasa loob. May mga ano na siya. May mga, yan yung report na talagang generate, no? External arcing, 40%, pulse count per minute. Ngayon, pag tatanungin nyo ko, kahit si Fluke, tanungin nyo dyan, ano standard? Kasi di ba kanina, procedure, test equipment, standard. Ano standard ng PDQ na pwede kong sabihin na pasado o hindi? Wala. Wala pa. Kahit saan kayo mag-research. Kahit yung mismong principal ng Fluke, hindi nasagot yan. Tinanong ko kasi. Kasi latest nga siya, wala pa, hindi pa nila naana sa standard. So ang nangyari sa akin, since April 2021 kaya nabili, parang gumawa ako ng graph muna na yung mga latest namin na nagiging problema. So more or less, nandun siya talaga sa range na 26 to 30,000. Pero, dapat yung i-consider yung dB, no? Yung decibel. Yung dB niya. Ito, medyo mataas na to Medyo hindi lang siya makita, no? Yung dB niya. So, ibig sabihin, ito before and after to. Before, may partial discharge ng konti, no? Pero after, nung malagyan lang ng space heater, nawala siya. So ito yung sinasabi ko, na space heater lang, masosolve yung problema natin. Kesa, abutan kayo ng ganito. Ito yung PT, na sinasabi ko na nasa line side. Kapag hindi nyo napansin, kahit kayo nagpi-preventive maintenance kasi kayo, may surface tracking na lalo na yung isa na yun na nandun sa taas. Diba? Kulay itim na. Minsan, maaari, hindi nyo mapansin yung mga ganito. Yung nandun sa baba, na puti-puti. Yung puti-puti na yon, nag-i-start ng pasukin ng tubig at nagbe-breakdown na rin yung mga PT o CT natin. So kung may partial discharge kayo, huli yan. Kung meron na talagang sumisirit dyan. Okay, ito yung isang project namin. So 3 vertical section siya, 13.8, 3 vertical section. Pero pag tinignan nyo, di ba? Yung from vertical section 1 to vertical section 2, BCB ang main, dalawang load break switch. Walang barrier na sa cover, kada panel. This is outdoor. No, kaya ang tendency talaga, since outdoor, ulan, araw, nagkaroon siya ng breakdown doon, yung sa BCB na yun. Ito, correction na namin to Kasi dati, kada vertical section niya, yung BCB lang na may PT-CT ang nilagyan ng isang space heater. Talagang pumutok siya. So nung una, wala pa kaming partial discharge noon Wala pa kaming partial discharge. Ang recommend namin dyan, bukod sa lagyan ng barrier tong mga per vertical section, hindi kasi panel ng Fujihaya yan no? Sa competitor namin. So outdoor siya. So hanggat maaari, ano kayo? May barrier din kayo. Tapos hanggat maaari, yung BCB compartment, lagyan nyo ng enough space heater. No? Lalo na pag nasa outdoor kayo at lalo na kahit indoor kayo, sir, yung pag malapit kayo sa dagat, yung mga substation natin. Space heater is a must. No? 20 years ago when I was a budding engineer sa Fujihaya, ako yung nagte-testing sa planta namin. Kapag indoor, hindi kami naglalagay ng space heater. Indoor ang switchgear di ba? So alam namin maganda yung ventilation. Hindi rin pala kasi nga ngayon ulan araw, minsan yung substation kahit indoor, may mga louver tayo na minsan sa sobrang lakas ng bagyo, pinapasok pa rin no? Ng hangin tsaka ng moisture. Okay, this is my team. Marami akong engineer na babae. No? Kaya kung magpapa-PM kayo, Sir Teopilo, mga engineer na babae, papadala ko sa iyo dito as subcon mo. Okay, this is my email and of course our mobile. That's all. Thank you very much. May tanong ba? Pwede ako mag-consult. 3 questions lang. 15 minutes na lang kasi matatapos na. Any problem sa switchgear ninyo o wala naman? Okay,
Low, low.
wala na. Very good. Thank you
Sir,
very
may
much.
question daw po sa online.
Okay, sige. Basahin mo na lang. Basahin mo na lang.
Okay. In case the over or under voltage equipment damaged due to frequent situation, anong pinanagutan ng grid?
Ganda ng tanong, no? Pero syempre, utility yan, di ba? Sa amin, Meralco, di ba? Meron kami naging issue, hindi ko na lang sasabihin kung saan, ha? Para hindi nyo mahulaan. Trip ng trip. Kasi yung supply ng voltage ng utility, wala doon sa plus or minus 10% natin. Minsan, yung isang pase, ganon. Pero yung dalawang pase, meron. Syempre, under over yon, anong gagawin? Iti-trip. No, iti-trip. Bigla na nasira yung transformer kasi ang tagal na pala niya. Ang ginawa ngayon, yung nasa ring main unit, in-off yung under over para hindi mag-trip kasi nasa testing sila eh. Nasa testing eh. Biglang nakalimutan na. Di ba? Nagte-testing ngayon. Ano tayo? Ngayon, anong pananagutan ngayon? Siyempre, sir, anong sasabihin sa'yo? Kung Meralco man yon, papatunayan mo sa kanila na nagkaroon talaga sila ng fluctuation. Di ba? Tama. Unless meron kang PQA o unless meron kang monitoring na naka-BMS ka na i-record mo. Pag nanghingi ka sa kanila, normally, magbibigay ba sila sa inyo? Hindi, di ba? Ang sasabihin nila sa inyo, hindi, testingin nyo muna yung system nyo, no, bago sa amin. So, anong pananagutan? If you can prove by using a PQA, i-hire ninyo si Sir Chofilo, na mag-monitor kayo at talagang ganon ang sequence, that's the time pwede nyong ireklamo. Pwede nyong patawag yung utility, pwede nyong na ipakita. So, ganun yung nangyari doon sa sinasabi ko. Kasi napatunayan na PQA uli sila. Ganun pa rin yung system ng Ganun pa rin yung system ng... Kaya lang, ang unang tanong doon, sino ang nagpa-bypass ng 2759 tripping mo? Di ba? Baka yung project engineer din ng site eh. Dahil nakakalimutan lang na ibalik. Di ba? So, minsan napakahirap pag sa utility. Yun nga sinabi ko eh, pag pumutok yung PT, hindi yan ipapa-energize hanggat hindi mo tinetesting yung switchgear mo, yung XLPE cable mo, yung transformer mo, yung switchgear mo. Hindi papa-energize yan ng utility. Ganun sila kasi. Okay, next. Meron pa ba?
May question pa po. Wala na po, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. for the very and still energetic presentation. So before we end this program, we present the certificate of recognition to Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. to be given by Engineer Alex M. Pedrosa, VP Technical Affairs, and Engineer Michael Ernie F. Rodriguez, BOT member of the IIE Palawan Chapter. The certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. for dedicating his time and effort as one of the guest speakers on the recently concluded 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Conference, bearing the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery. Given this 27th day of August in the year of our Lord, 2022. Signed by Engineer Adrian L. Ray, Governor of IIE Southern Luzon Region, and Engineer Joel L. Conde, President of IIE Palawan Chapter. And that concludes the first set of topics for the 22nd Southern Luzon Regional Hybrid Conference, full of fun and learnings. Thank you everyone for joining us today until the last topic.
Before we leave the premise, to those who want to purchase our merch, the booth is still open outside. And we would like to announce a few details regarding tomorrow's schedule. There will be a registration for the Grand Fellowship Night by the entrance. And for tomorrow's program, it will start at exactly 8 a.m. in the morning, ending at 6 p.m. in the evening, bringing 11 more key topics.
For those who want to join us in the Grand Fellowship Night, please bring your personal belongings with you tomorrow, as there will be a coaster that will transport us from here, Holiday Suites, after the conference to the venue Tagkawayan Beach Resort. So pack your luggage tonight for your own convenience. So let us all get some rest and goodbye for now. Once again, I am Shara Maxine Mendoza Barber,
And I am Armand Ventura Perez Vergara,
your host for today.
We'll see you again tomorrow.
Keep safe and well.
can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world. You can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up. You can beat the clock.
Yeah.
You can move a mountain. You can break rocks.
You can be a master. Don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the cross flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. The walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions.